Good morning, everyone. It is 9:02. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting. If you can all please join me for a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. All right, thank you. All right, Vice Chair Villapudua, if you will please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Vice Chair. All right, Clerk of the Board, can you please do a roll call?
Supervisor Canepa?
Here.
Supervisor Villapudua? Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Supervisor Ding?
Here.
And Chairman Rickman.
Here. All right, thank you. And we're going to leave it in your hands to the presentations and recognitions.
Mr. Chairman, our first recognition this morning is the proclamation of November 2023 as Caregiver Appreciation Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Mary Nicholson down to the podium as I read the proclamation. Whereas more than 10,000 baby boomers are turning 65 daily, and many may need caregiver as they grow older and living longer, yet there's looming shortage of caregivers throughout California. And whereas caregivers handle multiple responsibilities in the different roles they serve, including communicating to medical services, handling financial affairs, distributing medications, providing social correctiveness for the care recipient, and much more, while also balancing work, caring for their immediate family, and caring for aging parents. And whereas, as a result, caregiver burnout has become a significant health concern requiring medical, psychological, and economic support that comes from a state of physical, emotional, and mental exhaustion. And whereas forming a village to share reliable resources can make caregiving easier, Village Movement California will share the development of cooperative ways caregivers can support one another. And whereas in recognition of National Caregiver Appreciation Month, Healings in Motion will present the 16th Annual Inner Safari Caregiver Conference on November 3rd through the 4th, 2023, providing speakers, resources, workshops, and a pamper parlor to the important role caregivers play in San Joaquin County. And whereas the theme this year is celebrating caregivers with passion, purpose, persistence, and resistance. And whereas at this year's conference, professional speakers will address the importance of self-care, emergency preparedness, and safety. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim November 2023 as Caregiver Appreciation Month in San Joaquin County and encourages all citizens to honor the selfless service and importance of caregivers throughout San Joaquin County, presented this 24th day of October 2023. Chairman Rickman.
Thank you, Cheryl. Good morning and welcome. I'm going to turn it over to you to have a few words.
Well, I hope you got a chance to really read the proclamation because it is the center of the month of November, right? These are some of our board members. And would you introduce yourselves, please?
Hi, my name is Manuel Mendoza, and I'm from the Supervisor Rickman's district in Escalon.
Dr. Eugene Farrell, pastor here in Stockton.
Manny was a social worker with the Department of Aging in their caregiver department. The minister here works a lot with the ministerial community, and I had them here with me because they have a village, and really that's part of what the Caregiver Conference is all about, bringing together a village here so that we can work together. Hopefully, you'll see a document about the caregiver program because many of the caregivers are feeling overwhelmed and stressed. They often find themselves struggling to balance their personal life with providing care for a loved one, and they're not alone. With 10,000 baby boomers turning 65 every day, the number of people living with an illness and or disability has increased. As a result, family caregivers have become decision makers and play a pivotal role in continuum care. That's why the conference even exists. I myself came here as a newlywed, and before I could get here, my husband was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. And I knew absolutely nothing about caregiving, but I had to step up. And then shortly after he passed away, I had a brain aneurysm and an ischemic stroke on the operating table, which also followed with the grand mal seizure and other things. And so my family was called from Los Angeles, and they were told that I probably would not be alive when they got here. And if I survived, I would be a vegetable at best. And when I became a caregiver for my husband, I knew absolutely nothing, and we were not poor, so we didn't qualify for a lot of the services in the community, and we were not rich to the point where we didn't need assistance. And what I found is after I had my brain aneurysm and was looking for services to help, the people in the middle are kind of left out. And so with Healings in Motion, we find that a lot of the people in the community who are teachers and social workers and people who are your everyday employees don't know what to do because there's really nothing for the people in the middle. Now, you can say, oh, if you go to the caregiver website, you'll find that there are a lot of resources here. You try it. You go. You push a button or you click a website and you see what you see. Now, Manny ran the caregiver program here, and there are resources for caregivers, but there's not enough. There's a waiting list. That's why the caregiver conference is very important. Now, I looked at the website this morning for San Joaquin County, and there are almost 8,000 people here now. Well, Healings in Motion, we came from nowhere. I was new to the county, but I was frustrated and started Healings in Motion. Now, if you go to Del Oro, which is the agency that's supposed to provide the resources for this county, you'll find the programs that Healings in Motion does that were created by us. And they don't even exist anymore. These are obsolete programs. If you go to the Stroke Association, go on their website. The stroke support programs are Healings in Motion. All that we do. And that's it. We are what you got. Let me just tell you. I've never bragged about it, talked about it. But I just want you to know what you got. We have been here for 16 years implementing programs where there was a void. But this is what you got. And recently, I had to become a caregiver for my older sister, and I was looking around for resources. Fortunately, my sister could afford to hire a caregiver. It was over $4,000 a month. If something happened to me, I could not afford that. But that's what's out there. And she was at cost, you know. And so I just want you to know, when I became a caregiver for the last 6 months, what happened is you didn't see me around town. We hired a caregiver 8 hours a day from 9 to 5. And then at 5 o'clock, I had to be there. I couldn't go anywhere. I had to work. And guess what? Our programs could not stop. We still had the CV RAPS program at St. Joseph's Hospital every month. We still had to plan our activities every month. We don't stop. And we cannot wait a year or so to do the caregiver conference because we can't tell the caregivers to wait. They need us and you need us. And I want you to investigate. And look, I'm telling you, it was started because there was a void, and this is what you got. All right, I'm done.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
You do have some information about the mental health of the caregivers.
We have that in front of our.
You do, and I want you to know that at our caregiver conference, we do address that. We also provide a lot of activities that will deal with the finances of the caregiver to help them train, because many of the caregivers are managing the finances of their loved ones.
All right, thank you. I know we got to.
Okay.
We have some other presentations.
You know
we have
what?
to go.
I know I can talk a lot. For somebody who couldn't talk at all, after I had my stroke. So
this is great information.
all right, I won't talk anymore.
Let's hear from our board real quick. Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your passion. I too am living this, taking care of my mother-in-law. So my wife's gone Sunday night, Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, staying with her. And the folks that do this, it is a blessing. And thank you for what you're doing. And thank you for the people, because she's in the middle, and the same thing that we have to take care of our own. So thank you for the folks that can't take care of their own and giving them a voice. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to thank you for 16 years. I know you've been pouring everything you have, and it's a true issue. I have a lot of aunts and uncles that are elderly, and we all need to help them. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. You have a lot to say. There's a lot to say about it, and we appreciate Healings in Motion. With our dear friend Chaka, I have been lucky enough to attend in the past, serve food, and be present. It's very meaningful. I'm glad that you do it, and thank you for all of your efforts. It does make a difference.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. It's the people in the middle. They get cut out, completely cut out. I've been dealing with the same thing that Paul's been dealing with. And the coldest thing you can say to someone who's trying to watch after their 4-year-old grandson because their daughter's dying in the hospital and they're self-employed is go to our website and find information. And we have a communication problem we still need to work on here in the county, but it's connected people to resources. And God bless you, and thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding.
I know it's taking a little while. I forgot to mention, you mentioned Chaka. There are a couple of board members who passed away, one of which is Chaka. And I brought this because he is somebody who brought a lot of great positive energy to our community. He also was the mayor at one point for Lathrop. And I would really love it if you guys would come and take a picture. He was the co-founder of Healings in Motion.
Yeah, we're going to do that right now. So we'll go ahead and wrap it up. I just want to say thank you all for being here. Thank you very much for your passion, and thank you for what you do. Rochelle, take it.
Our next proclamation is of October 2023 as Manufacturing Month in San Joaquin County, and I would like to invite Marion Pitt, the Executive Director of Manufacturers Council of the Central Valley, as I read the proclamation. Whereas a dynamic and diverse manufacturing sector is an integral part of San Joaquin County's economic backbone, employing more than 21,000 people and accounting for more than 7.7% of the workforce. and $3.5 billion in economic impact annually. And whereas manufacturing makes a critical contribution to the national, state, and local economy and provides excellent employment opportunities and careers for skilled workers and underscores the necessity of a robust workforce infrastructure to support new and growing manufacturing businesses, as well as those businesses that support the manufacturing sector. And whereas manufacturing companies produce and sell valuable, innovative products that not only bring new wealth to our communities, but also the existence of these companies in our communities create demand for other industry and services. And whereas this occasion serves as a reminder to all residents of San Joaquin County of the numerous contributions of our manufacturing sector to our communities and to celebrate modern manufacturing and the hope to inspire the next generation of manufacturers. And whereas today and throughout this month, the County of San Joaquin reaffirms its commitment to helping future generations explore career opportunities in manufacturing and to the growth, prosperity, and economic advancement of all workers, employers, and job seekers in order to build a prosperous career path in the manufacturing industry. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim October 2023 as Manufacturing Month in San Joaquin County and desires to extend this manufacturing celebration and educational opportunity to allow companies, community, and economic development organizations to plan related events, presented this 24th day of October 2023.
Thank you, Rochelle. And good morning and welcome. Thanks for being here. I'm going to turn it over to you to say a few words.
Great. Thank you so much, Supervisor Rickman. My name is Maren Pitt. I'm the Executive Director for the Manufacturers Council of the Central Valley. We've been around almost 32 years representing manufacturing interests in San Joaquin, Stanislaus, and Merced counties. And we were really formed around the conversation and the consolidation of the air pollution responsibilities being in individual counties to currently the 8 county district. We work on workforce development as well as water, air, and other regulatory matters. We have almost 100 members in the 3-county region, and we're very proud of the economic impact that those particular jobs provide in the region. Yesterday, I've been part of the whole conversation about the whole new biotech economy and the emergence of those kinds of jobs of turning manufacturing waste streams into new products that have value and energy, and by doing so, creating more what they call traded sector jobs, which are really the economic engine that is the boat or the tide that rises all boats. And so the hope is to diversify our manufacturing interests and connecting our education partners with employers and manufacturers to provide a greater prosperity to the region through better employment and better qualified jobs. So thank you so much for the recognition. We're pleased to work with the San Joaquin Board of Supervisors, and as always, we really appreciate your continued support. And I want to introduce to you Darren Miller with the Wine Group, who are located in Ripon.
Good morning. I guess I kind of got thrown into this with our EHS and ESC gentleman Kyle being out, but I really appreciate the opportunity to represent the Wine Group. I've been with the company just over 20 years, and it's been a fantastic journey to watch the growth of not only the wine industry, but in this area to give jobs. Ripon is our largest winery, not only in wine content, but our bottling lines. We have 8 bottling lines there that produce multitude of products, and it's just been a wonderful journey to watch that progress. It's been tough road though. Obviously in the manufacturing environment, it's hard to get younger generation into manufacturing. They want to do the more cool, sexy stuff. So, but we're trying to bring manufacturing back and into that, because it is a great opportunity for not only engineering skills, project management, and different disciplines that aren't necessarily well known when you just say manufacturing. So again, appreciate your support and thank you.
All right, thank you. So you're trying to bring sexy back? Is that what you're telling me? I had to say it. Justin Timberlake there.
I almost did.
Thank you both for being here. Then we're going to turn it over to the board here real quick. We'll start out with our vice chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you guys for everything. All the jobs you provide and all the services we provide throughout the country and manufacturing. It's a great job, and thank you for coming today.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Patty.
Thanks, Chairman. Manufacturing, we didn't really even think about wine manufacturing, but it's such an important industry. And I grew up in sign manufacturing, so there was metal, there was electric, there was paint, there was so many disciplines that were trade related. And San Joaquin County, myself and Supervisor Ding have been doing some meetings and talking with and putting together with WorkNet and probation and other departments throughout the entire county a network where there's career opportunities for education and opportunity for employment in the future. So that's something that we look for partners, and we'll give you guys a call and love to have you with a seat at the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Ding.
Yeah, thank you. You know, it seems jobs are only important when you need one, right? And the rest of us, sit there and kind of work from abroad. When you mentioned bottle manufacturing, I was thinking about, I was out with Michael Phillips out at Michael David about 20 years ago in the trailer. Bottling wine and how far we've come. So as a supervisor and a restaurant owner, thank you very much for everything you do.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. And Supervisor Canepa.
For me, we need balance. And I think we're going to be talking about this afternoon about warehousing, and we talk about manufacturing, we talk about farming. So I think it's important because we want everything so that when we pivot with the economy, that there's other alternatives that we have. So what you guys do is important. Everybody always wants manufacturing jobs. How do we get people from the Silicon Valley over here and all those things? So thank you for the association that you have to do that and represent people that are in the county. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. And I'll wrap it up. And thank you for being here. I know we talked and I brought this forward. And one of the reasons, I brought this forward is that how important manufacturing is. And Supervisor Canepa kind of touched on it. And when you're talking about an economy, and you have to diversify your economy, and manufacturing is part of that diversity. And you are correct. If you look at some of the manufacturing jobs that we're trying to pull in, or have pulled in, or the wine group, for a prime example, is they're great paying jobs, great paying, not just with the monetary value, but with the benefits for supporting a family, especially a young family. People are just start out, and I can tell you that this board, we're committed to growing our economy, and one of the ways is bringing more manufacturing jobs. So thank you very much. I know I've been to some of the wineries over in Ripon since it is my district, and you guys do a fabulous job. It's a beautiful place. So please reach out if you guys have any questions, or hey, we don't know everything. If there is something that you can help the county with to help recruiting businesses, or some of the policies that we can put in place to help, manufacturing, please, let us know if we're missing the mark at all. So if you would all please join me up front, I'll have the board come down and we'll take a quick photo.
Allowed to come down?
Yeah, please come down.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you so much.
There's a camera here, so Tom loves to be the first one down. Rochelle, clerk of the board. Hey, anybody, as long as you don't use your mic, we know how you love to talk.
Our next proclamation was requested by the 2nd District Representative Paul Canepa, and this is the proclamation of October 15th, 2023, as White Cane Awareness Day in San Joaquin County, and I would like to invite Jennifer Gass, 2nd Vice President and Outreach Chair, San Joaquin Chapter, National Federation of the Blind of California. I believe Supervisor Canepa would like to read the proclamation this morning.
Thank you. Thank you guys for coming. We went out and did the the White Cane Awareness Walk a few weeks ago. So here's the proclamation. Whereas the white cane, which every blind citizen of San Joaquin County has the right to carry, demonstrates and symbolizes the ability to achieve full and independent life and the capacity to work productively in competitive employment. And whereas the white cane, by allowing every blind person to move freely and safely from place to place, makes it possible for the blind to fully participate in and contribute to our society and to live the lives they want. And whereas every citizen should be aware that the law requires that motorists and cyclists exercise appropriate caution when approaching a blind person carrying a white cane. And whereas we also call upon employees, both public and private, to be aware and utilize the employment skills of our blind citizens by recognizing their worth as individuals and their productive capacities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim October 15th as White Cane Awareness Day. So this is near and dear to my heart. Obviously, I go and we do the White Cane Awareness Walk, and you know, we really. They want acceptance, and I mean, and I don't know why we use the term disability, because it's not a disability, because they're also human beings. So we go and I walk with them, and we walk. Today we started, this 2 Saturdays ago, we started in front of Delta, across by In-N-Out, and walked down to March Lane and over by Raising Cane's and then back to Mountain Mike's where they had a fundraiser. And you don't realize until you walk the walk how difficult it is. And what we take for granted shouldn't be taken for granted, because what these people do on a daily is just want to be part of our society. So for me to be an elected politician allows me not only to do fun things like this, but it allows me to go and stand side by side. So, and it was funny because we were there and we got ready to, with the sign and everything, and somebody said that I had a sexy voice, and I went home and I told my wife, I said, babe, somebody said I had a sexy voice, and I said, how come you never tell me that? And so it was like, I was blushing, and I'm thinking, oh my God, I never really blush. And so it's those things in the friendship, and Jennifer does a great job of advocacy, so thank you for the work, and I'm proud to be able to honor you guys today.
Yes. Thank you, Supervisor Canepa, and all of you for hearing our concerns, for standing alongside us in solidarity, and truly walking the walk, especially a few Saturdays ago. I am the second Vice President of the National Federation of the Blind in San Joaquin County chapter. Our president is busy working for the IRS, and our first Vice President is busy as a teacher of the visually impaired. I'm proud to be here today with our treasurer, Elena Torres, and our board members, Lisa Rodriguez and David Vigil. Lisa Rodriguez is also president of the Stockton San Joaquin Lions Club, our close allies and partners in the White Cane Awareness event. We recognize October 15th as White Cane Awareness Day and October as Blind Equality Achievement Month. The National Federation of the Blind believes that blindness is not the quality that defines you or your future. Every day, we raise expectations for blind people because low expectations create barriers between the blind and our dreams. You can live the life you want, and blindness is not what holds you back. We have been included, thanks to our founders, Ken Vellante and Velvet, who are no longer with us, but dearly missed. Since 2001, we ask you to reach out to us. Our entire board is blind. We are of the blind, not for the blind, and can truly speak from our lived experience. We want to be a part of society. Just reach out. And thank you again for this opportunity to recognize White Cane Awareness Day.
All right, thank you very much. And we're going to turn it over to the board at this time, and we're going to start with Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I just remember when I was a young man, little guy, decades ago, learning about Helen Keller and the example she made and the difficulty being deaf and blind. And that's just, losing two of senses like that. And her perseverance and her strength. I think it's been a model for everybody, and you guys are an example of that. Thank you for being leaders in the community, for organizing and helping those that oftentimes would be neglected and without a place to be, for support and just teaching them how to live life. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. Yeah, how do you speak about something you know nothing about? Thank you for bringing us some more awareness on this issue. God bless.
Thank you, Supervisor Dean. Vice Chair Villapuva.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, very courageous. Can't imagine what we go through, but the Joaquin is a perfect example, and should all pay respects to people who are what you're going through. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and I'll wrap it up before I give the mic back to Supervisor Canepa. But thank you for all you do. Thank you for your leadership in the community, and thank you for your advocacy. I know I've seen on social media and what you have that you guys are out there. You guys are making sure that families and government especially are aware of some of the issues and what we can do to help out and what the community can do to help out. So awesome job, and please reach out to us, which you do a great job of letting us know what we can do to help you. I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor.
Thank
all
you
right.
so much.
And we're going to do we're going to present you with a certificate.
Thank you.
So if you want to, we'll come up here in the front. We're going to have the board come down and have it for a picture.
I want to mention that the next recognition, we had nominated Douglas Vigil for Disability Advocate Awareness. His transportation fell through for him, which is one thing we as disabled people deal with, not having our own independent transportation other than our white cane. So we would be happy to accept that on behalf of Doug after this also. I was trying to streamline that. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Stay here for a moment.
Well, no, thank you. So when I attended the event, I didn't know that we were also honoring, so I didn't have the swag for Doug Vigil that day, but he is an advocate. He's a county Office of Education Board of Trustees, and he also stands in advocacy, for people with disabilities, and I hate to use that word, but he does, and he represents the community. So we were going to recognize him today, obviously, and his transportation couldn't come through. So thank you guys, and we'll do it together. So if you want to say something on his behalf, and sure. It says Disability Advocate, Trustee Area 3, San Joaquin County Board of Education, Douglas Vigil. Your exceptional dedication in the service of our disabled community, tremendous contributions to the San Joaquin County community as Trustee Area 3 for the San Joaquin County Board of Education, ensuring adequate accommodations and respectful, inclusive treatment of students and others with disabilities. We commend you for representing and raising expectations of what it means to be blind in San Joaquin County, including having a presence and voice in the process of local government. On behalf of the County Board of Supervisors.
Yeah. Yes. Make sure I find the mic. Doug has been an example, a source of strength, and just true representation for the disabled community in San Joaquin County ever since I've known him. He encouraged me to be part of the Mayor's Task Force, the ADA Roundtable for Disabilities. He tirelessly works to make sure that kids have their IEPs, that disability is at the forefront of the minds in many boards, commissions, and areas of the process here in San Joaquin County. We can always count on Doug to speak up, to give us resources, and to help. So our chapter definitely commends Douglas Vigil today and every day, because representation does matter. And we say nothing about us without us. If you don't know us, then how are you going to represent us? Thank you for this opportunity to recognize Doug, a very special man to all of us. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. Okay, we're going to move on to public comments, consent items. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and minutes, consent calendar, and closed session items. We request that you fill out a comment form if you address the board, and there is a time limit of 3 minutes. So the public comment forms, which I have received a few, are in the back of the room in the trays there. If you just fill them up and bring them to the clerk of the board, we would appreciate it. So our first one we will start with is Molly Watkins. Yours is the first.
Drop boxes, and we have new drop boxes. We have way too many drop boxes. We still only need 14. But I think we need to follow the code. So the election code says that they need to be time-stamped. And the things that come from the post office are also supposed to be stamped. And the post office usually does not postmark things. So I think it's a process that we need to make sure that our office is doing. In addition, I hope that you're all taking time to watch the video from the EAC, from the committee. They met last week or 2 weeks ago. And if you don't have time to watch it, then I hope that you're reading it. Steve's doing a good job of running the committee, and hopefully they will come to some more conclusions that will make our elections better, safer, and more accurate. So have a good day, gentlemen.
All right, thank you, Molly. Dominic Gooley.
Dominic Gooley, civil engineer, numerous reclamation districts in the Delta. I just want to give praise to your Public Works Department, Fritz Bruckman and David Tolliver. The north bank of the Calaveras River, I gave you some pictures there. Was revealed damage last summer. It was pretty bad. And the high water event, you'll see on picture page 2 there, substantially increased that damage to that very important section of levee just adjacent to the I-5. But the county did a great job fixing it. They started it about 3 weeks ago. It's completely done. They used very big rock, and it'll never have to be fixed again. So any of you guys up there that helped to get through the red tape, it's Project Levee, capable of being fixed within the Corps of Engineers program, which is usually the way they do it, which takes years and a lot more money. If any of you guys pulled strings to get through that red tape, it's appreciated. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, as they say. So, anyways, just there's pictures in there of the damage and the repairs that were done by a local contractor. So just kudos to Fritz and David did a very good job. Also, just would like to request that maybe the Advisory Water Commission, I know some of you are on that commission, they're supposed to meet once a month. They've only met twice this year, April and May. I know they're a little short-staffed over there, but with this winter coming up, I think it's very important that the council meet and discuss preparedness for the floods, just general water and conservation issues. The Advisory Water Commission is your resource for getting consulting on all things water. So thank you very much for all you do, and God bless you.
All right, thank you. All right, now, Carla. I see you everywhere.
I know. Some weeks, yes. But it was nice to see you at the Ag Hall of Fame. It was a very nice event.
It was a very nice event.
So, good morning, Chairman Rickman and the board. It's nice to see you all. So I'm Carla Heaney. I'm a concerned citizen in San Joaquin County. I wanted to thank the Board of Supervisors for the San Joaquin County Citizens Election Advisory Committee. That's a long one. And we'll continue to ask for your consideration of all their recommendations having to do with our elections. The committee has some great ideas that will help the perception of the public for the safer elections. I also ask that the ROV be more open-minded to the new ideas and work with the committee instead of trying to work against them most of the time. I'm hugely concerned about the new drop boxes. They're going to be open 24/7 with no surveillance, and they're going to be open for vandalism. I see trash in them, we'll see fireworks, we'll see water, and then all those ballots will be ruined. We need to do something to make sure those are safe. Whether it's putting surveillance or we put them in the 67 fire stations that we have for the 14 to however many we need. But I'm very concerned about this. So I just wanted to express that to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bob Bentz.
Good morning, sports fans.
Good morning.
Everybody's got problems. I realize this may not be directly within your purview, but you do have the SSJID thing, and you do represent the citizens in San Joaquin County. As you know, I'm the vice president of a local charity, and in recent weeks, I have been overwhelmed. It seems that the governor declared the pandemic over, and now a whole lot of disabled people, medically needy people, people who have to have electricity, are being forced to do really stupid things like power their homes with gas generators because they've acquired extraordinary energy bills. The largest one I've seen in the last few weeks is over $20,000. PG&E has a special program. They help people up to $500. If people with limited incomes are facing shutoffs, oh, there's winter coming, by the way, there's got to be a way to go about a more effective way of delivering energy in a costly fashion, a cost-less fashion. The bottom line here is the people that are coming to me at the charity don't have the kinds of income that meet their current energy bills. And PG&E doesn't even have an office anymore. They're all working from home. And nobody seems to give a damn. I've spoken to our state official. I've spoken to the Public Utilities Commission. I don't know where else to go. You guys represent the people of San Joaquin County, and there's got to be a way to bring these PG&E bills under control and not force people out of their homes, force people to refinance, force people to power their homes with gas generators. So I bring this to you simply as a kind of a cautionary thing. I know I'm doing my best Don Quixote today, but the bottom line is I hope it's on the front burner of your stove because you represent us all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, that's all the public comment forms I have. Anybody else wish to address the board on this, on items that are not on the agenda? If you could just state your name for the record, we'd appreciate it.
Chairman Rickman, Board of Supervisors. My name is Melanie Knott. I reside here as a concerned citizen of San Joaquin County. The election integrity and transparency topic is important to keep before us. So I wanted to take time today to say thank you. Thank you for your vote last meeting, October 10th, to oppose the Voters' Choice Act in San Joaquin County elections. Also to the Citizens Election Advisory Committee, Thank you. Thank you for your recommendation to oppose the VCA. And also to the Register of Voters Office, thank you for the research exposing just how costly the VCA would have been for our county if implemented, thereby opposing the VCA and demonstrating fiscal responsibility. It was a huge win for our county to help secure our elections. However, we still have a lot of work to do. I understand that some of the recommendations or resolutions shared with this board you consider to be out of your purview. I disagree, but let me close with this. I encourage and I ask that you encourage and empower the Citizens Election Advisory Committee. Investigate issues in our county voter rolls. Use only the needed number of ballot drop boxes, preferably placed in police and fire stations. I know, hear me out. This would encourage community. Encourage voter ID, one-day in-person voting. And by the way, last time I told you about the missing F-35 stealth fighter jet. Did you think about that? That jet is a supercomputer that was allegedly hacked. I'm just thinking, maybe we ought to get rid of the election machines. Instead, implement a hand count procedure. I know what you think about that. But together we can do this. Together we can restore trust in our San Joaquin County elections. Thank you, and God bless you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else from the audience wish to address the board on items that are not on the agenda? And if you could just state your name for the record, we would appreciate it.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm here today to go over a policy that the Private Peoples of California has found that exists in the San Joaquin County. It says that ethical considerations is what we ought to do, not what we have to do. With the amount of policy being generated that undermines the Constitution, I really wish that we could have a way for you to advocate for us in these areas. When the Department of Health and Human Services declared that countermeasures to overrule respiratory illnesses were non-liable, that made that they were allowed to have medical malpractice happen and people were injured. The CPIP has now issued over $500,000 worth of damages in the current statutes that we have. What that means is that if you allow for the Disaster Council of San Joaquin County, along with the ESF-8, to proceed with countermeasures in the future, that means that I have no bodily integrity. And since this ethics policy states that public confidence is the right thing that's being done on their behalf, that means that my civil rights are being violated. I know that this is a very layered request for everyone to hear, and I know that you guys are not operating out of malignant heart. I've seen you in the community, I've seen you with the children, I've seen you in all the different avenues of the ways that you support your districts. The main thing that we have to have you do is to continually push back these policies and examine who is writing all these different things. There is a person who is responsible for infringing on the civil rights and human rights of people. Making people standing on dots is human trafficking. Making people stand 15 minutes apart is human trafficking. When you look at FEMA's approach for the human HSEEP, what you'll see is that the durations were supposed to be shortened. Tetra Tech's report, in fact, showed that that was not reviewed. Your basis for approving all of the action items that have taken place in the county was misled by a corporation who, in fact, profits off of those different recommendations they gave. I know it's a lot to ask to bring this back to a board vote, but you, in fact, can protect people from human trafficking. You, in fact, can protect the children from masking, and you, in fact, can undo these unjust recommendations that have come about. We have focused mainly on trying to explain to you how the different steps of all this policy making are infringing on the civil rights of people. As of today, there are lots of different California Parent Union judicial actions taking place to help support that. The private peoples of California would like to continue to support you in any efforts, and I'll be reaching out later to give you this policy so that you can work to undo this injustice. I thank you so much for your time, and let's continue to partner to undo these policy crimes. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Anybody else from the audience wish to address the board at this time? Seeing none, we'll close public comments, bring it back, and we'll come back to the board for the approval of minutes. And these are minutes from the Board of Supervisors regular meeting, October 10th, 2023.
Are any changes? Motion to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. Get a roll call, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go for a vote. All right, it is adopted or accepted 5-0. All right, move on to the consent items. These are items 1 through 20. Anybody from the board wishing to pull anything from the consent items?
8, please, through the chair.
All right, anyone else? All right, what do you got?
Oh, I just had a question. I missed this on my briefing yesterday, so it was just on the retirement council. Low. Good morning. So I just had a question on this. So who was doing this work before, and this is just solely to do the retirement portion? So they're going to have counsel, one person, to handle those problems and for both portions of it. I know I'm on the retirement board, and then there's SJ Sarah. So will it represent both of those folks, and how is this going to work?
The retirement council will actually be housed in San Joaquin County Employees Retirement Association. Their sole purview will be the legal support. Sarah sit on the Deferred Comp Advisory Committee, and that legal services will be provided through the county council's office.
So this person's still a county employee, but will be assigned to SJ Sarah?
Employee of SJ Sarah.
Oh, of SJ Sarah. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. That's all I had. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Anybody from the public? Oh, excuse me.
I'd just like to address 11.
Yes, please, Supervisor Ding.
Not for action, just comment for funding with, and it really goes to, the item has to do with peer and alcohol and drug recovery programs, case management, which is a huge component that we just heard about the communication problems with the caregivers trying to find care for different things. But one of the things that we can do to really take care of a lot of our problems within this community when it comes to addiction problems is assigned case managers, follow up, make sure that they are getting the treatment they deserve so that they don't wind up on the street and then we have a bigger problem. So I just wanted to say thank you to the employees from this very important service that's offered by the county. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Ding. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item or anything else on consent, or any other item on consent? And no one, so we'll bring it back to the board. I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve. Remainder.
Second motion.
Motion and second. Going to vote. All right, it is adopted 5-0. One little housekeeping item. It shows that we have closed session here after consent, but we are going to move that to the end of the meeting. If there is no agreement with the board, we will do that. So we'll go ahead and with the 9 a.m. scheduled morning item, public hearings. The first one, public hearing to consider adjustment of the county facility fee schedule for fiscal year 2023-2024 and accept report for. Actually, before we jump into that, CAO, how long will that take? Because I know we have our federal and state advocates here.
Chair Rickman, probably 5 minutes, maybe less than 10.
All right, let's go ahead and do that then. Well, actually, let me read it one more time. Public hearing to consider adjustment for the county facility fee schedule for fiscal year 2023-2024 and accept report for fiscal year 2022-2023. Bruckner, how you doing?
Good, Mr. Chairman. How are you doing?
Good. Welcome, man.
Members of the board. I'm now going to provide a brief staff report. After receiving the staff report, it would be appropriate to open the public hearing and then receive any comments from the public. Following that, close the public hearing, bring the item back to the board for consideration. Recommendation before you is to conduct a public hearing to consider annual adjustment of the county facilities fee program fee schedule for fiscal year 23-24 and to accept and file the CFF program annual report for the fiscal year 22-23. Some background. In June 2005, your board enacted an ordinance establishing the CFF program and adopted a resolution establishing a fee schedule at that time. The program allows the county to recover a portion of the growth-related capital facilities costs through the collection of impact fees. Costs would otherwise be funded with county general purpose revenues or other funding sources. Primary purpose of the program is to finance region-serving capital facilities located throughout the county that are used by the residents and businesses within each city as well as in the unincorporated areas, and to assure that new development pays its proportional share for these. The CFF program fees are collected in conjunction with the issuance of a building permit by the county and by all 7 cities on behalf of the county pursuant to the approved master annexation agreements with the city. Notably, for the first time since 2012, this includes the city of Lodi. Agreement was approved by your board in February of this year. The CFF program was supported by a nexus study when it was adopted that documented the relationship between new development and the need for additional facilities. On March 20th, 2018, your board approved an updated nexus study and revised fee schedule. The update included an analysis of population and employee projections through 2035, anticipated capital facility needs, and revised cost and revenue estimates. For a project located within city boundaries, only the regional fee is collected to support facilities needed for growth in countywide services. If a project's located in an unincorporated area, an unincorporated area's surcharge is collected for the cost of vital county facilities serving the needs of the unincorporated area only. CFF revenue can be used to address the impacts of growth and not to address existing space deficiencies and service levels. Some examples here of facilities that could be funded with CFF. A regional project would be the facility that we're in today, the county administration building that serves the entire county. An unincorporated project would be a new facility for community development, for example. The cities has their own community development department, and the county has its own that serves the unincorporated area. The enabling legislation requires the publication. Jumped ahead. Apologize. Annual inflationary adjustments to the fee schedule are required by county ordinance, and to help ensure CFF revenues are adequate to offset the rising cost of facility needs pursuant to changes in the California Construction Cost Index, published by the State Department of General Services. The Building Cost Index, produced by the Engineering News Record, provides the basis for the index and reflects cost trends for labor and materials in the California market. The prior period, the index increased 11.48%, reflects inflationary cost increases exacerbated by demand for construction services, the ongoing recovery of the supply chain. While this amount is significant, it is comparable with the index increases experienced over the last 2 years, average 11.2%. This table shows the regional and unincorporated surcharge components of the fee. various categories, including residential and non-residential. See the current rates on the left-hand side and the adjusted rates on the right-hand side. Per the ordinance, agricultural buildings are defined, as defined by the building code, are exempt. Slide here I'm not going to read, but this gives the board some examples of how the fee increase impacts the calculations for various types of development over the prior year. Enabling legislation requires the publication and review of an annual report within 180 days of the end of the fiscal year. Revenues and interest posted to the CFF program fund during July 1, 2022 through June 30th, 2023 reporting period totaled $10,432,200 and $1,159,490 respectively. There was also an interfund transfer totaling $1,322,953 for the portion of the debt service payments related to growth for the county administration building and program administrative expenses of $1,125. The net increase in fund balance was $10,267,612. Ending fund balance on June 30th, 2023, $73,593,430. The annual report includes a listing of priority projects and does not reflect all possible projects. Included is the county administration building, with the remaining debt service payments totaling $19.7 million, and the 5-year capital improvement plan projects, which are estimated to expend approximately $36 million of the county facilities fee fund balance over the next 5 years. Chairman Rickman, members of the board, this concludes my presentation. I'm certainly available if you have any questions, after which it would be appropriate to open the public hearing, any comments from the public, and then close the public hearing, bring the item back to the board.
All right, thank you very much. And bring back to the board for any discussion or questions. Supervisor Canepa.
So I just have a quick question. What that number seems kind of big. Why do we not pay off some of the debt early or things like that to the $73 million? Or is there a reason that it's at $73 million?
Yeah, so it's a great question, Supervisor Canepa. Through the chair, we have not done capital projects in a number of years at San Joaquin County. We have been, expending funds on the debt service for this building, for a number of years, but we now have a number of capital projects in the hopper that are currently being delivered by the General Services Department. So you will see that balance go down. In fact, after the reporting period, we've already done a transfer this year of $30 million from that fund balance to the capital outlay fund for projects planned within the 23. So there are hundreds of millions of projects planned coming years.
That'll buy that down.
That balance.
Okay, because we have the morgue coming up today, and then the DA's office, obviously. So there's needs, and so that will come down as those projects are completed.
Exactly, and if the one of the items later on today's agenda is approved, the energy projects, you'll see another $5.6 million allocated to that project. If it's
okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Canepa. All right, don't see anybody else from the board. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. So it is open. Anybody wishing to address the board on this item? And no one? Going once, going twice. All right, we will go ahead and close the public hearing then. And we'll bring it back to the board for discussion or questions, and Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Through the chair to CAO, and I know I always call it this Eater Fund, but I know there's another, maybe a different county name. What's the balance of that, and how is that money used? You're going to identify that for the board and public, please.
Supervisor Patty, through the chair, I don't have the number off the top of my head. My understanding is we need a certain amount in reserve. It's probably between $60 and $70 million, but we use that as a reserve fund for any potential tax losses My understanding is that there is somewhere around $25 to $30 million of residual in there. And as Mr. Brooker had mentioned a few minutes ago, there is as a matter of fact, it was on the last board meeting too for October 10th, purposing some of that money towards an energy program set of projects.
So I'm sorry, you just gave me different numbers. You said 60 to 70 million, then you said something around 20 million.
Correct, because we need to keep a certain amount without getting into a deep accounting discussion here about property tax. We have to have so much in reserve as a cushion in case we have tax losses related to uncollectible property taxes. And so my understanding is from the auditor's office that of the approximate, again, I'm estimating the totals in my head here, of the 70-ish million that may be in the balance right now, somewhere in the neighborhood of 25 to 30 of it would be available for projects. What we would typically recommend would be one-time uses of that money, which is what we're suggesting to use it for as it relates to capital projects.
So annually, if I know that there are some counties that at the end of the fiscal year, when they do the budget, they roll that over to the general fund, and then they literally start at zero balance. And actually, I may stand corrected. It may. I know one county said they go zero at the end of the year, but maybe some counties leave that little reserve. How much money comes in annually on, and this is dollars that comes in from penalties, fees, things of that nature. Is that correct? Or other sources?
It comes in through interest in fees that are recovered when things are brought current through the redemption fund.
So annually, what would that amount be that comes in? If we went $0 at the end of June when we approve our budget and that all rolled in, how much money in that next fiscal year, and perhaps there's a 5-year average? Do we know that offhand? I know you're great with numbers.
I don't know that number offhand. I do know that it flexes depending on the amount of properties that go into default and come back out of default. The more that go in and stay there, less money comes out. And then as those come out, more money would come in. Our auditor controller would probably be best able to answer that question. As you know, I haven't been in that office for almost 3 years now, and I don't know what the activity in those accounts look like at this time.
Understood. If you were to guess, if we went back of a few years, I mean, let's say annually there's $8 or $12 million that comes in, and therefore we have a floating balance, or is it 20 million to 40 million plus that might come in annually from fees and penalties?
I don't believe it's that high.
So it might be in the 15, 20 at the best?
I think it's less than that. That accumulated balance of $70 million took place since we've been on the teeter plan, which is 1994. So if you wanted to divide however many years that is, what's that, 3 decades into 70 million, that'd be about $2 or $3 million a year.
Got it. So annually, $2 or $3 million a year?
I'm backing into that calculation, Supervisor. I don't know that for a fact.
It's 15, and you thought it might be, but okay. You may have misunderstood me. I said somewhere around 15, and you said, yeah, that might be. So I may have misunderstood. All right, so just 2 or 3 million in penalties every year.
I'm guessing somewhere between 3 and 5.
Just asking ballpark. All right, thank you. Because I just want to understand how we're using those, and that's any factors what you had mentioned that might be something that some of that reserve that we would use. So that's part of the factor of when we're approving and what we're looking to.
And we would never take it down to zero. I'm curious, which county is it that resets the tax resource fund to zero, Supervisor?
It's a great question. I was at CSAC, and we were talking about that, and it may have been a Bay Area, county. I forget what it was, and it's irrelevant, but I just remember they said at the end of the year they just zero it out. Might have been Merced as well. Talking with one of the supervisors there.
Okay, I'll follow up with Merced. I'd be curious in knowing that because I have a hard time understanding how that would happen. So I'll give them a call. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. That's all, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Don't see anybody else in the queue. So with that being said, I entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second the motion.
Got a motion and a second. Go ahead and vote. All right, it is adopted 5-0.
Thank you.
Mr. Elliott, how long is your presentation going to be? 5 minutes? All right. I know we have, the reason I'm asking folks is that we have, one of our items is a federal and state legislative overview, and I know they're here from out of area, so I just want to get them in and out of here. So that's the only reason why. But I don't want to rush you. So if it takes time, by all means. So we're going to move on to public hearing to approve a second amendment to development agreement PA-05000148 relative to property within the Mountain House community, PA-22000244, District 5. Ms. Jolly, welcome. Good morning.
Everyone. Jennifer Jolly, Director for Community Development. Just going to introduce John Anderson. He's a contract planner who does works exclusively on Mountain House for us. And I'm serious when I say it's about a 5-minute presentation. So I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you, Jennifer. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, John Anderson, contract planner with the Community Development Department. I'm here today to represent a project. It's an amendment to a DA that was approved a number of years ago. Affects a map that is still valid as of right now. The original map was approved back in 2005, so I've got a short slide presentation. Kind of a little bit of history background on this. Original project subdivision was approved back in 2005. It was approved under, there was a development agreement also in 2005 between the county and Matthews Land. Back in 2010, land was acquired by a separate party. That was MH284. The DA transferred with the new ownership. 2012, there was an amendment to the DA to add some optioned property. 2017, board approved an extension of the tentative map and as a residential subdivision with Mountain House community. Expiration date on that was November 22nd, 2023. That was taken by a board action. Project today is an amendment to that development agreement. County and MH284. The amendment really focuses on 3 specific areas. One is regarding map life. Extend the map life limits of the DA. Initial limits of the DA of December 22nd, 2030, which basically gives the tentative map 25 years of total life. Also provides an opportunity to dedicate land in advance of actual final map recordings. It's an issue that the Mountain House Community Service District felt was extremely important, especially in light of the fact that the newest elementary school, Evelyn Costa Elementary School, has now been open for service. CSD wants to move forward with some park-related improvements in that area. Also afforded the Mountain House CSD the opportunity to update original conditions of approval. That's all folded into this DA that's presented to you. Here's a map of the property in general, south of Grant Line, north of the I-205 corridor. It's in the village, in the College Park area. Plan 3 of the Mountain House community. Overlay of the tentative map that's valid. There had to been some adjustments made, and we've worked with the applicant to make that happen, correspond with last-minute adjustments in circulation and whatnot that were necessary. So after that, obviously it's a public hearing item. We're asking the Board of Supervisors to adopt the resolution and the ordinance for the Second Amendment to the DA, support the recommendations that were made by the Planning Commission. That's my report to you today. If there's any questions or comments, I'm here. I know that the applicant's representatives are in the audience, and they briefly on this item as well.
All right, thank you. All right, bring back to the board. Let's see anybody in the queue, so we'll go ahead and at this time open up the public hearing. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item? We do have a public comment form from a Chris Powell. And are you the applicant?
Yes.
All right, go ahead. It's all yours.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Thank you for your time. My name is Chris Powell. I'm an attorney at Hanson Bridget LLP, representing the landowner MH284 LLC. So first, I just want to say thank you to county staff, county planning consultant, and county council for being great during this process, helping guide this application through the process, being responsive the entire time. So John did a great job explaining the context here, so I won't belabor the point, but just to bring it all into focus, my client purchased this property in 2010. They expected that they would be able to sell it in a couple of years to a developer, get it built pretty soon. But a couple economic cycles, a pandemic, growing interest rates prevented that from happening quickly. They had a couple close transactions, but it didn't close. They do have one in motion right now that looks like it's going to happen with a well-respected builder, so we're excited about that. However, the map is about to expire in November, so that's the point of what we're doing today. Extend that so this map can stay alive, so that the houses can be built, so that the school district can receive funding, and the property can be dedicated for public parks and rights of way. So from our perspective, all the stakeholders, the public, my client benefits if this map is extended through this development agreement amendment, and we don't see any winners if it's denied. So I'm here to answer any questions you have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Powell. If there's any question, we'll call you back up.
Great, thank you so
I
much.
appreciate it. Thank you. All right, anybody else from the public wish to address the board on this item? And no one, so we are going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And we're going to bring it back to the board for further discussion. If none, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Get a motion and a second. Go ahead and vote, please. Right, it is adopted 5-0. All right, thank you, Mr. Powell, and thank you, staff. All right, we are going with the board's approval. I'm going to bump up item number 2 to number 1, which is accept oral reports on 2023 state and federal legislative overview. And no one opposed to that? All right, so Ms. Crowley, I guess you're the lead on this?
Sir. Good morning.
Morning.
Chair Rickman, members of the board. My name is Hillary Crowley, and I am delighted to serve as our county's legislative coordinator and public information officer. Each year, our state and federal advocates present an oral report to your board on their efforts on our county's behalf in Sacramento and in Washington, D.C. Our advocates have been meeting with department heads and county leadership to elaborate on the dynamic plays at the state and federal level to gain a better understanding of San Joaquin County's unique assets, challenges, and opportunities. It is my honor to introduce our state and federal advocacy team. With us from our state advocacy firm, Shaw, Yoder, Antwi, Schmelzer, and Lang, is Paul Yoder and Karen Lang, who will begin the presentation. Izzy Swindler is also here with us in the audience. After that, our general government federal advocate, David Wetmore from Carpy and Clay, will present, followed by our water resources and flood issues advocate, Roger Gwynn and Christy Moore from the Ferguson Group, who will conclude the presentation. I think the board and those watching online will thoroughly enjoy this informative and interesting legislative overview and update. Paul and Karen?
Okay to begin?
Yes, please, all yours.
Great, thank you. Good morning again. Karen Lang is Shaw, Yoder, Antwi, Schmelzer, and Lang, one of your state advocates. I'm going to kick it off, and then Paul and I are going to play legislative tennis in front of you. First, I wanted to start with an update on legislative leadership changes that occurred. This matters quite a bit because they name policy committee chairs and sort of set the policy tone in both houses. On June 30th, the new Speaker of the Assembly, who's from the Central Valley, the Central Coast actually, Assemblymember Robert Rivas took over the reins of the legislature and the Assembly, and he immediately named Assemblywoman Aguiar Curry as the number 2 in his leadership team, along with Isaac Bryan from Southern California as his majority leader. One thing that's extremely notable about this assortment of leaders is that you have someone from the Central Coast / Central Valley in charge, and his number 2 is from Northern California, and his number 3 is actually from Southern California. So you have essentially all 3 regions of the state represented, which is a departure from previous administrations in the Assembly. I also wanted to flag that Assemblymember Aguiar Curry represents part of the Delta Counties Coalition of counties and has been a long friend to our interests there. And in addition to the Assembly changing leadership in 2023, we will have a new Senate pro tem coming into 2024. Senator Mike McGuire, who represents from Marin to the California-Oregon border, will be taking over sometime in early 24 to run the state Senate, since Senator Atkins is termed out in calendar year 24 and will no longer be eligible to hold the position in the Senate. Senator Mike McGuire, also huge friend to the Delta in 23, which I'll talk about in a little bit, but it was great to see him be sworn in, or be announced that he would be sworn in as the new pro tem of the Senate. He's also a former county supervisor. It's always great to see folks from county land ascend into leadership roles because they understand the unique work that you do, and so it's always nice to see. I wanted to briefly touch on one specific piece of legislation that your Assemblyman Villaputua, carried for you in 2023, AB 476. The laws regulating what you can put next to a state highway are very specific and prescriptive and highly protected by the outdoor advertisers. Your county is in a unique position since you have a public hospital that is right up against a highway. And there was a request from your hospital to be able to erect a digital information structure that would be able to communicate information to the public about services provided at the hospital site, as well as provide emergency information in case there was a flood or a public health event. You could use that outdoor sign to communicate to all of those that are traveling by. And we did try to resolve this without legislation, but Caltrans could not give the specific assurances that you would not be running afoul of the law. So Mr. Villaputua ran a bill, and it was signed into law on October 9th, 2023. So your hospital is now free to use property adjacent to the highway to erect a digital information sign if you so choose. And then I will briefly switch over to constitutional amendments. There were 2 very notable pieces of legislation that moved at the very end of session that were also then affected by SB 789. ACA 1 by Assemblymember Aguiar Curry was moved after she became the Assembly pro tem of the in the Assembly. When the new speaker was put into place, she was able to sort of use that power to move ACA 1 forward. This is the 3rd legislative session where she's authored this very specific bill. This will put to the voters the question of whether or not you or a special district or a city can put to your voters the question of whether or not you can incur general obligation debt, pass a parcel tax, or a sales and use tax at a lower threshold of 55% if we're going to be funding very specific projects, including affordable housing, permanent supportive housing, address needs related to the homelessness, or build public infrastructure. This is very specifically about capital. This is not about funding ongoing public employees' salaries, et cetera. It will basically give you the same treatment as the school districts have, where they can pass bond measures by a lower threshold of 55% instead of 2/3, which has been a very elusive number for local agencies to achieve when looking for voter support. ACA 1 puts this question on the ballot as to whether or not voters want to be able to approve kinds of projects with a lower threshold. So it will, the voters will ultimately decide, and that is on the November 2024 ballot. I would emphasize to you, normally when the legislature acts to put something on the ballot, the state law says it goes on the very next ballot. The governor had specific reasons for not wanting that to happen in 2024, which I'll let Paul cover. So ACA 1 will appear on the November 2024 ballot. In addition, ACA 13 will also appear on the November 2024 ballot. This is almost a countermeasure to what is called the California Business Roundtable Initiative. That proposal is also on the 2024 ballot, but that was put there by voter signature, not by the legislature, so it automatically goes to the November ballot. ACA 13 would have appeared on the November ballot, except for the fact that the legislature is still holding it at the desk till November 1st, which is too late to get it on the March ballot, and then it will roll to the November ballot. ACA 13 is sort of the good for the goose, good for the gander initiative. So if it takes 2/3 to get something on the ballot, it takes 2/3 to approve it by the voters. The Business Roundtable initiative would basically have the voters approve something by 50% plus one, but that change would trigger 2/3 vote thresholds for many more things that you would need to pass locally going forward. And so this measure, ACA 13, is tying the threshold of voter approval to actually change the Constitution, to also then change anything else that's tied to that same threshold. We're not sure exactly whether or not the Business Roundtable comes to the table and tries to negotiate something different. The way that our initiative process has changed over the last several years, proponents can remove things from the ballot if they reach agreement with the legislature on other deals. We're not sure if they're going to do that or not. They just put another $500,000 into the but ACA 13 is sort of a counter punch to the Business Roundtable initiative, which is also on the November ballot. SB 789 is actually the measure that moved ACA 1, SCA 2, and ACA 5 all to the November ballot. And we put it on there because it was, when we were putting together our PowerPoint for you, those measures were all pending, and SB 789 makes the statutory changes just to move those initiatives to the November ballot for next year. SCA 2 removes the constitutional prohibition on California being able to spend public dollars on low-income housing. That was supposed to be on the March ballot and will now be on the November 2024 ballot. With that, I'll hand it over to Paul.
All right, thanks, Karen. Good morning, board members. I'm going to try to speed us along here. Obviously, we can take your questions later on these topics, but we do need to mention to you this is a huge year for behavioral health in California. Actually, the last 4 or 5 years have been an astounding period. Billions, tens of billions of dollars appropriated, and in addition to the money that's been appropriated in prior budgets this year, the governor proposed and the legislature agreed to put on the March ballot, I think as Karen has already mentioned, what will be Proposition 1. Proposition 1 is actually a combination of those first two bills that are listed there. Senate Bill 326 by your very own Senator Susan Eggman. That rearranges or revamps, to use the governor's verb, how money out of the Proposition 63 Mental Health Services Act, it will be spent in California. And then AB 531 proposes a $6.4 billion bond. I want to make sure the board and the public understand that at the last minute, the bond proposal was amended and increased by $1.5 billion. That $1.5 billion would go directly to cities and counties. Secondly, even though the proposal all throughout the legislative process would have forbidden money to go to locked behavioral health facilities in California, that word was stricken at the very end. And if the voters say yes on that March ballot, at $6.4 billion, it can go to a variety of facilities across the behavioral health spectrum, including unlocked and locked facilities. So we'll see what the voters do there. And then SB 43, it says Assemblymember Irwin. I apologize. It should also say Senator Eggman. That is the behavioral health. That is a conservancy revamp. And again, especially for the public's benefit, and the governor did sign that. What that bill will do is expand the definition of gravely disabled in California. And it clarifies that it's not just for mental health, severe mental health diagnoses, it's also for substance use disorder diagnoses. And this is a huge policy change, huge policy change that is not going to the voters. That is the law of the land as of January 1, 2024. Counties, if boards take action, they can delay implementation in the county until 2026. Without the board taking action, it becomes law 1/1/24. So we want to just be sure everybody's clear on these measures. Big changes. Homelessness, another big year for homelessness. CSAC obviously had their at-home proposal, but the legislature had their own ideas. In the interest of time, I will not go through all three of these bills. One of them was moved to the inactive file in the Senate, AB 799. The other two bills are signed, AB 1285 and AB 1377. And what I really want to make sure the board and the public understand is you can expect even more accountability from the governor and the legislature with respect to the expenditure of funds to address homelessness in California. We're not done doing that. And then in terms of budget items to address homelessness, this wasn't a given, board members, that this year the state of California would appropriate more money to help counties and cities and continuums of care deal with homelessness. But at the end of the day, the 23-24 state budget does include additional monies, not just for the HAP grants, but a couple $100 million additional for encampment resolution funding grants in that bottom item. There was also accountability language in the state budget. AB 129 is a state budget trailer bill. And so you actually, at the end of the day, had 3 bills to increase accountability on counties and cities and continuums of care. And as I mentioned just a minute ago, we do expect more legislation on that issue in 2024. Then last but not least, before I hand it back over to Karen, there were changes to the CARE Act. Even though the CARE Act was just enacted, obviously, last year, SB 35 is a so-called cleanup bill. It has about 10 separate items on the CARE Act, and the one that I will call out for the board and for the public's edification is that it is now clarified in law that family members can be supporters within the CARE Act, which is very, very important to the National Alliance of Mentally Ill, which sponsored the original CARE Act and worked with the governor on that. Very important to family members in California. I'll pass it back over to Karen.
In addition, for those of you that have suffered through the DCC calls, you know that there were lots of bond proposals that were put into print early in 23. To cut to the chase, none of these are going to be on a March ballot because the governor made it very clear to the legislature he did not want anything else besides Proposition 1 on the March ballot. We do anticipate that the legislature will pick back up during the year in 2024 to work on either 1 or 2 or 3 general obligation bonds to fund various things, notably no less than 4 that work around water, resources, parks, and 2 of them are from legislators that represent San Joaquin. So we were certainly talking to your 2 members about it. There's a lot of interest, especially early in the year, recovering from the winter we had last year, to infuse a lot more money into flood prevention and response. And so we expect to see, given what we're hearing about the weather in 24, this winter and into 24, that this will pick right back up. There were also a few on housing, 1 on fentanyl, and a couple on education. We're not sure where this will really rack up as far as the governor's priorities, and certainly it depends on the voters' mood in terms of incurring new general obligation debt. But certainly if you have a lot of bonds or 3 or 4 bonds on the November ballot, they could kind of just assure mutual destruction. And so I think as we get closer to June, you'll see negotiations reach a fever pitch because they're going to have to come up with an agreement by then in order to get whatever they want on the November ballot, if there will be proposals on the November ballot. So we will remain in close coordination with your department heads working through what the county's priorities are. We went through that exercise in 23, but to no avail since the bonds all got punted. I did want to briefly touch on water rates. You can see 2 bills up on the slide. There were a multitude of legislation introduced on this issue going into 23. I'm happy to report to you that most of them died painful, slow deaths, since it would have affected the county pretty dramatically. The final one that was vetoed, the one that got to the governor that was vetoed, had to do with sort of redefining what an appropriate use of domestic water supplies would be. And there were a lot of concerns around the statute not being able to evolve quickly enough with actual uses given climate change and what that looks like in communities that interact with salt water and rising and lowering water levels over the course of the day. And so the governor vetoed that one. And then SB 389 is the one that did end up passing. And I wanted to spend just a moment touching on this because the tributary agencies, the county, and all of the entities within the watershed that goes into the Delta, this matters a lot to you, almost more than any other part of the state. There's a lot of focus here on how water gets used and who takes water off the system because of keen interest about biological opinions and other things. SB 389 was watered down substantially from when it started out as, but ultimately it creates a situation where the water board, if they feel like if there's an entity with a water right that might have misused it or overused it or didn't use it properly, and they feel like they've ascertained on their own, and that is a key word to use, it's in the statute now, if they have ascertained that a water rights holder has misused their water right, that they can call you into the board, and you have to sort of like prove your innocence instead of go through what would normally happen at the water board. We got down to fighting over a very specific set of words. Your senator on the floor of the state Senate engaged in a colloquy with the author of the bill and asked a very specific set of questions that were answered a very specific set of ways, so that any water rights holder that's impacted by SB 389 and a future water board proceeding can go back and rely on that colloquy to go to the voter or to the author's intent. And Senator Eggman got thrown into the mix very late on that because it was supposed to be a different author that asked, and they backed out. And she was in the middle of the SB 43 stuff, and she jumped right in and helped us out. And I did want to commend her too on that. She was really great and helped us out quite a bit on that. And it was very important for the lawyers that would rely on that colloquy if this were to become an issue. And then on the water rights that died, the 4 bills that died, just wanted to touch briefly. There were 4. It was a huge coalition effort to defeat the top 3 bills there. It was a coming together of agricultural interests, water interests in the Delta, the Chamber, and others working on stopping those bills from impacting water access here in the Delta. And then finally, the other piece that almost feels like it was a year ago instead of just a few months, the governor did in March announce his proposals related to an infrastructure package to take advantage of the federal infrastructure package by speeding up how California does things. We're not particularly fast in doing big things. Unfortunately, when he announced his series of bills, he included that the tunnel proposal would be benefited by the expedited judicial review process, which was of grave concern here, and the Delta County shared that concern. And then in addition, it also expedited the removal of some species from the endangered species list to sort of, my shorthand joke of it was, well, if you found a panda bear in the Delta, you could it and build the tunnel under that proposal. It's not exactly right, but it was the quickest way to explain it to people. And we worked very closely with the other 4 Delta counties, their delegation, and your delegation. And I'm happy to say that we're successful, and the outreach directly to your legislators was extremely effective. They not only had to vote, assert that they were opposed to it, but go lock down their leadership to say it's not happening if the tunnel's in it. And they prevailed. And that's a remarkable outcome, since the governor, during the 2 months that this was going on, did make comments to the effect of nothing's coming out. It's a package, it stays together, and they prevailed. Senator McGuire, in his new role as pro tem, is great. He actually had some very colorful language for his view that got included in the package, and he stood with the Delta on keeping the tunnel out, as did Nancy Skinner, who represents a small amount of Contra Costa, but is also in leadership in the Senate. And those two together with the Delta Coalition, very effective and out. And I'll hand it back to Paul.
Thanks, Karen. All right, we're going to wrap up this puppy. So a lot of initiatives. We've touched on several, but a lot of initiatives already on the 2024 November ballot. Do want to note for the board and for the public, the third item says fast food restaurant minimum wage. A legislative deal was worked out on that, and so that will not be on the ballot. The very dynamic process we have in California, it's still possible for, I don't know how else to say it, for deals to get cut and taken to the legislature, and the proponents of initiatives by middle of June next year to say, you know what, we've changed our minds, we want to withdraw the initiative that we have qualified from the November ballot, and instead go with some kind of legislatively negotiated bill that the governor has agreed to sign. So you can expect a lot more action in the first 6 months of 2024, and we'll track that as best we can for you and for the residents of the county. Looking ahead very quickly, we've talked a lot about the March and November ballots. We feel like that's very, very important. We haven't talked yet about, remember a while back, whoops, went the wrong way. The voters were asked if they wanted to revisit term limits in California, and they said yes. And what that meant, essentially, was legislators could serve 12 years in the same House. And that was the class of 2012. That's how we refer to them. The class of 2012 is termed out next year. And so we're going to have another couple dozen new legislators in addition to the couple dozen that we just got. And when we get into 2025, half of the legislature will have turned over in the last several years. So we're prepared for that on your sake or for your sake, but a lot of turnover ahead legislatively. Happy to take some questions. Thank you for letting us continue to represent you for the residents of this great county.
All right, thank you both very much.
Yep.
I'll bring it back to the board. Any question from the board? Supervisor Ding.
I'd like to thank you for all your hard work. I'll skip the whole referendum. You thought my Australian ballot speech. Anyway, I'd just love to see some case law on being able to restrict referendum, even though I hate referendums. I'd like to see that. You guys have done such an outstanding job this year. I forgot about we're so busy with dealing with, next issues, as they come along. But from Hillary through your team, through the DCC, the legislators in Sacramento, everybody was marching to the same beat. The poison pill language that, I had a staffer in Sacramento, some 21-year-old kid I heard repeat it. And I'm going, the message is there. Everybody was on the same sheet. So thank you for that. I just great job. Just great job. And I'm looking forward to working with you more.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Canepa.
I just have a few questions. What is colloquy? I talk about acronyms.
I don't know either. So we'll let Karen feel.
Can you tell us normal folks what that means?
I guess the polite way to say it was a very orchestrated script that they read off each other. It was, Senator, what does this mean in your bill? It means this. And it was all, recorded. We noted the time for the lawyers. And so it was a discussion on the bill, but it was very purposeful, the question and answer. And we knew what was going to be asked and how it was going to be answered. And it was all done really with the intent of if we need to know exactly what the author really intended, because it wasn't clear and we were arguing back and forth over that word ascertain. And so we wanted him on the record for the purposes of defending water rights that folks in the tributaries held.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. So there's a few things so for me, a lot of people are frustrated with the threshold, and where is it at? About the $900, threshold for crime. So that's a huge thing. People are so fed up, and part of that is fentanyl going to be a felony someday? So I don't know where that's at, but I think it's important that we as a county kind of push for that, because the crime thing is out of control and these people dying, and it's a misdemeanor to kill somebody.
Right.
It's pretty alarming.
So through the chair, you may be happy to know that right now there are folks talking about going to the ballot in a future year. 2024 might be a little soon for them, but I don't want to rule out November of 2024. But looking at Propositions 47 and 57, which the voters approved, they did the things you're describing, and revisiting the previous voters' choice, giving the voters really a second bite at the apple, if you will, to say, hey, a previous set of voters thought this was a good idea, and maybe there are pieces of these initiatives that we should revisit. And so that's what is going to be proposed. That's what we're hearing, district attorneys around the state, other local elected officials, and we can make sure you're plugged into that effort once we're sure it really has legs.
Right. I understand we can't arrest our way out of it, but it's getting, arrest them. You don't even, take them into custody half the time. The other thing that's kind of a slippery slope is the whole care court and, holding people against their will. And I know it hasn't been changed, and it was in Eggman's language that it hasn't been changed for I don't know how many years, the language. But just changing the language, how does that work? And care court's voluntary, right? So, you can only do so much within the realms, and everyone's thinking, oh, good, you're just going to arrest everyone and put them in, a locked facility.
Yeah.
Can you talk to that, please?
Again, through the chair, it's going to be interesting. So care court is a way to keep people out of conservatorship. Senator Eggman's bill, SB 43, revises the criteria to get into conservatorship. How these things work together is going to be fascinating. I think the thing to remember with SB 43, Senator Eggman's bill, is that counties are still going to be allowed to treat the most gravely disabled, or suggest for conservatorship that the most gravely disabled enter into that, right? It just expands the definition in law as to who can be considered initially as the most gravely disabled. Counties are still going to have a lot of discretion in that process. The courts obviously are going to be involved. We revise legislation all the time, and there may be some revisions to SB 43 going forward, but there really is an effort to, with the CARE Act, to allow a process whereby folks can avoid conservatorship. But then again, Senator Eggman has changed the law to broaden the criteria by which people can ultimately go into conservatorship if that's what the county feels like it needs to be done.
Yeah, because this is kind of the perfect storm for us because we're trying to develop the 22 acres for drug and alcohol treatment as well as mental health. So, I mean, with all this money coming around and you guys advocating on our behalf to get us this money, I mean, no one likes to pay for bonds, but I mean, it is kind of the perfect storm for us because we have the 22 acres. We're trying to go forth with the studies to make sure that they're doable. But I think it's important that you guys advocate on our behalf to try to get that money because those projects are not cheap to do. So any help you could throw our way would be appreciated.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you. Just a couple brief comments. First, I want to thank our state advocates because of the effort to really unite the state as it related to the governor's, what do we call it, the infrastructure package. Supervisor Ding, his office, my office, Mike Anderson, I know Nicole Gehring, we all were very actively involved with DCC United. And what was really amazing about that is you would have thought interests throughout the state might have had a polarized position on it, but successfully all the efforts and spearheaded in great part by you guys advocating and walking the halls and talking with everybody, but this entire state body united against the governor to stop that conveyance plan being included to be exempt of CEQA and fast tracking that. So that was monumental. And I really want to appreciate and applaud the DCC and all those involved, but I know you guys did the groundwork. That was really fantastic. I have one real quick question. Is anybody challenging? We saw a couple of years ago the Supreme Court challenged the EPA and said, you don't have authority, you're not an elected body, you cannot impose and mandate and take away that which you have not been empowered to do. So we've got a state water resource control board that's essentially trying to supersede themselves above law, above agreements that have been legacies in the state. Is anybody talking about and challenging them legally that on the same premise that the Supreme Court ruled?
Yeah, through the chair. This came up in meetings with department heads yesterday. It's our understanding that the U.S. Supreme Court has agreed to hear not one, but two cases on this point very specifically. You may want to ask your federal advocates about it as well, but it sounds like the Supreme Court is going to weigh in this final part of their 2023 proceedings. I think they've begun, or if they haven't, they'll begin any day now, but they are going to take up these cases. So we may have a little more resolution for your question.
Great. I'd like to take the teeth out of that body so that they cannot overimpose themselves on legacies, especially as it affects water, agriculture, our own sustainability. So I think that was all. You guys, great job. Always appreciate when you're on the phone, when we meet, and know that you're working on our behalf up in Sacramento and throughout the state.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Patty. And I think we discussed that yesterday, and we'll discuss with our federal advocate revisiting the Chevron doctrine through the Supreme Court, and it's something that we've been following for quite some time. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Just want to say thank you and for advocating for San Joaquin County. I appreciate the presentation.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Ding.
I'm sorry, just one last thing. If I didn't publicly thank, I had a chance to thank Senator Eggman last week for all she did on this. She actually wasn't happy with one of my votes, but that's a different story. I guess, Paul, your question, it really comes down to how we define compassion. And, there's going to be one side that says, we're locking people up against their will. My idea of compassion is you don't allow somebody to wander out on the street that isn't mentally capable of taking care of themselves. And our care workers, our law enforcement, their hands are tied right now from doing anything to help these individuals. And in the language that Susan Eggman so passionately put together addresses that. There's a federal fix we need on a Medicare cap on beds that we'll talk about later. But it's not as if, some 22-year-old, junior cadet can throw somebody into a mental health facility. There is a care court. And so they'll be able to decide, is this somebody that's just, maybe they're just off their meds. Maybe they just need a little help. This is a long-term problem, but it's a whole care court process that's going to go through, and the language that the senator put together is just absolutely tremendous and addresses the number one problem we have in this county. So we can talk about that a little more too.
All right.
Our federal counterparts.
Oh, yeah, hold on one second for me. I'm not done yet. There's a quick question. For the CARE Act, what counties are participating in that?
In
the SB 35, it says certain counties to implement the CARE.
San Bernardino.
The nearest county to you would be Stanislaus, is in cohort 1. Los Angeles changed its mind and is sort of in cohort 1.5. They implement the middle of next year, and then you and 51 other counties implement as of 1/1/2025.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you both very much. I'll give a shout out to Izzy back there, who's hiding in the fourth row back there. Thank you very much. I know we see you out, CSAC and a lot of the, bless you, the other conventions with the supervisors, but your work on water, and I know I sit on the Valley Air District, and we talked a little bit about that yesterday. Making sure we have grants and funding for some of these programs that are being implemented by the state against our farmers, and making sure we have the funding to, let people actually be able to meet that law.
Right.
So we appreciate it, and if people don't realize how hard, you work in the background and, advocating and opposing what's in the interest and best interest, or not in the best interest for this county. So thank you all very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And if you're wondering, we will open it up for public comment here after our federal advocates get done with their presentation. So welcome.
Morning, Supervisors.
Good morning. Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
It's great to be with you. I always admire Paul and Karen because they can tell you everything that's happened. And I also have to come before you and say there's a lot that could happen, but it hasn't happened yet. Some of what I'm going to tell you is what occurred after my briefing with you last year. Before I start, I don't have a slide on this, but obviously passing of Senator Feinstein, who is really a giant, a lion of the Senate, Governor Newsom the opportunity to appoint a new senator. So LaFonza Butler is now the new California senator. She's been sworn in. She's been given her committee assignments. This will be the first time since 1995 there has not been a California senator on the Senate Appropriations. However, Mr. Harder is on the House Appropriations Committee, so we're obviously in good shape. Let's just kick off here. I'd like a little refresher slide because some of you are aware of this, but Supervisor Canepa, we haven't had a chance to work together yet. Supervisor Ding knew as well. I just thought real quickly, how do we work with you? Because I come to see you once a year, and sometimes when you come back to Washington, we also interact. But we are involved annually on the development of your legislative platform. And that takes several months to put together with the work of the CAO's office, Ms. Crowley. Participate in that process. And then we have an annual review of the issues. We met with your department directors yesterday to go over the platform, to go over issues. I provide a monthly report to the CAO's office, a written report that talks about the budget, talks about legislative updates, regulatory issues, et cetera. I also provide a broad listing of all the federal grant opportunities, the new federal grant opportunities by the federal agencies. And I know my counterparts with the Ferguson Group do the same thing. So we believe we're providing you with a lot of opportunities to look at those federal funding.
His mic keeps cutting out. Is there a reason for that?
Bad mic.
Why don't you try the middle mic?
How's that?
That's a lot better.
Oh, there you go. I'm usually accused of the guy to not unmute when I'm on a Teams meeting, so you got me. I'll go back quickly. So we provide these reports with the grants. We also provide a weekly report to Public Works with respect to the transportation sector. And I have biweekly meetings with Ms. Crowley, the CIO's office, and we have this annual meeting with you, the board. I always have a slide on government funding, and as I said, part of what I report to you is what I couldn't report to you last year when I was with you. All the funding bills were signed into law last December 29th. All 12 bills, $1.6 trillion in discretionary spending, and one massive bill. And you see there the numbers. I want to report, and I'm proud to say, all the county programs that we work on were protected. So when you think about service delivered to your county residents, whether it's community health centers, whether it's through workforce opportunity programs, whether it's through other areas, these were all protected and funded at current and a little bit elevated levels, including criminal justice. But the importance of the budget of the bill being enacted is that then creates a baseline for the Office of Management and Budget to help the president prepare his new budget, which happened, and that was delivered to the Congress on March 9th. And if you see here, the numbers are higher than what Congress agreed to just in December, which meets with consternation and objection. But what I always say is the president proposes and the Congress disposes. And that's what we're seeing here. So in this next slide, I'll bring you up to date a little bit on what has happened since then. You're familiar with the debt ceiling. The government ran into its borrowing authority and its ability to repay debt. That became a moment for the Congress and the White House to meet to try and determine, okay, what are the caps going to be to fund the government? On the domestic side, think about the programs you receive money through, and on the defense side, military procurement, military housing, those things. So those are discretionary programs that Congress has to set new levels for every year. And once they have the numbers, they can write the bills. That debt ceiling agreement pushed off the debt ceiling until January of 2025. It also rescinded some COVID funds. And there was a big fear at the time that we worked against that Congress was going to rescind some of the money counties had received for COVID fiscal relief. That did not happen. That money's protected. And over the 2-year period of the COVID relief bill, the counties received $148 million just in that relief fund. So those funds are set. You have those funds. You've been making decisions to allocate them and obligate them. Obviously, we'll see here that the agreement also established spending caps for domestic discretionary programs, basically flat levels where we are today, fiscal year 23, with a 1% kicker. Increased defense funding. Instituted new requirements in some of the programs the county manages through welfare programs, TANF, and food security programs. And then this last item, this incentive, which I call a perverse incentive, there's a great objection in Congress that they keep having to pass the last 2 days of the year a bill that's worth $1.6 trillion in discretionary spending without actually knowing what's in it. So this trigger says that Congress now has to pass each of the 12 bills separately by the end of the year. And if they don't, then there's going to be a 1% cut across the board in all discretionary spending in that fiscal year. And then the following year, the same requirement will apply. And we're coming up to the end of the calendar year, and people are taking bets that maybe they won't be able to do that. Let me take a step back and talk about community project funding. I've got a couple slides on this. This is where you really can make a difference, and you have made a difference with your delegation to secure funds at a micro level back to your county. So last year when I was with you, I talked about these 2 projects, and they were pending. But I can tell you formally today, they've been enacted into law, and this money has come to the county. So now we are today, fiscal year 2024. There was some question under a new House Republican majority whether or not Congress would allow for these community project requests, earmarking. And the House Republicans met as a group, and they had a vote, And they voted overwhelmingly to say, no, we like this program, because this allows us to work with our constituents and deliver funds to priorities in our community that don't necessarily fit nicely in a federal grant, or some of these federal grants are so competitive, we can't compete. So the Congress said, we're going to allow these earmarks to continue. So once the committees issued the guidance, we worked very closely with the CAO's office, Ms. Crowley, and your department directors, and we had about 3 weeks to do this. So I congratulate all of you. Everyone pivoted very quickly to identify projects and submit them in time. And then it was a group effort, us, the Ferguson Group, your state advocates, to advocate on those support those projects. And I'm pleased to say that they were all submitted in time, and 5 of these requests are currently under active consideration, and you'll see them here. Dealing with veterans, resilience project, generators and pumps with the flooding and that need. The Sheriff's Office, Lincoln Village, and that's a good project to highlight because the first cycle, this was submitted the previous year, it wasn't selected. It didn't move forward. But it is such a good project. In fact, in one of our briefings with Senator's staff, they said, we're glad to see this one back. We wanted to fund it last year. We couldn't. So it's back. It's in the bill. And we believe very strongly that it's going to have a good chance of getting into the final year-end funding bill, assuming there is one. And this last item I'll just point out to you deals with your VA hospital here. Go to that language real quickly. This is language. It's not money. This is a project the county's been working on. Well, your predecessors on the board worked mightily on this project with us to secure $140 million to build this new hospital facility. And it's going to be coming online, the first phase, later this year. The problem, the first phase of the project, the new CBAC, that beautiful building adjacent to the general hospital, is going to cause, VA's numbers, about 6,000 new daily trips a day. So you think about that area, you got the county jail, it's a goods movement area, right off of I-5. There's other county facilities there, and of course a hospital, and you've got 6,000 new cars going through there. And the VA is saying that they're not going to mitigate against that until the entire project's done, 4 phases, in 2026 or 2027. So when the CBOC opens, the hospital, at the end of this year, early next year, the traffic starts without the mitigation. Now, for the county for a year and a half is saying, VA, you've got to accommodate this. Caltrans has been a partner with this. VA, step up. You have to figure out an interim solution. We can't have this all backing up on I-5. We can't have, aged veterans and others in this situation, plus folks going to a hospital. So the VA has been, as usual, very opaque, has not been helpful. And so we've been working with Mr. Harder and the 2 senators. And this language you see before you is now in the House-passed Veterans Administration Appropriations Bill, which I think signals strong congressional intent. And hopefully this will help the VA move forward. Going to, again, on earmarks, will there be another opportunity in macro, micro? As you know, Washington's a bit of a dysfunctional mess. So to say, unlike what Paul and Karen could tell you, all these bills that were up and active and moving, we can't say that right now. What we can say is there will be funding bills, and we believe there will be an opportunity for this county to pursue additional community project requests. So we've, in our meetings this week, yesterday, and with the CEO's office, we've been urging each of the departments, put together your short list. Have it in your back pocket. What would be important to you? Is it a capital project? Is it a behavioral health project? Is it a mobile health care? What could that be? Is it resilience? Is it law enforcement? Have those things ready. And then once we know what the rules are going to be, early next year, the county will be able to pull those together quickly and submit them. And then your advocacy team, again, the royal we, not just me, we would be working with your state delegation and your federal delegation to secure support for those and move them forward. I continue to believe this is a true opportunity for the county to secure relief for priorities. So now what? Where are we? A couple slides here. We know there's a disagreement on the funding bills. You can't write bills unless you know what the numbers are. Currently, we don't have numbers. Even though there was a debt ceiling agreement where they signed into law with an agreement on numbers, the House is moving forward, and the Senate's moving forward on different paths. So we have a gap of about $113 billion in discretionary funding. That's the gap, and they have to close that. And that's not an easy thing to do. They couldn't do it before September 30th, which was the start of the fiscal year. So what did Congress do? They always do. They passed a continuing resolution, stopgap funding bill, just to keep the government open and operational until November 17th, and did a couple other things. The FEMA disaster relief accounts were empty. You know, you've had your floods here. We've had storms. We'd have hurricanes on the East Coast. We have wildfires. We had the massive event in Hawaii, and the FEMA accounts were out of money. So that was replenished, $16 billion. Good thing. Authority under the Farm Bill ended. That's been extended through November 17th. So you think about all the funds for your farmers, pest detection, eradication, those programs, those were set to stop. Those are going to continue through November 17th. And there's some other issues. The FAA bill to support airport infrastructure projects. That's been extended through the end of the year. Community health centers, et cetera. The last one I'll point to is Medicaid disproportionate share hospitals. This is an outgrowth of the Affordable Care Act, which assumed that there would no longer be uncompensated care. Well, that didn't turn out to be the whole case and the whole story. So, and Congress was therefore going to eliminate this program, which provided payments, Medicaid payments, to safety net hospitals, public hospitals, county-owned hospitals. San Joaquin General Hospital is a beneficiary of this program. But the law says on October 1st, which has now been extended to November 17th, there was going to be an $8 billion cut, billion with a B, across the board out of this program. The impact to San Joaquin General Hospital is about $7 million. So we've been working, hospital communities have been working to extend this. Congress, on a bipartisan basis, has extended or postponed these cuts in previous years. And it's been well received. However, through the previous slides, you'll see that nothing's easy right now. So the hospital funding is caught up in all of these other things, and it's all linked and all tied. So October to December, I apologize, this is an old slide. We've been without a speaker for 3 weeks because of some events earlier. As a result, the House of Representatives cannot conduct any legislative business. They can't pass a funding bill. They could not pass a bill to say that today is Tuesday. And even if you had them vote on that, they might not agree. However, we are at sort of this impasse where where national priorities cannot progress. So we learned this morning that Representative Tom Emmer of Minnesota, the current House Republican whip, has been selected as the speaker designate. And Mr. Emmer will now go to the House floor, and he will need to secure 217 votes to be elected speaker. Normally that happens, but the previous two speaker designates fell well short. So the hope is that the speaker will be in place so the House can start doing the people's business again. Again, 24 days left to fund the government. We see the date here, November 17th. We've talked about the dish cuts. We've talked about other programs. The FAA authorization bill. The House passed a bill. The Senate has a pending bill. It's going to boost by about $16 billion the funding for the airport improvement program, capital projects, which would support a lot of the work ongoing and the bold ideas that your airport has to move forward on some of its projects. So this is a fund that needs to happen. On the Farm Bill authorization, we talked about that. That's another one. An issue there that's going to be important to the county is, I like to say, the feds have all the money, the states have all the power, you have all the accountability and the responsibility. So when you think about the SNAP program, which is food insecurity, that's one of the largest components of a Farm Bill. And depending on that debate, that could impact how you administer this program and you provide food resources to your community and your constituents. National Defense Bill, I know defense isn't what you do, but it's been passed into law for the last 61 years, hopefully 62. It becomes a vehicle for everything else because it's a must-pass bill. So whereas Paul and Karen were talking about all these bills that signed into law ad nauseum, we don't have that. We might have 3 or 4 bills a year, and you got to figure out how to get into it. And that's where we are, and that's why the defense bill is important in this context. And we talk about the county's priorities, national county legislative priorities, the 16-bed exclusion on Medicaid reimbursement for mental health institutions. That's a result of federal law. You need a federal law to change that. So that's hopefully in the mix. There's another program called Medicaid inmate exclusion policy. Somebody's in your county jail for 30 days. They lose their Medicaid benefits. Imagine they're on behavioral health meds. They lose the Medicaid benefit. Who pays? The county. Once they leave the facility, and these people aren't guilty yet, pre-adjudication. Once they leave the county, they've lost their benefits. So they have to apply, if they apply. So you've got that gap in the community, and therefore, one of the largest mental health providers in every county is the emergency room and the jails. So you've got this vicious cycle. And hopefully, we can change this law as a part of this year-end package to do that. And finally, quickly, federal grants. We know that the infrastructure law, we know that the Inflation Reduction Act, which is clean energy emissions, those types of programs, environmental grants, those were pre-funded over 5 years. There's 2 more years left on infrastructure. The administration is going to keep rolling those out. They're going to keep making this open and available to you. So we had a long discussion yesterday with all of your department directors about these opportunities. As I said at the outset, we've been sharing these grants. Our colleagues with the Ferguson Group have been sharing these grants. So when the county sees one that is appropriate and we try and direct them, then you're in a position to compete for them. But it's an intensive process, requires a lot of resources. As I like to say, these federal governments, all of a sudden, the federal agencies all of a sudden got a lot of money. They've got a bandwidth issue. They don't have the same staff. They've got to process this stuff. They've got to push it out the door. And they also have to have oversight over it. And so the same applies to you here as a county. When these things come out, you have to be very judicious in how you pursue them and the resources you put into them. I'll end where I started, our relationship, working closely with CEO Wilverding and the staff. It's been a good relationship. I enjoy working with you. It's been an honor working with you. And I believe we've made some progress in all the things we do with you. And I look forward to your questions and comments and reaction. Yeah.
All right, thank you. I'll bring it to the board. Comments? Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. Nice work. We've known each other over a couple of decades, and as you know, I've got a place in my heart for the authorization side of things as opposed to the appropriation side, having been the director for an authorization committee. People love to hand out checks for photo opportunities, but that language is so important. Looking forward to talking to you, one, about raising the cap on beds at our mental health facilities down the road, maybe next time you're in town. I've kind of dabbled in that arena a little bit. Maybe somebody from staff could let me know so we could sit down and talk about that as well. You mentioned the farm bills coming up. We're in a really unique situation there. We've got one member that just got added back to the Ag Committee in D.C., Frank Lucas, out of Oklahoma. He will be the only member that is on that committee that was there during the last farm bill. I've been meeting with Supervisor Patty. I think we've got a couple of ways to help you on that, and we'll sit down and talk to you about that as well. But I just wanted to say thank you. Great job.
Thank you. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say to the board through the chair, I know Supervisor Ding, you've been talking quite a bit with Mr. Duarte, and Mr. Duarte has now signed on as the first Republican co-sponsor of the bill that would raise the 16-bed Medicaid reimbursement cap. So kudos to the board. When you weigh in, you're effective. I appreciate that.
And just one last comment on the speaker's race. If anybody's a fan of House of Cards, this is about season 2, episode 4. So maybe this was all planned out. Yeah.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Great job as always. A lot of moving parts, a lot of vacillation in Washington for certain. I have a question for you. When it comes to allocating and appropriating federal funds for highways and such, how does that, like I-5, Caltrans, through our region, we're experiencing a tremendous amount of growth and interest to grow from the Bay Area coming over this way in fact, we're going to be hearing about shortly some interest that we have for industrial growth. And we have the most desired industrial land in Northern California because there's none over the hill in the Bay Area. So we are a region on the rise and about to, I think, experience some fantastic economic opportunity and possibilities. And what I'm told is that we are lagging with our infrastructure. We're not where we should be with some of the projects that were planned for increasing the, I think, roadway activity, especially at the interchanges. What's going on as it relates to infrastructure dollars, and how is it that we could get more of that over here to identify a region on the rise, and then oftentimes a region that's been neglected and bypassed for a very long time?
Two ways. Number one, the bulk of the funds in the infrastructure law flow through the states. They're through established formula programs that are allocated to the state of California, and then they flow down to the counties, metropolitan planning organizations. That's the one way. That's sure money you're going to receive. And I know Public Works and all of the MPOs across the state, because of the increased funds in the infrastructure law, did receive that boost. So that's an existing allocation of funds. The other way is through the discretionary grants. And there are sizable set discretionary grants that go anywhere from the interstates to regional mobility to railroad crossings to clean air aspects of transportation, transit-oriented development, buses, you name it. So it's really having to look at those discretionary grants and picking the ones that are most appropriate too. And that's one of the reasons it's good to come here and have this discussion with your department directors yesterday, because we talked about a couple specific grant programs that they're eyeing. And the challenge with these grants, because everyone says, oh, there's all this money out there. It's a timing issue too. Your project needs to be ready to go when the NOFO, Notice of Funding Opportunity, is released. And some of these projects have a long tail to them. It might be the planning side. It might be the construction side. It might be other elements of it. So the timing is important to you too as well. But I know the Public Works folks are following it very closely, and we've shared these with them. And I know with the support of the board, when the time comes, they will be, competing for them and supporting them. Those are the two main ways. The third way, not to oversubscribe the program, but these community project funding has been a proven way to identify funds for the county and counties, whether it's economic development, whether it's transportation, whether it's resilience, whether it's healthcare, behavioral health services. Those are a little tougher now because some of the accounts that we would use, that we had used in the past, are no longer eligible for healthcare type programs. But I would say this is an opportunity to look at your capital projects list, which I know Public Works is doing, to see which ones might fit in the coming year. That'd be my answer, sir.
Excellent. And based on the conversation you've been having with some of our department heads, has anybody talked to you in focus, or is this something that this board should agendize and kind of bring to their awareness some of the interests? In fact, there might even be some people here today that will speak out on it.
I think they're very aware of it. We reiterated it yesterday. 2 years ago, we started this process. Ended up with the grant-led road funding and the new public health building, and now it's kind of like freshman year. Everyone's, how do we do this? How do we adjust? They did. Year two, which we talked about now, these 5 projects, they're pending. There was about 3 weeks where the county had to pivot, say, okay, which ones do we do? And they did that. And I think quite successfully, you have some pending results to look to. And then third year, as I indicated in one of these slides, we believe there will be an opportunity again next year to start this over again. So it's clearly on the radar screen, and I think it's one where I know the CIO's office does casts a wide net and gives you that opportunity.
Excellent. And next, I'll shift gears dramatically and go to homeless. Now, what we see with all the funding coming out of from the federal side of it is the housing first. And we have openly understood and basically shifted in our county from the housing first, which is a dramatic failure, widely documented and proven to be an absolute complete failure in addressing the unsheltered homeless, which if you drive through anywhere in California, which is a vast majority of the population for homeless, is anchored here in the state of California. So while everybody's waiting to house everybody out of homelessness, we know that for every one person you see is on shelter, there's a 9 to 10 person ratio that might be considered homeless. That's couch surfing, or their name's not on a lease, or whatever that may be. When is there any dialogue, any conversation at all that we can receive money? Because what I'm actually quite proud of in San Joaquin County is our cities are responsive, and this board and the board prior, we financed, we funded effectively these cities to stand up emergency shelters. And we're looking at the navigation centers and support services and drug treatment, behavioral health treatment, all the things that we are actualizing. And I really believe San Joaquin County is going to be leading the state as an example of how to address the humanitarian crisis as it relates to the unsheltered homeless. So that said, knowing that we have a complete failure with the Housing First, and every administration comes in and like, we're going to finally address the homelessness, we're going to spend more money, and we're not. Since it being enacted, and just this last year, by 11%, the homeless population went up. And in total, it's over nearly close to 50% more homeless people now than when we started the Housing First model. We know it's behavioral health. We know there's mental health issues. We know there's substance abuse. So I'm not looking for you to have the answers to all of it, but is there a shift in the conversation and the narrative? Because I know there are hearings. I know there's public comments, and there's articles written about that that not being the end-all, be-all, and we need to start shifting the focus to doing maybe really basically triaging the environment that we're faced when we're dealing with the unsheltered. What's going on in Washington as it relates to possible local control of use of that funds or anything different?
That's really a good question. Principally, the funding you receive for homelessness goes to your continuum of care, which you know. And that's a locally based decision as to how those funds are allocated with your community partners. Housing First, I guess I'll say it this way. The federal government, and perhaps even county government at times, they're operating under the wrong sort of data points. Everything's inputs versus outputs. So you think about it, I work for HUD, I'm the housing authority. This person got a voucher. Wow, we did it, we're done. No,
you're right.
You haven't graduated them to self-sufficiency whatsoever. What several counties are doing around the country is just saying, hey, this makes no sense. We need to break down some silos here. And some counties are breaking down their own silos, but some counties are requesting the federal government to break down its silos and create some pilot projects to show, think about it, a person funding for somebody who receives a federal housing voucher who has behavioral health issues or needs serious job retraining, reskilling. They don't meet. And Department of Labor and Department of Housing and Urban Development don't blend and braid their funding streams to provide it to a county or local government to say, as you say, and probably say, go fix it. And that's a slow discussion because, as you know, dismantling these silos is hard to do. So I've been working with the National Association of Counties on some initiatives, again, pilot projects, that would try and break down these barriers. So maybe we're talking about the reentry population, people leaving juvenile justice, incarceration. We're talking about homeless veterans. We're talking about maternal infant mortality, and the numbers are scary. Whether it's Black maternal infant mortality, Hispanic infant mortality, it's a national problem. But if you think about how you as a county would address that, so what some counties are doing, and I know speaking with some of the directors yesterday, what you're looking to do is somebody, no wrong door approach. Somebody shows up, they need food assistance. But then they be triaged. Okay, we're gonna help you with food assistance because you qualify. We wanna work with you to see what else you may need. Because giving somebody food assistance is important, but they can't keep a job. You haven't really helped them become self-sufficient yet. And if you give somebody a roof, but you haven't addressed some of the root causes, the so-called comorbidities of why they're there, it's not going to be successful. It's of limited value. So I think that's going to be a growing discussion and a growing source of frustration. Because as I said earlier, the feds have all the money, states have all the power, the counties have all the responsibility. But they're not giving you the tools to do that. So what I've just described to you with a lot of starting counties, it's a very conservative approach to government. Everyone wants more money. We're here to talk about how much money we get for you, right? But everyone wants more money, but a lot of money's not out there. You saw my slides. So how do you use the money you receive much more efficiently? So what you've described is actually the path to move forward, but it's a hard push.
That's why we hired you.
I'm on it.
Excellent. And NACO is doing this dialogue is happening throughout the country with NACO?
Yeah, and NACO convened a conference last Monday specifically on this topic. And there were White House officials there, Health and Human Services officials there to talk about, there are some county pilots that are working. Sonoma County had one that's been implemented. They identified through that process a small percentage of the county population was driving up all the costs in these county public assistance programs. And they said, aha, if we can deal with these folks and help these folks, we can bend the curve. And that was successful. Got a lot of people out of homelessness, moved them into other programs and self-sufficiency. Is it perfect? Is it a panacea? No, but you got to try this stuff. And counties, everyone says states are the incubators. Counties are actually the incubators in a lot of this stuff because this is all administered by the county. Some states, the state administers these things. But here, you've got the keys. You just have to make sure they put enough gas in your car to get where you need to go.
Correct. And I appreciate that because we do need to pivot. If we understand we're going down the road and something's not working, how do we shift? And that's, I guess, further engagement, NACO, and we're leading the charge in the county as it is, but it would be nice if we were able to enhance and get there as a proof of concept. Just for the record, the housing first model has been, I've read this and even checked locally, between 25 to 40% of people die within the first 5 years because they're not addressing the root cause, exactly as you point out, of why they're there, the substance abuse, the mental health, and the travesty of what their current, their wellness and lack thereof. So, I'd like to see it shift, and however we can get there, that would be great and very helpful. Thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Patty. And we still have one more federal advocate, I believe, to go. We still have questions for you. Just remind the board, we're on item 2 of 6, and we're already over an hour on this one. So Supervisor Canepa?
Mine's simple. So California, the grid. We always hear the grid, the grid, the grid. Who is helping us bring more, energy into the state? And I know it's always finger pointing and who is there. And so you have all this infrastructure, and until we get that, because we're trying to wean off fossil fuels, I get that. But at the federal level, what are you doing? Obviously, because if we're going to be electrifying, I don't think the infrastructure is there to help that. And I think that's part of the federal government's job, is to figure out what kind of infrastructure. So if you could comment to that, I'd appreciate it.
So the Inflation Reduction Act included some fast-track permitting to allow energy infrastructure and transmission to occur more quickly, get some of the regulations out of the way, and that's slowly being implemented. The other issue is obviously securing funds through the law, the Inflation Reduction Act, to support this transition to a cleaner energy economy. So those are the programs that I described earlier that are included in this bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, to fund some of this transition. And obviously the utilities are taking their own steps to try and also to build capacity.
Obviously, it's a concern. I mean, they're wanting to raise rates 20%. So what if it actually goes to profit? What if it actually goes to infrastructure to get more power, whether it's clean or renewable or what have you, to power the grid and not power all the electric vehicles that they're wanting to go to? So that's just my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Vice Chair?
I want to say thank you for the update. You're doing an incredible job for the county. Appreciate your help.
Well, thank you, Vice Chair. And yes, thank you very much for all the work that you do and you and your team do back in Washington. We appreciate it. Just one quick comment. And we talked about earmarks, and you brought it up earlier. Yeah, the $2.5 million from McNerney for the Grant Line Road, and we got $5 million for the 99-120 interchange, at least phase 1. And I believe we got it for some money for phase 2. But how important is our infrastructure and transportation? I mean, we have funding needs for Interstate 205 and the second phase of 99-120, and the Grant Line corridor still isn't fixed. We also have grade separations for the railroad, either throughout the county. I know Stockton, we did just recently. I know we go back to Washington, D.C. as a team, as a county for COG, but I mean, I just want to reiterate the importance of the transportation and infrastructure needs for this county. And I was kind of surprised that we didn't see any on the earmarks that they're working on this year. And yes, I've talked to our public works and I've talked to our team, about some of the needs that this county needs. So I don't expect a reply or anything, but I just want to give you a message when you go back to Washington, and what this county needs in its transportation and its infrastructure. I mean, we're having all the economic development. We're doing a great job at that, but go look at our freeways. I mean, go look to, hey, drive through San Joaquin County when the commute starts at 3:30 in the morning, ends at hey, I work in it still. Ends about 8 a.m., about 9 a.m., it picks right back up to 2. So that's an issue, a huge issue for this county that we need funding for. So hopefully our congressional leaders are watching this, or their team are watching this, and get that message. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and I look forward to working with you, especially when you come back to Washington, whether it's as part of COG or separately.
And that's something that we have talked as a board. We go back as COG, and COG is awesome. I mean, they do a great job. But we are planning, and we have talked about this board going back to Washington, D.C. as a board through some of the issues that we face for our constituents. And, I think we're going to need to talk to you, and we'll go through Hillary. And when would it be a time for that to do, what would be the prime time to go back to Washington as a board? So we'll hopefully get that done here sooner than later. And like I said, people talked about, hey, you guys are going on a trip, and what are you guys going to Washington for? Hey, it's paid off, $2.5 million, $5 million, and funding for our infrastructure, our airports, our water, and so on. So it's well worth it. So thank you very much. And I know, do we have Roger and Chrissy, are you coming up and speaking?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to test the mic. There we go.
There you go.
We shifted to make sure we got the right mics. So real quick, we kind of always are the tail end of this conversation, so we are not going to reiterate anything that David reported in terms of what was happening in Washington. I'm Christy Moore, the Ferguson Group. This is Roger Gwen. We work with the county on flood and water issues in Washington, D.C. So today's presentation is really highlighting the 3 main categories of work that we do on behalf of the county: water resources, the Delta, and flood management and flood protection. So with that, just to keep us kind of on time here, I'm going to turn it over to Roger, who's going to tackle the first 2 topics, and then I'll come in towards the end.
Thank you, Christy. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, County Administrator Wilverding. It's a pleasure to be with you here this morning. I'm going to touch on, as Chrissy said, just a few highlights of our work with the county on water resources and water supply concerns, as well as our work with the county on the Delta Counties Coalition to continue efforts to protect the Delta, stop direct federal support for the tunnel project, and increase federal support for water supply and drought resiliency efforts in the county. We have continued efforts to ensure robust federal support for those agencies and programs helpful to San Joaquin County to address the county's water supply and water infrastructure priorities. That includes agencies such as the Bureau of Reclamation, certainly, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Environmental Protection Agency, but also some others, Department of Agriculture, HUD, EDA, under Department of Commerce. All of these are agencies can be sources of funding to support the county's water infrastructure priorities. And many of these agencies have seen, as David Wetmore reported earlier, historic levels of funding available to them as a result of the passage of the infrastructure package. Most notably, I'll just point out, Reclamation received about $8 billion, and the Environmental Protection Agency received a historic level of funding of $50 billion. And what we are doing is certainly continuing our efforts to help the county maximize access to those historic levels of funding. I want to draw your attention to the second item, the center item on the slide, the one set off by the $sign. Here we are highlighting the county's success in securing Senate support for funds that will be provided through the Environmental Protection Agency. The late Senator Feinstein and Senator Padilla both requested funds for the Lincoln Village project. And this is the second year of funding that we've requested this funding. The county's requested this funding, as David Wetmore indicated earlier. And with success this year, again, $2 million has been provided in the fiscal year 2024 Interior Appropriations Bill through EPA for this project. Just want to approve funds, will support phase 1 of this project. It's a larger project that will ultimately replace water mains, and improve water supply reliability in the area, serving around 5,500 residents of the county. So looking ahead to next year, we would expect to continue to seek additional funding to support additional phases of this important project. On WOTUS, the last item here, just one point, the Biden administration did issue its revised WOTUS rule in September. The new regulation represents the third iteration of the rule within a span of less than 10 years and seeks to address the issues raised in the Sackett versus EPA case that dealt largely with the issues around what's called significant nexus test. It's there, but there remain, frankly, significant disagreements about whether or not the revised rule adequately addresses the Supreme Court ruling. And that really means that it will remain a priority for the balance of the calendar year as well as into 2024. On the Delta issues, I'm going to just touch on a few of the highlights of our work with the county on issues related to the Delta. First, earlier this year, Representative Harder reintroduced the Stop the Tunnels Act, an act that would bar any direct federal support for the Delta Tunnel project. And this bill is supported by several other members representing portions of the Delta, including Representatives Garamendi, Thompson, Lofgren, and DeSaulnay. Like last year, we expect this bill will be considered during the congressional process for the Water Resources Development Act. And the Delta counties and the county will be working with the county and the DCC to support those efforts. Second, this year, the county has been moving aggressively to start the process of gaining access to federal assistance that was authorized in the Water Resource Development Act of 2022. Late last year, this bill was enacted, and it authorized $50 million for water supply, conservation, water management improvement projects for San Joaquin County and the other 4 Delta counties. So the county did put forward made a request for assistance for the Campo Area Drainage Innovation Project. And this year, I'm happy to report that, and this is one that was not on the list that David Wetmore referenced earlier, so this is a 6th project that the county is securing funding for. There was additional funding secured to start the process for this project on the Senate side, and we'll be working to try to sustain that through the completion of the FY24 appropriations process. Also, the county has been working to secure funding for the Corps' harmful algal bloom project. Last year, there was additional, the Delta was added to one of the priority areas for funding for, under this new program through the Corps of Engineers to help localities address Delta algal bloom related issues. And then for looking ahead to 2024, we would expect again to continue to pursue implementation funding, and the county will be expect to make that a priority again for the Campo Area Drainage Project. And we'll be working with the county and others, the Delta Counties Coalition, to secure some changes to the authority that applies to the overall umbrella authority that applies to the $50 million that was secured for the Delta, as well as an additional $200 million that was secured for San Joaquin County and Stanislaus County under the same authority under what's called Section 219 Environmental Infrastructure, to streamline the county's access to that federal funding, to make it available more in the form of grants and reimbursements and that kind of thing. So with that, let me turn it over to Christy, who'll talk about some of our work on flood-related issues.
Thank you, Roger. So I'm going to start here talking about one of the earmarks that David mentioned as well. This was a joint effort to secure 1.3 and change. Don't ask me how they came up with this number, but they did. It is a little bit less than what was ultimately requested from the county, but we're happy to see that Congressman Harder was able to secure $1.3 million in the Homeland Security Appropriations Bill. It is pending, so it's not finalized yet. It's kind of in the hopper and waiting for the Congress to finalize the appropriations bills. But this was in direct response to the flood events, the flooding that the county experienced in December of this year, last year, in January of this year. And this is to put backup pumps and generators to work in the county to help the areas impacted by small flooding and be able to respond to those events much faster and much more efficiently. The second thing we talked about, we wanted to highlight, is the NFIP. I think we're on about the 5,000th reauthorization or extension of that bill. Not really. The program hasn't been extended that many times, but it feels like at this point. Congress is still battling on what to do with NFIP, how to reauthorize it. There's conflicts between the chambers as well as conflicts internally between what members would like to, how they would like to see the bill or the program reauthorized. In terms of the county's position, we want efficiency, we want affordability, and we want to see the rural and ag areas located in the floodplain somehow accommodated for in the reauthorization of the program. There's been legislation that has been introduced for the last 2 to 3 Congresses, and San Joaquin County has been one of the leaders in that, to look at flood or ag impacts in rural communities in NFIP floodplains. So that bill has not been reauthorized in the reintroduced in the 118th, but it is close. It is written and it's ready to be introduced. We're just kind of waiting for Congress overall to do something in terms of the NFIP overall. It is extended through November 17th, which is the extension for the continuing resolution. There has been efforts to extend it to the end of the year, and we're waiting to see what happens with that as Congress comes to a resolution on a variety of authorizations that David reviewed. One thing to keep a note here is even if there is an expiration of the NFIP, there is enough funds to be able to, for FEMA to be able to make do on existing claims. What would happen if there isn't a failure to extend is there just wouldn't be any new issuing of claims or any policies or anything along those lines. So I want to assure you and your residents that if there is a lapse in the authorization for the program, that there is still enough funding to be able to continue some of those claims that are in the hopper. Lastly, as always, the county is in support and works in partnership with SJAFCA to continue the appropriations push and the funding push for the Lower San Joaquin Flood Risk Reduction Project. It was included and is being continuing included in the budget request from the president and goes through the appropriations process. So the county is supporting SJAFCA in those efforts. Including in terms of what's ahead in 2024, it's continuing to push forward on the reauthorization of NFIP and any other flood risk policies, securing funding for flood management projects within the county. Some of the emphasis that we'll be focused on is the Ocampo drainage program or project in the Coral Hollow flooding project. I do want to note the Coral Hollow was actually one of the other appropriations requests that was submitted to the county. The request was supported by both Senator Padilla as well as the late Senator Feinstein. It just didn't get into the Senate version of the bill. So I wanted to highlight that both senators did request that funding for the Ocampo project, drainage project too. Coral Hollow. They did request funding for Coral Hollow. It just didn't make it into the Senate bill. Lastly, grants. I heard there's a lot of conversation about grants and the emphasis on the infrastructure bill, as well as mainly on the water side for the infrastructure bill. That funding on the water side is remaining. So while there's additional funding that came out of the infrastructure package and the BIL, most of the programs on the water side existed prior to that. So it's just an extra money going into it. So we'll see that extra money continuing for the next 2 to 3 fiscal cycles in terms of how the grants work. And then we anticipate that it will stick around. We're working with the county staff to identify projects to target for grant programs in that capacity, as well as some of the partners, including some of the special districts within the county that also serve water resources. So those are all kind of in the works. And we're looking at some of the programs coming out of Bureau of Reclamation as well as the Corps of Engineers in that capacity. So with that, I just want to thank on behalf of the Ferguson Group. It is a tremendous honor to work with the county. Your staff is great. Your supervisors are great. And we very much value the relationship and the partnership.
All right. Thank you. And I appreciate you. Yesterday, I know myself and Vice Chair met with all the advocates. And, you mentioned that I was your favorite supervisor, so I appreciate it. So I'll bring it back to the board for any questions. And none. Just real quick, the funding for Coral Hollow, how does that go? are we getting anything or?
So there was a request that went into the appropriations process. It was under the Homeland Security Act, or the Homeland Security Bill, which is the same bill the backup generators, pumps and generators were submitted in. So Congressman Harder supported the backup generators and pumps, and the senator supported Coral Hollow. Sometimes what happens is you don't see them both go into the same bill because you're ultimately applying for funding under the same account in the same category. But what we have done is started to shift our work there. Once we saw that the appropriations request wasn't going to go forward in the Senate bill, we started working with staff on identifying other ways to accomplish the same goals, and that is working with the Corps of Engineers. So this would be in and outside of the appropriations process, but hopefully lining it up to secure some funding, not only just for the feasibility side, but for the actual implementation and construction.
All right, great. That's great. I know during the flooding, my district, Coral Hollow area, at Campo, Supervisor Ding's area probably got hit the hardest in the county. Mm-hmm. So we're just hoping to get some money so we can prevent some of these problems. So thank you very much. So at this time, I'm going to open up for the public. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item? Going once?
The chair, Mr. Benz, did you want to speak on this item?
So far.
Much.
Yeah, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Please forgive me again. The hell do we have government for if they don't serve us? The plethora of stuff that was just discussed is beyond imagination. I can tell you, I received the highest award in the nation the first time it was given by the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs for supervising a caseload of 6,000 mental health patients. These conservatorships they're discussing, I really look forward to seeing how that develops. I can't wait to see mixing a population of drug monkeys with legitimate mental health people. Oh, by the way, it's going to cost us $10,000 or $15,000 a month for each one. I can't wait for that bill either. With regard to the water rights, the reclamation folks at the federal level are the most incompetent people I've ever seen in my life. You all know about energy and the fact that we no longer are allowed to generate our own electricity, and we're ripping out the dams, and we've destroyed the salmon population and the Klamath River. And oh yeah, we have all these. It's waterfowl season, guys. They haven't in one of the best water years in history. They can't find the water to divert water into the refuges. You guys were personally, well, not maybe all of you because you're not all here indefinite, but the Veterans Hospital that became a community-based outpatient clinic is a joke. It's not open. It's not going to be open next year. They're functioning with half staff. The doc they assigned me to is incompetent. There's 32,000 veterans in this community that relied upon you guys to create that hospital through the VA. I hear today $2 million for water in Lincoln Village. Let me tell you what that is. That's a water project to put water meters in 1,900 homes. We don't want it. We like things just the way they are. As far as the homeless are concerned, I've addressed you previously because I've told you they're coming to the promised land. I see them literally walking to California. Let's just hope that maybe we can find a way to start accepting some responsibility on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public wish to address this board on this item? And no one, I'll bring it back to the board for final comments. Just for informational. All right, then I just want to say thank you to Ms. Crowley for being our legislative team over there, and our state advocates, Mr. Yoder, Ms. Lange, and Ms. Windler. Thank you very much. And our federal advocates, Mr. Whitmer from Carpry and Clay, and the Ferguson Group, Mr. Gwynn, Ms. Moore. Thank you very much for working with this board and working with our county staff to address some of the issues that we have before us. And I can, tell everybody that's watching that are here in this room that this board has been working hard with our advocates and our staff in advocating and opposing, new laws that are out there, or advocating for funding for whatever it may be it water or ag, for grants and funding, earmarks. And one of the most important things that we have to fight against is the state trying to, take local control away, take our authority away as local government, not just a county, but at the city level also. So we appreciate that. The only thing that I would say to close with to Ms. Crowley is to work with our state and federal team here and find time when this board and our staff can go up to the Capitol and to Washington, D.C. as a team to advocate on some of these issues. I think it needs to be done, and it's something that we should be doing, once or twice a year, along with, COG and so on. So if you could get back to me, or if, once I'm done being chair or vice chair, Bill Puder, he'll be chair next year, and get this thing scheduled so we can go out and hit it. But with that being said, thank you, everybody. Have a safe trip home, and God bless. All right, we're going to move on to jump back here real quick. This is from Supervisor Ding's office. Approve the use of $10,000 from Supervisoral District 4 funds for Parkin Memorial Park Playground Project. I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. Mr. Parkin still here? You stuck around for all of this? Can you come up here to the podium for a second, please?
Hi.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
It's been 50 years. There's a part of getting out of COVID is not just a physical recovery, it's a mental recovery. And it's getting people back out on the streets and the children back laughing and playing. There's a mural on the inside of the north side of the wall in Belfast. I didn't even know there was a wall in Belfast until I went back there a number of years ago. But it said, "Our revenge will be the laughter of our children." And there is no better way than coming out of everything we've been through than to hear our children laugh again and to get the community back and out. I don't know how many years ago it was when the fence in Victor was put between the playground and the park your family established.
The last couple of years.
Last couple of years. The park was established by your family in 1977?
Yes.
Is that correct?
It started in 77 and finished in 82. All the community doing all the work, everything else, with lots of donations from like Claude C. Woods and companies.
How much have you raised to this point for a playground?
For the new program?
Yeah.
$39,000.
Wow. So what I'm asking the board to do out of my account that I've been authorized is to put $10,000 into this community park to let him finish the work that's been done in not only in recognition and memory of the Perkin tragedy 50 years ago, but more importantly, how you've dealt with it. And that is to give back to the community and create something of joy out of such a tragedy.
Great community, and support has been unreal.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I know after public comment, but this is something that's exactly why we've done discretionary funds for each district. I'm glad to bring this forward, and it's something that's to the benefit of the community, exactly in the spirit of why we approved, even though there's some wranglings and discussions and some in the past, there was some blatant accusations, not with this current board, but this is exactly why we have discretionary funds, and look forward to approving this. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. All right, notice anybody else in the queue? Open up for public comment. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item? And no one to bring back to the board. Supervisor Dean?
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second.
Canapa got it.
Gonna vote, please. All right, is adopted 5-0. All right, move on to item number 3. Marcia, how long is this one going to be?
Probably about 10 to 15 minutes, Chair.
All right. I know because most people, the reason I keep on asking this, folks, is I know a lot of people are here for item number 4. So we'll go ahead and hit number 3, then move on to item number 4. So approve first amendment of agreement A-22-156 with Dignity Health to extend management services for an additional 18 months from January 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025 at an estimated amount not to exceed $4.5 million. Ms. Hopkins, I have you on my list. Oh, this.
I'll take it, Chair.
All right, CAO.
All right, thank you. Just a little background on the management services agreement we will be discussing today. The hospital began seriously struggling about 5 years ago, both clinically and financially, and in 2019 we began looking for a partner to lever on clinical and fiscal best practices. We ultimately decided to partner with Common Spirit Dignity Health via a management services agreement, and this management services agreement, or MSA as we call it, went into effect July 1st of 2022, so that was last summer. The MSA has a 10-year term, which had an initial 18-month option period. This initial period was designed to assess the effectiveness before we moved any further in the MSA, and this initial period ends December of 2023, which is this calendar year. So we're requesting a second 18-month renewal due to the successes we've had experienced so far, both on the clinical as well as the fiscal side, and our hospital chief executive officer, Rick Castro, came with us as a part of that MSA in July of 2022. And I've asked Mr. Castro to give us an update of the hospital performance. But before I do that, I want to point one thing out I want to read into the record. On page 3 of the board letter, there was a typo, and the typo is this. The first line of under fiscal impact says the cost associated with the agreement is $4.5 million for the period of January 1st, 2024 through June 30th of 2025. I wish it was. That would be very economical price. However, the corrected date should be until June 30th of 2025. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to our CEO, Mr. Castro.
Well, good morning, afternoon.
Morning.
Chair Rickman, members of the board, Jay, CAOJ. So first and foremost, I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to do this for the first 18 months, and I'm really hoping that you will continue. We're going to show you some of our successes, and I hope that you're happy with what we're doing, and let's go through it. So first of all, when we came here, we looked at what we can add that we knew we can add from a Dignity Health or Common Spirit perspective. The 4 things that you see on the left side: supply chain, quality and customer data integration, revenue cycle, and revenue integrity, were all things that we knew we could benefit the county in both from a quality perspective and from a financial perspective. Three things that we learned within the first month: that there were a couple of things at the hospital that were surprises to us. The first was that the basic, when you look at the statistics of the hospital coming from Southern California, and you look, what I saw was really a general acute care hospital, a very basic acute care hospital. I walked into San Joaquin General Hospital, walked into the emergency room and said, that's not what this is. So I'm very happy to say that that was really just the way that we were billing and not the acuity of what we served. We had the Joint Commission just come to the hospital, and they talked about the acuity of the hospital similar to that of teaching hospitals and a trauma service like you've never seen before. So those are things that we were surprised but very happy to see. We also found out that billing not only was not happening good, it really wasn't happening at all. And so one of the first things that we had to do was fix that problem. Revenue cycle became a bigger issue. And the third thing was physician engagements. We had 2,200 unfinished charts when we got there, and now very proud to say that those charts are down to less than 100, which is much, much better than most community hospitals. So we'll flip over to the supply chain, an opportunity that we knew we could save money. The first thing we needed to do was get the Global Health Exchange done. That really allows us to track all the things, to not only tell you what we're going to do, but make sure that we follow through on it. So we partnered with Dignity Health, and if you think of more appropriately with Common Spirit, I believe it's 165 hospitals, and their buying power is simply unmatched because of their size, comparable to that of Kaiser, comparable to that of only big systems. So we looked at the group purchasing organization under these four categories: pharmacy supplies, lab contracts, and electronic distribution of funds. The GPO was activated. We tied the GPO and like, so things that we were purchasing, we continued to purchase at a much better price. That was about a $3.3 million annual savings, conversion savings, meaning we went to a different product that was on contract for about 2.5, with a total of about 5.77. Took us a while to implement, we believe, and it's really hard to track to the decimal, but we believe over the last 6 months we've experienced $2.5 to $3 million in savings. Pharmacy was just the same thing, like to like, another $760,000, which we know is there. The interface is completed. Contract elimination, also we looked at all the contracts that we were looking at, and we canceled a bunch of them. The biggest one that we canceled was a Huron contract. It was a consultation contract for revenue cycle that wasn't going anywhere. They were advisory, not doing the work. They were costing us a lot of money. We replaced them with HRG, actually working claims for less than $800,000, so a significant improvement there, and reduction in contract labor. We've made progress. We need to continue to make progress. This is the big thing. We know we need to perform financially, because what the community is really interested in and what our patients are really interested in is quality. Prior to this transition, San Joaquin unfortunately had 5 consecutive years of leapfrog Fs. The last leapfrog S put us in a category with 9 other hospitals in the country. I'm very happy to say our leapfrog score, I believe, is going to be a B in the first round. High C at best, and that's just the first round. By 2020, by the end of 2024, we will have an A in leapfrog, and we're very excited about the quality, because that's what really turns the community going towards us. When you look at, and I've shared this with you guys, and again, if I'm going too slow, I'll speed up and go quick, but I shared this with you before. If you look at a simple diagnosis like pneumonia, which was very common for us, pneumonia always has a cause. Just by documenting that cause, the reimbursement from Medicare goes from $8,000 to $20,000, and on and on and on with the things that we're doing. So we spent a lot of time educating our medical staff, and here was the best part of it. The medical staff at this hospital, after the number of years in the GME program, is exceptional. And I mean that. I was concerned about that coming here, because Stockton is not Laguna Beach, although it's got a lot of nicer things than Laguna Beach, but recruiting to this area is a little bit difficult, and I'm very happy to say our caliber of neurosurgeons and trauma surgeons are something that we should all be very proud of, and their willingness to understand that the financial needed to get there so we can perform the quality was noted right when we got there. The physicians have done an amazing job. And if you look at the number that I judged as a basic community hospital, our CMI stood at about 1.4. If you think that every decimal point represents hundreds of thousands of dollars per decimal point, we're sitting now at 2.0, which is appropriate for our hospital, saying we're a very complex hospital doing very intricate things, and I'm very proud that we are now getting paid for those things as we go forward. Physician engagement weekly. We talked about leapfrog. When I got there, I started the development of a leadership team. I said to the director of nurses, your role is to improve our leapfrog scores. You have 100% of my backing, but this is really important to us. Midas is helps us report quality on a real-time basis, balance score sheets like most hospitals to say, here's where we are, here's what we're doing, here's where we want to go. We've done that on a routine basis, and I think that we've shown significant success. From a quality leadership perspective, we were challenged with some of our leadership. We have replaced or enhanced, or in some cases added job descriptions to people that had them before. But from a quality perspective, our director of quality, Charo, we brought her in first as a consultant. We made her a full-time county employee. She's the quality of, she's been instrumental in all the things that we need to do. To the right of me is Abe Nunez. Came from Stanford. I heard it's a small little hospital somewhere over there. And he's our CFO, also a great asset to us, very inspiring, has a lot of information from there. So we've really built the leadership team into what is going to be driving us forward. We didn't replace the COO because we're going to push our staff to work harder, and we're going to show that example by leadership working harder. So those roles have been divided between Abe, myself, the director of nurses, and we're really excited about moving forward on that. Meeting regulatory requirements for diversity and ethnicity is a big CMS push. I'm very happy to say with our CMIO, Dr. Izzo, we are hitting that ball out of the park. We take a very diverse population of patients and we deal with their intricacies as best as we can. From a revenue cycle perspective, these are all the projected savings that we were looking at, and I believe we've achieved most of them. We'll continue to push these issues. Our computer system, which we're not going to change, unfortunately, is a small computer system based for a small hospital. So what we've done is we've hired some experts to make sure that we do the best we can with a very limited system. We actually, my second month here, we called Cerner leadership from the East Coast and met with them personally and explained to them they're not meeting our needs. And, we talked about a number of SRs that weren't completed. We've gotten their attention for a while, backs off, we go after them again. So we're doing the best we can with a challenge system, but just something in the long-term future we want to look at differently. Revenue integrity is all the things that we talked about. So coding, we brought in coders, we make sure we code properly. We see, typical collections prior to the MSA were under 20 million. Now they're consecutively over 20 million, and I believe in August we hit close to 26 million. Correct number. So very much improved, and we know that it's long-lasting. Other successes, these are just some of the contracts that we canceled just because they were money that we didn't think we needed to be spent. When you look at the reduction of travelers, that was a big one for us. We need to continue focus there. We're still spending about $5 million a month on external nursing and other positions that we can't fill. CMS leapfrog, like I said, is close to a B. We have a very strong leadership team. This is a really important one. We talk about the quality. All of the measures that they look at for leapfrog, we are now performing over the national average, and in some cases, almost best practice. So we talked about the incomplete records. It was actually 22,000. It is now less than 200. We replaced the contract CFO with our CFO here at a much better rate, and somebody who's here 5 days a week. Case management, we added that leadership position to somebody that already existed. And our culture, this talks a little bit about the culture of the hospital. When we did a culture of safety survey, A year ago, 10% of our employees participated. This year, 80%, which is a great sign for employee engagement. Financials, if you just go down to the highlights, if you look at calendar year or fiscal year 22-23, we exceeded a budget by over $5 million. If you look at the year prior to that, they actually had an $11 million bottom line, but $40 million of that was due to a pension adjustment. So you look at operational year over year, we improved the operationals by over $30 million by significantly improving quality. This is the net income as we go forward. We continue to track better than budget, although it's getting more and more challenging with our workflow, with our work challenges in regards to hiring specifically nurses and advanced imaging people. Some of the challenges we talked about, it's the civil service versus the private industry when you look at nurse wages. We are working with the county to improve our on-board time because it's taking about 3.5 to 4 months. We do need a productivity policy here, which we don't have in the union contract, but we should have in union contracts going forward. A physician incentive program, if everybody achieves the incentives in the first 4 months, they're not really incentives, right? They're just part of base pay. We'd like to see those incentives lined with our quality. We don't have the ability, like all hospitals that I've ever worked for, to flex our staff based on union contracts, and we'll work on those one-on-one. We talked about the community works. I just want to bring this up, the PO system where we cancel all POs in the end of June and start them again in July, sometimes makes us look like we are a struggling hospital that can't pay our bills just because the POs take a while to, we cancel them all, we have to reapprove them all. I hope there might be a better way for some of our longtime vendors in the future. And, in the current community, if you've heard from the payers, their strategy for hospitals, which is really sad, is to deny. So we are robustly working to make sure that all of our I's are dotted, T's are crossed, because those denials are affecting hospitals significantly. And I'll give you the most recent example. We had a ventilated patient in our ICU. I believe it was I forget the insurer, it doesn't really matter, but he was vented in our ICU, and they said he doesn't meet criteria for inpatient. So that's the challenge that we have. We're doing a good job fighting that challenge. From my perspective, you guys have been incredibly allowing us to do what we need to do. I think by the results we show you that it has improved hospital, and don't take my word for it. Talk to the doctors, talk to the people in the community, and we're proud of where we are, but we're only 25% of where we need to be, right? So we're asking for another 1.5 years. Common Spirit brings tremendous value just in the GPO alone. If you look at St. Joe's, it's a great institution. It's served this community for a long time. And the partnership between us works in many ways, both to their benefit and to our benefit. I think it's been a great 1.5 years. We'd like your blessing to do it at least another 1.5 years and really, another 8.5 years, and hopefully then you can make different decisions. Any questions?
All right, thank you, Mr. Castro. Supervisor Canepa.
I just want to thank you. I mean, your passion. Obviously, we're on the one committee, and it's amazing the knowledge and the breadth that you bring. Just from what I'm learning. So your return on investment's been huge. Is it sustainable? And I mean, going forward, I mean, you said there's change. What's the positive of turning it around? I mean, you're finding waste, but then how do we find profitability going forward? And is that something that's attainable?
Well, I think the challenge was brought up, just with the one bill that they talked about earlier today about the DISH funding, right? So for 30 years now, DISH funding gets to the very end. It always eventually gets approved, but it's a $7 million bucket, right? So we assume that money's going to come, but we can't count on it. So we look at other avenues. I think that the thing that really brought me here and the thing that excites me the most is we have everything in the county to truly manage population health especially for the Medi-Cal managed care. We have the health plan, we have behavioral health, we have the hospital, we have the clinics. This is our opportunity to really show to the state what that looks like. I mean, we really hold all that ground. And it's, you know, we've had some challenges with certain areas, but those challenges have been addressed. And we're moving forward much more collaboratively with all of those people. We've had some great meetings recently with the clinics, because from a hospital perspective, you got a patient that you're comfortable discharging, as long as we can discharge it to an open clinic spot, then we feel safe, and it becomes a consumer issue if they choose not to, from a safety standpoint. So that continuum is really important. The worst thing that we can do with our dollars is spend them in the emergency room. And when you look at what the clinics are trying to do and what behavioral health is trying to do, is really work much, much harder on the outpatient side to keep them out of the hospital, which in our case is a good thing, because we already have more patients than we have beds.
Just want to say thank you for your passion and your knowledge and your ownership, because, I mean, you guys own it, and thank you, Abe. I mean, we've only had 2 of the meetings with, obviously, the clinics, and changing that around, not only so that it provides the service, but like the quality of service is huge. Thank you.
And I do want to mention, I am a Dignity employee, but I don't feel that way. I feel like I'm a San Joaquin General Hospital employee, and I would like our results to be much better than St. Joe's, even though he is my boss.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. How do we get here? Right? I mean, how is it that we got here? And I have to tell you, 7 years ago when I got on the board, then Auditor Wilverding and myself were on the Hospital Review Advisory Committee, and I just kept asking our then CAO, why are we in the business? Why is the county doing? We're just doing this with our dollars, and it's just hemorrhaging money. It was bad morale, services, grading, everything was so tragically bad for what you would expect if you went to the county hospital and what we should be. And you just realize that most every county in the state of California, 58 of them, got out of the hospital business, really a couple decades ago. So we went about, and I really have to say, take a minor little victory lap here, but I really spearheaded the effort that we started going in that direction. It was a very slow, deliberate, and to get to Dignity, Common Spirit, and for Don Wiley and that partnership and bringing you on board, and the resounding success that it is for this report today, and to see that turnaround, I'm really pleased. I know the morale has improved. I know that you just walk the halls and you see it and you feel it. The metrics are there. You're sharing it financially. We're not hemorrhaging the millions of dollars, 10 to 25 plus every year. So I just want to thank you and appreciate you. And truly, we are grateful in every capacity in San Joaquin County that we have a success story when it comes to medical care and services that are vitally important. Our hospitals system could be vastly overwhelmed with the needs of our population throughout the entire county, and for the hospital to remain open and the services to improve is a great reflection of your leadership, the vision, and the partnership. So I just could not praise any higher how well this has worked out, and I'm really pleased to be part of that turnaround and that success story. So thank you, truly, from the bottom of my heart.
I do want to always mention that it's not, I don't touch a single patient, so I want to make sure that the credit goes to the people on the floors. Everybody there, it takes a village, and we have some incredible people there. So I want to make sure that the credit goes where the credit is due.
It's a complete partnership throughout, from the top to the bottom and back and forth. So again, thank you to you and the entire team, staff, the doctors, the nurses, everybody that's a vital part to the services here in San Joaquin County at the hospital. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Patty. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. For Rick, I just want to say thank you also. You've done an amazing job. I think you've turned the hospital around. The morale is way improved. I hear nothing but great things. Not too many negatives. I think you're doing a great job, so keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. All right, the time to open up for public comment. Anybody from the public wish to address the board at this time? And now we'll bring it to the board, and I'll close out. Just, hey, great job. I mean, looking at the stats and what you presented here today and what we've been hearing, I mean, my God, you look at the Leapfrog Hospital Survey rating is expected to improve to at least a C. You're targeting B in the fall of 2023, breaking the 7-year F rating. That alone right there. I mean, geez. And with an expected A by the end of calendar year 2024. I mean, that was a big lift. And, I mean, that just shows just that one piece alone how good things are going and your effectiveness and, of course, the boots on the ground, the employees and so on, your staff. And also, it's great to see, the employee engagement, and you talked about the survey. Went from what do you say, like 10% to 80%?
10 to 80. Yeah.
So, I mean, that says a lot. And also service improvement. And, above all else is making sure our residents in San Joaquin County are taken care of. So, again, thank you very much for your job. And please let your team know and your staff know that we up here and our staff appreciate all you guys' hard work.
Chairman, motion to approve.
Second.
All right. Have a vote, please. All right. It is adopted or approved 5-0. And thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for the opportunity.
All right. All right. We're going to move to item number 4. Accept report on San Joaquin County industrial market and request for board direction on general plan policies. Dolly, welcome back.
Good afternoon. Try not to fall out of my chair. I always feel like I'm going to fall out of this chair.
I know we've been having a problem with that first mic, so yeah, use that one.
Okay. Everyone can hear me. Thank you, Chair Rickman, members of the board. I really appreciate you listening to us today in our request for direction. Just to start with a little introduction as to why we're here today, we have received significant interest in this county for, I'm going to refer to them as large-scale industrial projects. And when I say large-scale, I'm talking at least 700, 1,000, 2,000 acre ideas for future development. What I want to make sure is clear before we start this presentation is that I'm not talking about existing projects that are under review for, and they're by no means small scale, but they are small compared to the large scale ones that I'm referencing. So we have a few projects that are in the 200 to 300 acre range. They're currently under review. And today's discussion is not related to those types of projects. As you are all familiar with, we do have one pending project that is in the process of doing the environmental review for that we would call large scale. So that would be one potential project that could be impacted by today's conversation, but I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that the other projects that are currently being reviewed, they are consistent with the general plan. They are something that staff feels comfortable moving forward with. So what we decided to do, or what I decided to do as the director, because the large scale industrial types of development is kind of I'm going to call it a new model, but really a new model for San Joaquin County. It's been going on in the southern part of the county, the state for quite some time. Large logistics warehousing facilities in the thousands of acres. The request up here is new. When we adopted our general plan in 2016, this was not the model that was being utilized. But obviously in the last 7 years, there have been some changes with the way the world operates, and in preparation of continuing to move that type of model forward, I am getting a lot of requests. So the department is requesting today some direction on how the board would like to see this type of development in this county, if at all. So I'm going to introduce a consultant that we've hired, Mr. Matt Cota. He is with BAE Urban Economics. We thought it was the best to do our own independent study as to what the demand and current supply is of San Joaquin County. And while there may be other individuals who may have a little bit of a different data, overall, I think we can all agree that there is a demand for future industrial development, specifically in this area, due to the unique nature of this area where we've got waterways and freeways and airports. And, I want to make sure that that is kind of how we're starting this conversation. This is not an us versus them. This is a discussion of how we want to see this county development in the future, which is what the general plan does. The general plan is a guiding document that basically lays out how we want to develop, where we want to develop. So with that, I will turn it over to Matt, and then I will conclude the presentation, and then we'll be here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here. Just a quick comment about VA Urban Economics. We're based in Northern California. We've got staff working up and down the west coast of the U.S., and we also have staff on the East Coast. We work with primarily local government agencies throughout the country on various kinds of real estate and urban economics questions, this being one of them. So for the presentation this afternoon, we'll talk about some of just briefly existing market conditions in the industrial real estate market. We'll identify what we see as the industrial land supply, the industrial demand projections, and then getting kind of to the heart of the question, the balance of industrial land supply and demand. I'll also touch on some of the economic benefits of industrial development and provide some recommendations or observations very briefly. I'll bring it back to Director Jolly for a couple of comments, and then we'll be happy to answer questions that the board may have. So with that, just to jump in, this study was aiming to understand that long-term balance of supply and demand for land to support that continuing industrial real estate development within the county. We looked at a 2045 time horizon, and we're focusing on the county, including the incorporated cities as well as the unincorporated area, to kind of take that holistic look of the whole county. I think, high level, about 144 million square feet of existing industrial space within the county. Of that, you have a very high occupancy rate, only about 4% vacancy. So the market is strong. It's been growing significantly, particularly just prior to and through COVID and post-COVID. So there, as Director mentioned, very strong demand for industrial space within the county. That existing supply is really clustered around some key areas: Tracy, Southeast Stockton, and Lathrop, accounting for most of the supply, and that includes unincorporated areas near and adjacent to those cities. And there are lesser amounts of industrial inventory in some of these other locations shown here. This is a graph showing the trend in vacancy as compared to the trend in asking rents. So the line is the trend in vacancy, so again, bring us down to that 4% level. And as that vacancy has trended down, then the rents, of course, have increased. And this is, of course, attracting additional interest in development. This is a graph that's meant to show the kind of cyclical nature of demand and absorption of industrial space over time. I will note that these numbers on the left column, left margin there, 2 million square feet in a year is not the maximum. It's probably closer to 8 million. The scale is off here due to not capturing the full amount of development. But the underlying study model, demand model, and so forth reflects the larger actual numbers of absorption over time. But what this shows you is that it's typical to have periods of high demand, high absorption, followed by slowdowns and lesser amounts of absorption for a period of time before things pick up. Cyclical in nature, just like all of the real estate sectors. In terms of the land supply, so we looked at what available land there was within the various cities as well as the unincorporated area, zoned for industrial development, and vacant or significantly underutilized. The vacant land was identified via assessors' land use codes for the status of the property. We identified some additional properties by looking at what we call the improvement to land value ratios, which is land that would have some kind of development on it, but a very low level relative to the size and value of the land. We looked at properties only that had an improvement to land value ratio of 0.20 or less. So that means if the property was worth $100,000, the land part, you'd only be looking at properties that had $20,000 of improvements or less on that land. So just for context, planners oftentimes will look at IL ratios of 1.0 or 0.50 or less as indicative of underutilized land that would be available for development or redevelopment. So we pushed that down to a fairly low level, wanted to be conservative and not identifying land that maybe was going to have a fairly high economic hurdle for being redeveloped. So 0.20 and below is what we added in there. Now, we also wanted to consider the size of the parcels that were available. So if we look at industrial parcels that were 5 acres or more, we saw about 5,000 acres within the county, vacant, available for development potentially. If we said, no, we want to look at those larger parcels that are 20 acres or more in a single parcel, that knocked the total down by about 30%. So we had about 3,400 acres available for development. And again, you can see the distribution in the upper part of the graph here, that most of that available land is in the Stockton, Tracy area, Lathrop, but also a significant amount of it in the unincorporated area. So the availability of vacant land also matches where your existing concentrations of industrial development are. So where that activity is happening, you also tend to have your vacant supply of land. In terms of the industrial projections, again, we're looking at a long-term projection through 2045. Lots of economic cycles can happen, lots of unforeseen circumstances can happen. So we didn't want to pick just a single number and say, this is the number, this is what you're going to get for demand, but rather say, under different kinds of conditions, what would your potential demand for industrial space be? What you see here is we have 3 different demand scenarios. One above is the projected demand if we were to sustain the kind of absorption that you saw in the last 5 years, 2018 to 2023, sort of a boom period. If you translated that and carried that out through 2045, you get about 100 million additional square feet of industrial space. Scenario 2 was to look at a more moderated demand scenario where you kind of considered some of the down cycle as well as the up cycle. 2008 to 2023, a 15-year period there. That was about 70 million square feet of new industrial space if we extended that trend out to 2045. The third scenario is more conservative. That looked at the projected industrial employment growth by the California Employment Development Department. What percentage of growth, annual average growth, are they projecting in the industrial employment sectors from 2018 to 2028? And what if we extend that trend out for the whole 2045 time period? That gives you this relatively low number of about 45 million square feet of new industrial square feet. So you can see that there's potential for a wide range of scenarios to play out here. It's not likely that we would sustain that peak demand from 2018 to 2023 through the whole period all the way out to 2045. So you're likely going to be somewhere in between. We did some calculations to translate the amount of square footage of industrial space into how much land you would need in order to accommodate those 3 different demand scenarios. And we did that using 2 different key assumptions on the floor area ratio of the development. Floor area ratio means the quantity of floor space of the buildings relative to the site area of the properties. And so a higher floor area ratio means you get more square feet on a given acre of land. A lower floor area ratio means you get fewer square feet on an acre of land. So you have each of these scenarios with its sort of higher and lower estimate of how many acres are needed to accommodate that projected industrial employment growth. And you can see that ranges from a high of about 5,800 acres under the most aggressive industrial demand growth scenario with the lower floor area ratio. The minimal amount of acreage needed would be under the low demand projection with the highest FAR assumption, the 0.6 FAR assumption. So you have a range there. This next slide, we'll try to pull it all together into kind of one picture here. So we flip the bars vertically. So each of those three pairs of bars is your different demand scenarios. Within each pair, you have the demand needed to satisfy, you have the land needed to satisfy the demand based on either the 0.4 or the 0.6 FAR. And then your horizontal lines represent two different land supply amounts. The lower bar is that 3,400 acres roughly of land available if we're looking only at the properties that are 20 acres in size or more. And then the higher bar is the looking at all the parcels that are 5 acres and larger or more. And what you can see here is that if you think about that more conservative land supply figure, about half of your scenarios, you have sufficient land in theory to accommodate the demand through 2045. But in half of those scenarios, you would, if you do go into the higher demand and you're restricted to that lower amount of land, then you're going to have some shortfalls in the supply of land before 2045. When you consider that expanded larger supply of land in the higher bar, you can see that there's only one scenario with the most aggressive industrial growth and the lower FAR where you would potentially be running out of land towards the end of that 2045 period. So we have some sensitivity analysis built in here. You can see, where, given your viewpoint on what that industrial demand outlook is, given your viewpoint on what that supply of available industrial land is, where you might run into some shortfalls of land available for industrial development. Big picture, again, this is a 2045 projection period that we're looking at. So in any situation, you're not likely to get surprised next year or 2 years from now and say, whoa, we underestimated, we're completely out of land. These will all take some time to play out. But depending on the scenario, you can have a situation where as you're approaching the end of this projection period, you could start to have some land supply shortages, and that could create some issues in terms of the ability of developers, ability of end users to secure land to build the types of buildings needed to accommodate their growth and wanting to locate in this area. As Director Jolly mentioned, there are some currently under consideration projects that are under review to potentially add some more industrial land to the land supply. We identified about 1,800 acres under review in the county. City of Stockton has one very large project, several other projects that would potentially add 4,000 or so. And that really represents the bulk of the proposed pending industrial rezoning activity within the county that we were able to identify. So decisions about those pending projects, particularly in Stockton, the unincorporated area, could have a significant effect on the availability of industrial land within the county over the next couple decades. To talk just a little bit about employment benefits. So what does it mean if you have 100 million square feet of new industrial development with a county or some other lesser number? These growth scenarios that I outlined suggest somewhere between 20 and almost 50,000 new industrial jobs within the county by 2045. We took a look at the industrial job classifications associated with industrial real estate and the wage levels, and we can see based on information from the California Employment Development Department that those wage ranges are around $17 to almost $50 per hour. Most of the jobs fit into, say, $17 to $22 per hour range currently. One thing to note with industrial development of this type is that there's a career ladder where most of the jobs, even the higher paying ones, are open to people that have either limited experience or have on-the-job training experience. They're not, for the most part, requiring advanced degrees and so on and so forth. So there's an ability for somebody to come into one of these facilities, start at the bottom floor, so to speak, learn new skills as they work and progress up into higher levels, higher wages and so forth, which is great. Not everybody is going to engineering school and all of that. So that's important. Also important to note, though, that about 6% of the total jobs in this sector we were able to identify were in that 31 to 49 per hour range. So it's kind of a pyramid. We've got a lot of the lower paid jobs at the base, and then it kind of narrows down as you get up into the higher wage levels. In terms of fiscal benefits, just as an example, not any specific project that we're talking about here, a hypothetical 500,000 square foot logistics center based on the kinds of assessed values we were seeing in existing industrial projects within the county. We put an assessed value of around $46 million on that property. The annual property tax accruing to the general fund would be between $62,000 and $103,000 per year, depending on the tax rate area in which that development is proposed. Most of the tax rate areas that we saw those under review projects in were around that 20% level, where the county general fund is getting about 20% of the ad valorem property taxes collected. There are some limited areas where the county general fund share is lower than that, and so that would be, say, the $62,000 annual property tax accruing to the general fund. In addition to ad valorem property taxes, the tax in lieu of vehicle license fee, also known as ILVLF, is a significant source of support to the county general fund, as you know. That project could add another $51,000 per year, roughly, to that ad valorem property tax levy. So maybe $110,000 to $150,000 per year in just tax revenue from a project like that, just as an example. So some of our takeaways from the work that we did. First, county decision should consider not only the number of acres that are being proposed, but also the proposed location. So there are some very unique locational advantages that Director Jolly mentioned that San Joaquin County has. So projects that are located in those areas that have the proximity to the rail, the freeway access, the Port of Stockton, the Stockton Municipal Airport. These are all sort of key interfaces for the logistics industry, so being close to those is important. The labor pool, again, a lot of potential new jobs associated with these, this growth, and so there's a need to have access to a labor pool, and that's something that is a unique advantage of San Joaquin County relative to the Bay Area. In addition to the land supply issue, there's also some pretty acute labor shortages in the Bay Area, so these logistics users are looking to come out to areas like San Joaquin where there's a little bit more flex in the workforce and availability. So having good accessibility there, being situated to provide for efficient public services, so your police, your fire, and so forth, as well as the availability of infrastructure. Some of the supervisors touched on infrastructure availability earlier. Those are longer-term projects, so identifying areas where we can tie into that existing infrastructure capacity would also be strategic. The last note here is this Trade Ports project, which is kind of a statewide initiative focusing on the Central Valley, goods movement corridor. There's a public-private effort underway to try to develop this area, increase the efficiency, take trucks off the freeway, leverage the rail infrastructure, and so forth. And they've identified a strategy of having these trade port hubs spaced at different locations through the Central Valley. Those haven't exactly been identified to my knowledge, but they're targeting some very large footprints for those. And if one were to be designated for San Joaquin County, there could be a need then to identify where you have some very large contiguous areas to accommodate some very focused development that would be sort of directed in that area because of the availability of improved infrastructure and so forth. So something to keep an eye on moving forward. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Director Jolly.
To conclude, I just want to point out a few things that are of concern for the department and why we are here to discuss this with you today. So our current general plan steers most industrial development towards urban communities. Most of our policies are dependent on infrastructure being provided by existing providers, such as the City of Stockton, Cal Water, things that are public services that are already available. One of the models that we've seen with this requested large-scale industrial development is to remove those facilities away from the urban communities for multiple reasons, including, the state has opinions on best practices for industrial development that you should not put them near disadvantaged communities. You should have a buffer. It kind of contradicts what our current general plan says, which is to steer that type of development towards the urban communities. So when we're talking about the supply that is available for this county, we recognize that the 20-acre, 30-acre parcels are not the parcels that these types of developers are seeking out. They're looking for these larger scale facilities so that they can put a lot of different types of industrial type uses, even including some manufacturing, maybe even truck parking, things like that in one location. The question that we would pose to the board today is that something we would like to explore in this county? Do we want to see that type of development in this county? How should we potentially address, we don't have to answer this today, but how would we potentially address a lot of the general plan policies that protect conversion of prime agriculture, that currently state that we should be steering our development towards urban communities where services may or may not be available to do that scale of a project. And so, that's where we're coming from today. We'd like to get some idea of whether this is something we want to see in this county. And then if that is something, I have some recommendations on how we could do that. There are multiple ways to do it. They're laid out in the board packet today, and I thought maybe I would touch on that after we get a little bit of an idea of what your questions might be, so that I don't make you just sit here and listen to my rambling 4 different scenarios. So with that, I will turn it back to you and see if you have any questions for us. We're happy to answer anything you might.
All right, thank you. Thank you both very much. We'll bring it back to the board for any questions before we go to public comment. All right, seeing none. Well, everybody just popped up at one time here. Supervisor Canepa.
No, this is important because obviously there's a lot of people that are worried that we're just shutting this off, and I don't think that's the case. But I mean, going forward, the general plan is there to make sure that we're not doing it on a per case basis. And I understand that everybody in the community wants it on a per case basis because then they can speak to the merits of their own project. So for me, it's just, how do we do that? Because once you build these, you're not taking them back out. You're not going to tear this down and put it back into farm. So it's a matter of identity and where we're doing it and how we're doing it. So one of my questions was, when you do this, and if you do where they don't need the hookups for sewer or water, and can you explain to how the CFDs are for communities and the bonds to pay for infrastructure? So when these are in unincorporated areas, how that affects the bigger picture of a general plan, and controlled growth and, quality of life issues. And then, where in a lot of these, does the Attorney General sit? I know that one of the projects when I was at the city of Stockton got held up. And so how do all of those variables, and not to mention each municipality that these are in, have their set of rules? And do we take those into consideration when you do these master plans? And we did these reports of what each community inside of our county, what their wishes are and how they want to address it, and whether they're on freeways or arterial roads or I don't know, I guess there's like 3 questions in there. Did you kind of get all those?
Well, through the chair, I would say that, or ask if you are living in my head, because these are all the things that I'm constantly thinking about. There are so many variables to be considered with a situation like this type of development. So currently, as I mentioned, from an infrastructure standpoint, we do have locational criteria for industrial development. We do, when you're doing urban development, you're supposed to connect to public services. So those are all things that would have to be looked at, reevaluated, maybe even new policy set as to what the service requirements would be for these types of developments if they're not adjacent to an urban community and they're not able to get those services. What we're doing currently on one of the proposed projects is we're treating it kind of like it is urban development, where they're proposing the creation of a community service district, kind of like Mountain House has, which is, they're considered a public provider. They have the financing mechanism and the discretion on issuing services to the developments out in Mountain House. They're looking at a very similar model for storm, sewer, and water purposes. So for that, from that perspective, it would have to be the general plan, infrastructure, policies would need to be updated, because right now they don't address this type of development. We either have urban, rural, or agriculture essentially in this county, and we have certain infrastructure requirements based on where those are occurring. And this type of development is not technically in an urban community. Most of the people that have brought project sites forward to us have been outside of urban communities. So the decision would have to be made with a potential update to the general plan to say, for this type of development, you would have to still be able to provide some sort of a public service from a sewer, water, storm standpoint, if that makes sense. So that's one of the policies that would have to be updated. The other updates that you're kind of mentioning with in terms of infrastructure from a road standpoint. Now, I can't speak to bonds. That's not something my department is involved in. I don't know if Public Works is able to shine any light on how that's all handled, but essentially you're dealing with Caltrans and a lot of Caltrans roadways, the different ones with different interchanges and things like that. Our county doesn't have a ton of control over those. So I know that there are ideas about adding additional interchanges, but those are actually something that we would work in partnership with Caltrans on. We don't necessarily control that. And Director Buckman might be able to, correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but that's my understanding. So there's some things that are out of our control, but one of the things that we would continue to look at are where would these be going, and do they have adequate roads and interchanges to where they're being proposed? So I'm not sure if I'm answering your questions correctly or fully, but essentially you're thinking of all the things that I'm thinking of, which is if we want to see these types of projects, what do we do? Do we need to look at where we want them? Do we want to concentrate them in one part of the county? I don't think so. I think the answer is I don't think so. You don't want necessarily to impact just one portion of the county. You don't want to necessarily locate these developments in areas that have historically had to take most of that development, and there are concerns from the long-term environmental impacts to those communities as well. So there's a lot of questions that would need to be explored and answered before we could make a recommendation as to where we would want to see these types of projects. But right now, we don't have any guidance in our general plan about where these should occur. So that's why I'm here to discuss with you, because it's not really my role as a director to decide that we want to have 6,000 acres of industrial development in this county above and beyond what we've planned for. It's my job to take the board direction if that's what you would like to see, and to do that in the best manner possible, which would include getting stakeholder participation more than just developers. There are other stakeholders that would be interested in this. As you mentioned, the city of Stockton had some challenges with their industrial projects coming down from the Attorney General as well as Sierra Club. One of the parts of their memo, their MOU, was to create a new ordinance for industrial development. And I know that they're currently working on that, and that's been challenging as well. And it's been recommended, I know, by Sierra Club that the county should also have its own industrial ordinance. So, I mean, there's a lot of pressure to both develop and then also not develop with these types of projects in this county right now. So I'm trying to get a sense of what direction we'd like to go in, and then I can come up with a plan on how to implement whatever that is, if we want to make any changes at all.
That's my point. I mean, I'm not going to get one of these in my district. Obviously, I'm the central part of Stockton. So Supervisor Ding, Supervisor Rickmans, and I mean, it's the buy-in from the community. It's not a matter of just, like you said, the developers that are here, because they're obviously doing it. And I don't want to curtail free market economy, obviously, because that's important to have people be able to have businesses. And one of the more alarming notes, and I'm not sure if that was it, at only 15% of total sales are online at this. I mean, because I'm part of the problem, and obviously my wife, because we want stuff delivered the next day. So we're creating, this need, and so everyone complains about it, but, well, you can't complain about it when you make online purchases and want, 24-hour delivery. So those things are getting away from brick and mortar, and the immediate gratification of people's buying habits is causing what we're having. And just like you said, I mean, do we want to become the Imperial Valley? And so it's a matter for me of legacy and what we do and how we control growth and how we do this. And, not just a haphazard way of, hey, let them do whatever they want, wherever they want, according to their business model, when it needs to be well thought out in the community. So I'll have future questions as we go. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Ding.
First off, I really appreciate how hard you're working and thinking about this, and the community does recognize exactly what you're trying to do. The goal here is not warehousing, no warehousing. The goal is that we all want to live in a safe community that provides jobs, and that we have a place to play. What has changed is the environment, the economy. This is not the same place it was when we drew up the general plan. So we do have to go back and address that. But at the same time, we have a market trend going on too, which, depending on who you talk to, if you listen to me, we're coming to the end of it. And there's some opportunities that we have right now that we might not have a year or two, and then we're going to have to wait another 8 years before it comes out again. So the question is, how do you balance all that? One of the things you just said, Mr. Canepa, and I agree and disagree, is we don't want to piecemeal this project at a time, but at the same time, and this is where you need to school me because I'm wrong. I mean, I'm new here, is those existing, we still want to collect the applications as they come in. If they're within the existing general plan, move them along. But even those applications that come in that don't quite fit because we're not sure exactly where we're going, we still want to process the applications. And then we still have a review process between planning and LAFCO and the Board of Supervisors and Betty's Tea Shop and whatever other layers of government we've got going on to evaluate those projects and say, hey, this works, this doesn't work, we're not sure. I guess I'm under the impression we can have our cake and eat it too. Yay?
Okay, through the chair. So what I would say to that is the challenge I see with that is that, first of all, you can only change the general plan 4 times a year. That's planning and zoning law. So the different projects that could potentially be coming in order for the county or the department to support, which would ultimately be a project heard by the Planning Commission and the board. So you would be the last stop as far as deciding whether you want to support a project or not. But the challenge could potentially be if you have multiple developers coming in at the same time, and they're proposing to develop in certain locations, and therefore they need to change the general plan to support their project, because we should not be supporting a project or recommending approval on a project that's inconsistent with our general plan. Like I mentioned, the whole idea of the general plan is to say, we've evaluated it, we've decided this is where we want it to occur, and the development is subject to this type of public infrastructure requirements or locational requirements based on the roadways. If we don't have that, it's really challenging for, in my opinion, a developer to come in with any sort of certainty that they're in the right location. And then it's difficult for staff to know if we are going in the right direction of what this county wants to see. So does that make sense? It's basically, yes, we can accept different individual applications, but if you end up with multiple developers who are trying to change the general plan policies, I'm talking text in addition to mapping, but mostly the text situation, that could be very complicated if you had four different people trying to change different parts of the general plan all at the same time. So that's a big challenge for staff. It's a big challenge from a CEQA perspective, from the California Environmental Quality Act perspective. So I guess this is the appropriate time for me to say that if the board would like to see this type of development, I know it's not the most popular decision to hear, but the county would want to consider taking the lead on establishing the policy. And of course, we would do it as quickly as we can, but things like this do take time, especially when you're soliciting, stakeholder input from multiple areas. And so it can take some time, and I know that's the number one thing that people don't feel like they have, because like you mentioned, there's that concern of potentially missing out on the opportunity of taking advantage of the market right now. But the biggest concern that I personally have as a director is that if we don't have policy in place, where do we draw the line on how many projects are coming in, and how much development in the industrial warehouse logistics area do we want? Do we want 6,000 acres? We also do have potentially Tradeport. I mean, I know there's not final plans right this minute for that, but if that's a possibility, I know you guys have discussed potentially supporting a project like that as well. Development has long-term impacts, both good and negative, to the county. So you want to be able to balance which direction you want to go. We feel like if we do them in these locations, that those benefits outweigh the negatives, and that's something that policy does. It says, we understand we're going to convert prime farmland. However, this is what we're getting if we do it. And so it doesn't always just come down to dollars. It comes down to quality of life. It comes down to some of the things that Matt touched on, which is that when you have a larger labor force, which everybody wants to have jobs available, there are jobs available, and I'm hearing from multiple economists that are saying it's really hard to fill those jobs. So if you're basically attracting a lot of people to our area, which is not a negative thing, you also have other consequences that we would need to address, such as we have a major housing shortage. And then there are also environmental impacts that would want to be considered as well, traffic impacts, long-term air quality impacts, things like that. So it's not a simple decision to be made, which is why we're here in front of you guys today to say, what do you want to see? Because we can go in either direction, but it's ideal and a best practice for the county to retain control of how they want this county to develop. The biggest problem is that it takes a little bit of time to do that.
Okay, and then just one final, to engage in a colloquy really quick here. Those projects that have already been submitted, they're either environmental review, they fit within the general plan, anything we're discussing here today doesn't affect those projects, correct?
So the only project that I am unsure of how we are going to handle is the large-scale project in the south part of the county. Because we've had we work with the developer, we have a consultant who's working with the developer. We have had a lot of conversations, so this isn't new information to them. But the concern is, how do we make consistency with our general plan? So they're aware that they would have to update the general plan and in order to make consistency findings. So they're the one thing, that's the one project where I would say that there will need to be some sort of general plan update from the text and policy standpoint to support that project. The other projects that we've taken in that are identified in the board packet already meet the general plan goals and policies. So they're under review. They're not approved necessarily yet, but I already have direction from our general plan on whether those should be supported or not.
All right, don't see anyone else. So I'll open up for public comment. Anybody from the public wishing to address the board on this item? If you would, so inclined to. We have public comment forms in the back. It's not mandated by any means, but if you could fill that out and hand it to our clerk of the board, it always helps out. Just remember, you have a time limit of 3 minutes. So we're going to start with the ones that I do have. Mike Hakem.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. Mike Hakem, 3414 Brookside Road in Stockton. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue. The industrial market study provided by staff documents, and I think it's important to start out with what it does document. San Joaquin County is primed for significant industrial growth. We are strategically located by truck routes on I-5, Highway 12, Interstate 580, and Highway 99. We also have obviously strategic access to and from the Port of Oakland, the Port of Stockton, and also the Stockton Metropolitan Airport. The current industrial projects that are looking at our San Joaquin County for location are major fortune companies such as Walmart, Amazon, Trader Joe's, long-standing, credible, economically viable, not to go away in our lifetime type projects that want to bring new jobs, economic growth, increase our property taxes, our vehicle license taxes, and make significant contributions to charities and other events and activities for local adjustment. I think it was important that it was also brought out in the staff report that there is a certain amount of the jobs that elevate from the lower level to career improving managerial jobs, and I think that's really a key ingredient on giving people an opportunity to succeed. You know, I think it goes without saying the quality of life is a job, and I think we need to start with that premise. They're locating in San Joaquin County for obvious reasons. If we don't give them an opportunity to make an application, they won't stay here, they won't wait, they'll go elsewhere. Any new industrial project has to complete a full and time-consuming and expensive environmental review to include a traffic study with neighborhood outreach, public participation, and responsible agency review, including Caltrans. There are multiple public hearings and also findings in compliance with the general plan. So each project basically has to come through and comply with the general plan or propose alternative provisions for staff to review and for you to discuss and vote on. So these projects come before you, as with the new towns many years ago. We had 13 new towns come through on an existing general plan. Of the 13 new towns, only 3 were approved, and only 1 was actually built. So we have a history of being able to process complicated projects. Any new general plan or study will take 1 to 3 years and another 1 to 3 to approve a project. You've got a 3 to 6 year delay. If you tell these companies looking at our county, we want you to wait 3 to 6 years, they're gone. They won't be here. The trade port project that's being proposed in the staff report is very important, and I'll finish up very quickly here, Mr. Chairman. I think any delay on a general plan update for a study will be an unintended consequence of being a de facto moratorium. There's no way around that. It's a de facto moratorium.
Mr. Hakem, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I'm going to butcher your name. David Timplatter? Is that? All right.
Thank you, Chair Rickman, members of the board. My name is David Temblador. I'm here before you this afternoon on behalf of Ridgeline Property Group. We appreciate the opportunity to speak at this hearing. And I'll start off recognizing I have a limited amount of time, that we understand and appreciate the wisdom of Mr. Hakem, who just spoke to you. I think in recognizing that wisdom, we would wholeheartedly echo his comments before you today. I do want to make a couple brief points, though. Mr. Patty, Supervisor Patty, you made a comment earlier today about a region on the rise. We would wholly agree with you. San Joaquin County is a region on the rise. However, Supervisor Ding, as you mentioned, there's a window. There's a window of opportunity, as we're all well aware. The interest rate environment that we live in right now creates uncertainty. In the face of that uncertainty, we think it's very important, indeed critical, that the county take advantage of the opportunities that are before them. There's been some discussion today about a particular project, a larger project that may be different than some of the others that you're for you in terms of application. My client is the one proposing that project, so we recognize that it's been referenced today. I would, however, note that of the projects currently pending before this county for consideration, that project is the only project that has come before this board to expressly get authorization to make an application, recognizing that it is a potential change to the general plan. We saw the wisdom in doing that. My clients and their predecessors brought that before this board.
I'm going to pause you 1 second. If you could pause this time for me and return to Ms. Jolly. And brought to this board and approved. Can you explain that for her?
So that narrative continues to be discussed, and I just, with all due respect to Mr. Temblador, I disagree. What my predecessor, David Kwong, did was he recognized that we have this project that wanted to come in. He brought it to the board saying we were going to be looking at this, that there was a pre-application, but my recollection of that meeting was not that there was any sort of approval to proceed with the project. There wasn't support because that's not what we were asking for. We were just basically putting that information out there. So while I fully understand and respect that Mr. Arthur has come forward and wanted to move forward with the project, I've been very transparent since day one to say, well, I'm getting a lot of these requests from a lot of different types of developers, and they continue to go back to that original proposal that Mr. Kwong took forward, which we just disagree on kind of what that meant. And my department does not have the ability to tell someone they cannot submit a project, okay? So that was not something they needed approval by the board to submit the application. And because this was a new type of project, that's why Mr. Kwong brought it forward. Kind of where I am now, asking for like permanent direction on where we want to see these types of projects go. We hadn't received that kind of a request before, so he was putting it out in advance so that you could actually just be aware of it, since it's going to be, and it has been, relatively controversial.
Okay. All right, I just want to clear that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Dave, you can go ahead and start. You're going to start at time, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't belabor that point. I appreciate that there's a disagreement in terms of how that's been interpreted. Suffice it to say, my client has an application pending before the county, as other applications are currently pending. I guess I would leave you with this, members of the board. The county has a very robust planning process. It's obligated to evaluate projects under the California Environmental Quality Act. These are all reviews, analysis, stakeholder meetings that we are very, very, very aware of and eager to participate in. And all we're asking for, and I think as Mr. Hakem indicated, the opportunity to kind of rise or fall on our own merit. Recognize there's a lot of work to do. We're doing that work. My client is doing that work. They will continue to do that work. All they're asking for the opportunity to present to the board what they believe is a fully formed project that we would hope this board would support into the future. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
All right, thank you. Kevin Del Porto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Good morning. My name is Kevin Del Porto, born and raised in Stockton.
I work at Cushman and Wakefield, and I've been an industrial real estate broker in the Central Valley for 28 years. My goal here is to provide the board with some insight regarding the current landscape of the industrial real estate market in terms of user needs and objectives. Throughout my career, I've had the pleasure of working with several Fortune 500 companies. For example, most recently at Airpark 599 in Stockton, which you guys I'm sure know quite well. It's a joint venture between you folks and Catalyst Development. We were fortunate enough to land Target for a 1.4 million square foot build-a-suit, and that was on 111 acres. Originally, that site was slated for 5 or 6 buildings, and we considered we thought we were going to take 3 to 5 years to build that out. And I think 90 days after the groundbreaking, we started negotiations with Target, and that building's under construction, soon to be completed at the end of the year. And they're projected to bring 2,500 to 2,800 jobs. In April of this year, on behalf of Greenlaw Partners, we sold Walmart 120 acres in Stockton off of Mariposa Road. They've started construction, and again, they're slated to bring in, I think, 2,800 to 3,200 jobs. My team and I sold Tesla their first building down in Lathrop, and now they occupy close to 3 million square feet and provide several thousand good-paying jobs. Industrial e-commerce is the new retail, and it's become a huge driver for industrial real estate demand. It's not uncommon to see large users looking for large tracts of land, million square foot plus facilities, and in some cases, these facilities need 80 to 120 acres, which are very difficult to find in the marketplace. Unfortunately, it's becoming more and more difficult to find large tracts of land in the Central Valley, and in some cases, we're losing out to markets like Sacramento, Reno, Bakersfield, and Fresno, Visalia. Also today, users are investing massive amounts of capital in material handling equipment, and in some cases, the equipment outweighs the cost of the building itself. Also, the installation and maintenance of this equipment is creating a great opportunity for skilled labor in our market. Should point out that the uses in the market don't only include e-commerce and your traditional distribution, but a lot of cold storage, food processing, and advanced manufacturing. I think I'm going to skip down real quickly because I do want to address the report that was prepared by BAE. I've read the report. I feel the report is a good report, but I think there are a few areas that have some inconsistencies. One example is that in Stockton, we're showing available land, vacant land, 20 acres and greater, 1,064 acres. Based on my research, that's off by 550 acres. There's 550 acres, 9 parcels that are actually improved with buildings. So that's a 52%, overstatement of what we have in available land.
All right, Mr. Del Porto, you're going to have to wrap it up.
Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. All right, that's all of the public comment forms I have. Anybody else from the public wish to address the board on this item? If you could just state your name for the record. Yes, please.
Good afternoon. For those of you who don't know me, I am Leanne Stoss. I am born and raised here in San Joaquin Valley, Tracy to be exact. Farming and agriculture are the backbone of our society. Without farmers, we wouldn't be able to put food on our tables. Agriculture production increased by 5.34% to $3.2 billion in 2021, making agriculture our #1 industry. San Joaquin Valley feeds the world. Those are just a few quotes that I managed to rummage up from various places and various people. The next quote comes directly from the San Joaquin County Farm Bureau's newsletter that just came out about a couple weeks ago. And this comes from a Tracy area lifelong farmer and his family. Agriculture is our economic driver in San Joaquin County. I don't think people understand how important the soil is in the valley. It took millions and millions of years, and once you cover it up with blacktop, you can't get that back. So that's something that we need to think about, because every time we rezone ag land to put more warehouses, You're taking up ag land. You're taking up food. People can't feed their families. Farmers are out of business. I was lucky enough to attend the State of the County speech by Mr. Rickman, and one of the things that he said, he spoke about the great quality of life in San Joaquin Valley. Well, as I stated in a letter that I'm sure you all got from me, you can kiss all that goodbye. You keep rezoning ag land and you keep building these warehouses. Here comes the crime, the pollution, the noise, the traffic. And as for infrastructure, at least in Tracy, we don't have it. We can't even support what we have right now. So I would encourage you all to do the right thing and oppose these projects that continue to take up our farm ag land. Because once it's blacktopped over, we don't get it back. Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, thank you. Anybody else from the public wish to address the board on this item? Again, if you could just state your name for the record.
Bob Benz. Forgive me, I sure didn't come to talk about this today, but it's an opening. Have you guys looked at our schools? We're talking about bringing penny ante jobs, warehousing. In this city, 76% of the kids that graduate, 20% can calculate at grade level and 30% can read at grade level. If we're going to invite new jobs, we have to create jobs perhaps that caters to that, or maybe we need to start building from the bottom up, because quite frankly, I kind of like being the source of the world's food basket. We got the top 2% agricultural land in the world, and she's absolutely right. We don't need more blacktop. We're approving residential projects over in the Tracy Hills, south of Corral Hollow, on land where the restrictions are incredible. That might be proper land for blacktop. It's right on I-5. It's right on 680 or 580, whatever. I kind of like to go with the farmers on this one. And with the folks who are wondering why our schools don't produce graduates who are qualified to hold jobs. Forgive me, I'm whining a little, but you guys know where I'm coming from because you run into it every day. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public wish to address the board on this item?
Hello, my name is Zachary Coster. By the way, if I knew Leanne was going to quote what I put in the newspaper, I probably would have stayed home, but kept farming. Yes, I'm a farmer out by Tracy. My family's been there for a very long time. Actually, did I state my name? I think I did. Okay, good. Anyways, soil out there, it's, special. We got 3 different soil series that there's a project that's going to be taking up, 3 different types. There's El Soyo, Vernalis, and the Cape. Cape, so, but Vernalis and El Soyo, those 2 soils right there, they have Vernalis is a 89.6 and El Soyo is an 88.2 on the Story Index. And what that means is that they're considered very excellent soils for prime farmland. And, there's some projects out there. It's not close to the city. It's out in the middle of nowhere. The only people it's going to be, or the people it's going to be impacting is the people who live out there and the farmers. Not only the land we're taking away that you can't get back is the water table. That's always dropping. And, you go put in a big old warehouse or a business park, and then, you're using thousands of gallons of water a day. And farmers are trying hard enough just to get water out of the canals that were built for, farmland. And now you got the SIGMA Act, they're going to be regulating meters, and put more industrial, you're just going to be sucking more water out of the ground, and you know. So I just want to kind of make it clear it's a big impact. It don't seem like a lot, but you know, these little projects of 1,600 acres, 1,000 acres, you know, they add up over time. Every decade we propose more, you know, it's less you're going to have. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else from the public who should address the board on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for further discussion. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to weigh in, getting some feedback from the public as well as listening to different people had what they say. And I really want to appreciate our director, Ms. Jolly. What a studious, deliberate, and very careful job you do. And I applaud you because I really enjoy working with you here at the county. And thank you for this approach. We brought in, we've got a review. You've engaged staff, and now you're engaging the board for a bit of direction. We represent the constituents and the public, so thank you very, very much. And I agree with you with your approach. Where I'm at with this and the different things we're talking about here, first off, and I'm going to echo my colleague, Supervisor Ding, when we talk about economic activity and interest. I think a couple of years ago, we had something going on in interest in expanding a winery, Gallo in particular, before two supervisors were here. And the public got out and spoke out against it. Absolutely not here. There's going to be trucks. There's going to be lights. There's going to be all these problems. And it was discussed how to mitigate it. After a while, Gallo said, goodbye. They moved. Right now, in Lodi, you have an abundance of grapes that can't be sold. Guess who could have bought them? An industry that would have been right there. Instead, the people got out and spoke. Now, the economic damage of bypassing the opportunity that was knocking on the door. Now, you know when you hear a truck go by and you see got processing going on? That's the sound of money. That's economic vitality. So when we look at in San Joaquin County as being the agriculture county that it is, go back about turn of the century, you had roughly 90% of the jobs were on farms. Now less than 5% of the jobs are on farms. We have an evolving economy. People need to feed their families. The population grows. People do come here. We have 100,000 people driving over the hill. We have economic opportunity here, industrial people knocking that. It does include manufacturing. It includes billions and sometimes, in some instances, of infrastructure that is not just warehousing, not just forklift drivers. This is up and down the pay scale. So when opportunity knocks on your door, given the fact that we've got escalating interest rates, we've got challenges globally, we have evolving markets and interests. We have an applicant that's referencing Mr. Jolly, I understand. We have an applicant that basically was leading the pack a few years ago, knocking on our door. I believe it's my understanding that when it came to us, we approved them hiring and paying for additional supplemental staff. That's at your disposal to help the process move along so it wouldn't be a burden on the county. So I love the fact that this is here for us to talk about. I appreciate that we're going to have a deliberate approach to it. I personally believe we allow the projects to go forward. This is going to be in our chairman's district. Let's let it go through its process. Let's let the applications proceed. And I trust the process and the engagement of the supervisor from the district, the board to listen and to, basically make decisions as fluid as they may be. And as you pointed out, we do not have 25, 50, 100, or 120 applicants coming in. We've got one applicant that might need. Everything else that's here is kind of fitting within the general plan with perhaps some slight adjustment or approval. I really don't know. That's your expertise. So in my purview, we have one applicant that was the leader of this. They've hired and they have available additional staff available to the county to support just the process. So I'm in favor of us continuing the process so that when economic opportunity is knocking on the door, this isn't going to reverberate out going, no, not here. They're going to go very slow, methodical, and coming from the private sector. Money, investments, will go to the path of least resistance. I've used this example in the past. In the state of Texas, from interest and application to opening a door within 6 months. And I think it's around 3 months, you can open up a fast food restaurant. In California, it's 2 years. Where's there more economic growth? The path of least resistance. So I do fully support your process and what you're going to go through for the general plan amendment. And I agree with my colleague, Supervisor Canepa, that is the document. And we have changing times economically. We have interests here in the county. And I think the message should be, we're open for business carefully through the application process for review and any potential amendments as it relates to adapting to that interest. So that's kind of where I'm coming in at. I might, Chairman, I've been jotting down some notes. I appreciate Mr. Del Porto being here and expressing the interest that's here far exceeds what's available. So we are going to have to, I think, recognize and amend and really what are we doing here in San Joaquin County? We've got 2 interstate highways, we've got rail, we've got a port, we've got an airport. Are we accentuating our assets? And I think that's a very vital question to answer as we move forward and make some very important decisions. So, Chairman, at this time, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. One thing I always love to hear, and this isn't, and I've been dealing with this issue for 6 years. I mean, hey, before this was a mayor and council member, and you hear colleagues talk about, you have to look at the market right now, and if that's the case, why do we even have a general plan? I mean, let's get rid of the general plan, and then we can just have warehouses for the whole entire county, if that's what we want. I mean, if you look at the market right now. And the issue, again, I don't have a problem with the warehouse, but you have to have a long-term vision of what you want your county to be. It's that easy. We talked about, today about diversifying the economy with advanced manufacturing, industrial, is our base. High tech and all these different types of jobs. And I think everybody in this county wants this. And you talk about Texas, you can bring up Detroit. Detroit was a city that was just, cars, right? Where's Detroit nowadays? And then there's other issues that we have to look at. We have to look at AI, we have to look at automation. And so for me, it's, hey, I don't have a problem with industrial, but you have to talk to the stakeholders. I mean, 5 people up here are making the decision without reaching out to the farmers, reaching out to the cities of which this is going to affect. And I talked to a large industrial developer and, kind of about this issue. And, hey, what would happen if, thousands of acres in additional industrial, how would it impact you? Would it impact you? Well, it's a possibility, the supply and demand kind of side. There's a ton of issues. And, just to say, well, we got to look at the market right now and the market dictates, I think it's short-sighted, to be honest with you. And I've dealt with this issue tons and tons of time. Another prime example is a debate that we had on this off of 205. Does anybody in this room want to go down 205 and see nothing but industrial on it? If you do, go down 880. Do you want San Joaquin County? I mean, go up we'll just have a big giant, like a pinball machine. So we'll go up I-5, it'll be nothing but warehouse. We'll go down 205. Hey, why not? Why stop there? We have 99, we have 120. Hey, we have Highway 12 also. I mean, there has to be planning, a long-term vision and planning of what we want our county to be. Again, this isn't to target any type of industry. This isn't the type of anybody. But if we are going to make a decision like this, then we have to reach out to our stakeholders. I mean, I'm not in a position right now to say I want to change the general plan because I haven't heard from my district, my constituents, and I haven't heard from the city of, it's not even my district. I haven't heard from the city of Stockton. I haven't heard from Antique. I haven't heard from Lathrop. For us to kind of dictate our action, how would it affect the cities. And again, the economic engine of our county doesn't come from the county itself. It comes from our cities. That's where the economies usually run. So for me, I would rather hold off and go talk to the stakeholders and see what the stakeholders have to say. And then another thing we have to worry about, you mentioned, if we do go too fast on this and we get sued by the Sierra Club, who already threatened to sue us. We get sued by the Attorney General of the state of California, and then other groups. I mean, then, these lawsuits could stop a project, not for 1 to 3 years like Mr. Haken was talking about. You're talking about stopping project for 5, 10, 15, 20 years possibly, with litigations going through. I mean, there's a development, and that's suffering those issues right now. So there's a lot of moving parts. But I can say, industrial is our base. Like it or not, industrial is our base here in San Joaquin County. So that's where I stand on that. And for me, again, as I've told people, go talk to the stakeholders, reach out to the public, reach out to the cities, reach out to Farm Bureau, reach out to whoever it may be that your project is affected by, and get their buy-in also. So with that being said, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. Well said. I appreciate our work. Tough decision, I know, because there's so much farming. My dad was a farmer, and I totally understand the situation. But the truth of the matter is, warehousing is a huge job producer in our county. So I don't think stalling this would be the right idea right now. I'd like to review it more. If you could maybe come back to us in a short amount of time and, maybe look into more. But I'm not in favor of just putting this on the back burner right now. I think we should keep the doors open for the application process. This is something I think that we need. Warehousing and trucking and as Supervisor Patty said, there's so much, it has so much to offer. So it's a tough situation, but I understand it. But I'd hate to put the brakes on it right now.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. And to your point, and I agree, the concerns need to be done careful and deliberate, and that's why there's a process. And any applicant goes forward, there are public hearings. There goes in front of Planning Commission, public hearings. We see a robust level of community support. We've got members from the community here. We've got people from the business community. So I agree completely with our chairman, except for the fact I don't believe we need to stall that to do the engagement, because they already engage in the process when we make the decisions. So I appreciate colleague Vice Chair Villa-Pudua. He was on the Planning Commission for all 8 years, perhaps, before he got here. So we understand the process and fully support it, and appreciate the fact that there are the concerns that they are. But I believe let's let that process work, because it does work. That's why the process is here. We're not making decisions in any way, shape, or form other than that we're allowing you to move forward and the applicant use the process that's in place. That's where I feel we are best served in our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. And just to correct something, I didn't talk about stalling. I mean, I guess we're in the same mindset. We have a general plan. We have a process in place, if that's what you're referring to.
Pardon, Chairman. I think when you said you wanted to wait until the general plan amendment, or is that's the interpretation I got of what you said?
No, I didn't say I don't want a general plan amendment. So we have a process in place now.
Right, so that we wouldn't go forward with any applications unless the general plan has been changed.
No, people can, we have to accept the applications, like Jennifer or Ms. Jolly was saying. We don't have an authority to stop that. But like you said, there's a process in place. And if you're talking about changing general plan or something, if I don't think that's what you're talking about, then yeah, there's going to be a big delay. Like Mr. Haken was saying, there would be a general plan review. You have to bring it out to the public and so on. So you're talking to 1, 3, possibly longer when you're updating a general plan. I never said anything about updating a general plan. I like the general plan the way it's fixed right now. So I don't know if we're on the same page as that or not, but I just wanted to make sure. I don't know how it came that I wanted to change the general plan. I don't.
No, I'm not insinuating you want to change the general plan, but if I understand correctly, Chairman, and I may get it wrong, and for clarity as staff is here, it sounded like you were not in favor of allowing the application process to go forward. It sounded like you were in favor of stalling until whenever such time we've engaged with stakeholders, cities, farm bureaus, and only then would you be in favor of applicants going forward?
No,
That's the impression.
and that was referring to if you're going to update the general plan and so on. So I don't, that whole process is going to unfold, like you said, through the process. However, the general plan still stands.
So do you stand in support of applicants that have currently in motion continuing?
Supervisor Patty, like I said once before, we don't have authority of this board. The application process, they have a right to do the application. If somebody wants to come here and do an application for I don't know.
Industrial.
A 300-foot industrial or a 300-foot tower, they can do an application for it.
Got it. Okay.
It just has to abide by the general plan. That's all.
Well, if you abide by the general plan, then you wouldn't have room for application.
Supervisor Patty, I don't know if I can explain it any better than this. You have a right to do an application, regardless of what the general plan says.
Correct. Would you like me to weigh in? I would love to clarify something real quickly. So when I was meeting with the different potential developers, I just want to acknowledge that I really appreciate the patience that they've exhibited through this process, because by the time I got to about the third one, I was like, okay, we're getting a lot of requests on this stuff, and I'm not sure that this is the way that the county wants to go. So can you guys give me a minute, and I'd like to prepare a study, get before the board, and as always, it takes a little longer than we wanted it to, but we really pursued it diligently with our consultant as well as preparing this report today. There could potentially be about 4 other projects coming in of similar size as the one that is currently under review. Because I am not, please don't mistake that I am not trying to stop anyone from processing something. I'm trying to get direction on if this is where we want to go. And there are multiple ways to get there. Like I said, my recommendation, because I think it's the easiest and best practice for the county, is to maintain control and update the general plan. It doesn't sound like there's a whole lot of support for that. So the alternative would be for potential applicants to come in on their own and try to make consistency findings with the general plan per project, which is what I'm kind of hearing Supervisor Patty saying, that he thinks that that should be something we allow. What I'm hearing Chair Rickman say is they can come in, but if they're not consistent with the general plan, it may not be a project that we can support. So that is the difference between the discussion I'm hearing up here, is that it doesn't seem to be a whole lot of consensus for the county to take the lead on doing this because it's going to take time, or maybe that's not the direction they want to, the board wants to go in. But I just wanted you to know that it's not just the one project. It could potentially be about 3 or 4 other large-scale, similarly sized projects. And if that's okay with the board, because as Chair Rickman said, I don't have the ability to tell them they can't apply. That's just not how this works. Whether or not they're going to have support on the project from staff and or the Planning Commission and the board would remain to be seen, because we can't recommend approval on a project that's completely inconsistent with the general plan, if that makes sense. So also can't stop someone from trying to amend the general plan, although we do have some parameters, like you can't do it more than 4 times a year, and there could be that potential for different developers to have different ideas on what should be changed in the general plan to suit their needs based on where they want to develop. So that could be that could be challenging as well. We can work through whatever the board's direction is. It's just not the cleanest, smoothest process for everyone involved to kind of have everybody doing their own thing. That's all. And that's why when you have a general plan, so for today's general plan, everyone I think here acknowledges we don't have a general plan that discusses or supports this large-scale industrial development. We could, if we updated the general plan, or we can do what Supervisor Patty is discussing, which is to let the applicants kind of do it on their own. Whether or not they have support fully on their projects or not remains to be seen. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that it wasn't just the one project. And I don't know if the people that I've met with in the past still intend to come in with the projects as proposed, but I see most of them here today, so I know they're interested still. So I'm not trying to stop development. I'm trying to facilitate the direction that the board wants to go to from a policy perspective on what we want to see long-term for this county, and trying to not waste anybody's time or money on a project that may not be supported. That's kind of where I'm coming from. So I appreciate that they've been patient, and we'll continue to work with them if that's the direction.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Canepa.
So anybody can sway data the way that we've seen today. So those are the alarming things. I mean, so the question is now, when they do build these, will it cost more to outfit it? Okay, well, if you're spending $500 million to outfit it, you're probably most likely trying to reduce labor costs. So when you go forward with all these projections, and then I don't know, we discussed it yesterday, CEO Wolverding, what on those improvements inside of the building, is that projected in the property taxes that's being, because you don't know how much they're spending. So when we do all these projections of what it's going to do to our local economy and the property taxes, you don't know for sure, right? Because depending if Walmart comes in and spends $500 million on the infrastructure, is their projection for the jobs going to be the same as if that equipment does the job of a human being, then you lose that job. So, I mean, these projections, and they're trying to sell a project, and I get it. So it's jobs, it's infrastructure, it's movement of goods. So at the same time as it produces emissions, it reduces it also, because then you don't have goods coming over the hill. So, those are all variables. So the Sierra Club says, oh yeah, we don't want it. You know what I mean? We don't want the trucks. We don't want the trucks because of this. Well, if we could stop cars and trucks and traffic over the hill, is that something good? So every pro could be a con. So it's just a matter of we can't get agreement up here among 5 people. And all these people are here representing the industries that are paying them to be here to do a job, because they're all doing a job that pays them their livelihood. So my livelihood is to represent the taxpayers of every district, not just my district, which won't have one of these. But so it's not only an identity crisis, it's the tweaking of the numbers in one's favor. It's just human nature. Yeah, of course all these guys are here to sell it because this is their livelihood, and they're representing folks that are going to make money. And most of the times they sell it to bigger folks that make bigger money. And does that money stay in our community? Who knows? You know what I mean? Is it jobs? That's what I like. I like the multiplier of 7 times, so these jobs multiply out in the economy. The numbers, so 6% of the jobs are higher paying. It's 3,000 people out of the 48,000 people have the higher wage job. Is that a great number? Not by my standards, but it sounds great. Oh my God, these jobs are from $48,000 to $110,000. In a county of 800,000 people, is that a big number? No. So those, it's all variable. So I think if the general plan, it has to be somewhat amended, because the county stance right now is you want them close to arteries and everything. Well, this is leapfrog. So are these people coming here to the county because it's the path of least resistance? Because then who out in the outskirts besides these farmers are going to come, because you know what? NIMBYism comes into this. Not my battle. Is it my battle? No, because if it's out far enough outside of people that are going to complain and moan and groan, then you don't have something representative of it. So those are the things that we need to look at, is because if you're talking, a project that's out in the middle of nowhere, who do they notice? So, you could take this information however you want it. And we still haven't heard what your 4 recommendations are, because I think that's coming up. Is that coming up through the chair, obviously, to hear what your 4 recommendations are? Because I think something needs to be done, because if you look at it at per case basis, yeah, it's easy to pick 5 people off. You know what I mean? Because of the situation that you have. But it's also an identity crisis of what we do, how we're stewards of the water, how we're stewards of dirt, and those are the things that are important to me. So I think the general plan needs to be a living document. It can't be a per case basis, because all these guys would love to have it be a per case basis, because then they're just worried about themselves, and they're not worried about the bigger picture of their neighbor's project. And they're obviously cordial to one another, because the bigger picture is, their client succeeding. And so there's so many different variables that we have, and I don't think it's going to be solved over, this. And like you said, if we go by the county's general plan and all these things are leapfrog development, then there's the first check against them that their project will not fly. So, I mean, that's what these developers need to take into consideration. And I know they don't want to change it, but I mean, it needs to be addressed, because if you can't address it on how we as a county are going to move forward, then each per cases basis is hard, because just because they're the first person to have an application, first in, first out, well, they might not have the best application. So I think that even adds another variable. You're saying, well, these folks that are in line, well, somebody else might have something that's just as attractive, or for a corporation. So that would be interesting for me, is that when they do build these, most of them, they don't even have tenants when they build them. So those things need to be taken into consideration. And for me, it's just like information overload. So when we do have these, I don't feel comfortable making an advancement today, but it does need to be a general plan, because the general plan is the living document that controls growth in the county. So I don't know where we're at or how we're going to get to where we need to be, but I would like to hear your 4 recommendations.
All right, thank you. And just hold off on the recommendation for right now. No, we can, until we all get done here. Supervisor Ding.
Maybe I'm just glass half full. I'm not hearing a completely different thing here. I mean, I think we're stepping on certain words. We're not under a moratorium. Existing projects that fit in the general plan will still proceed as they're going. Other projects, as proposed, they're allowed to propose them, and if they need to be a general plan application needs to be, you're free to do that, but I think we're all on the same. I'm hearing the same. Paul, I've got all the same concerns you do. I do not want to point out to my grandchildren I'm responsible for that crap. I don't want to, on one hand, sitting here and I'm screaming that our ag commissioner is completely understaffed, and we're not taking ag and making it the priority it should be in the county, and then move forward and say, well, that secondary. I think we all have the same priorities, but I think we're trying to make decisions right now we don't have to make. We're not under a moratorium. Existing projects going to move through in a normal fashion like they are if they fit into the general plan, and people can go ahead and make their projects and continue on like they have in the past. Isn't that what I'm hearing?
More or less. I think, yeah. Well, I mean, I know Ms. Jolly has like to get some direction from this board, and she has 4 different things that she would like to mention. But so with that being said, so why don't you go ahead and mention those 4?
Thank you, Chair. I was trying to give some good options. Okay, it was a little bit challenging because I'm not sure which direction we want to go in this county right now. So I'll give you my prefer. I think you've already heard what my preference is, but I'll implement whatever the board decides to do. So my personal professional opinion is that we would recommend, and I would recommend, updating the general plan to address long-term plans for this type of development. The pros is that we would have a uniform general plan where projects and developers could come in with some sort of confidence that they're implementing something we already want to see. The cons are that it can take some time to do that. Okay, I acknowledge that. The other options, which I know are not going to be popular, is we could come back in a year and report on the state of the market and see if we're still as strong as we possibly think we're going to be. The third option would be to probably the least favored option would be to update the general plan on schedule. What that means is our current general plan goes through 2035. We would probably look at starting to update the general plan in about the next 5 to 7 years. So that's very much putting everything off. So that's not really my recommendation, but it is something that could be done. And then the last option is to direct staff to just process individual applications 4 amendments to the general plan on a case-by-case basis. That's not my recommendation, but if that is what the board would like to do, then that's what we will do. It is not necessarily the most streamlined way. It is challenging to amend a policy document for kind of on a one-off situation, but it is something that we could do. So I've kind of given you my preferred recommendation, but I understand the criticism of that one. I do. And yeah, I think you probably understand my concerns on what sounds like more of the preferred alternative from some of you is that you take it on a case-by-case basis, but I think you guys understand what my concerns are, I hope, on doing that. So if it was an easy decision, I wouldn't even need to come to you guys. So that's why we're having this discussion today. And I appreciate your time. Let me know if you have questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jelly. Supervisor Ding, you good? Yeah, you still have the floor.
Option 4, isn't that the policy now? I mean, you can submit okay, I'll shut up. Thank you, God. People can submit a project as it is right now, correct? I mean, it's option 4 is current policy. Am I wrong?
Oh, we're the board. We can change what we want.
No, but I'm just saying 4 is kind of status quo.
Through the chair, I would say that it's status quo in that that's currently what's allowed. Is it what typically happens? No. Typically, developers are coming in to find out where the county has planned for development already and whether or not the project that they want to do is going to be supported by the general plan already. That's a little bit more status quo. That's usually what happens. Someone will say, I have this project. What kind of zoning do I need? Where should I look? That's why we hook up with the partnership, try to help them get the location that they need, which would be supported. What these larger scale industrial projects, what the challenge will be for them is that we don't have any policies that tell us where to put these. And where they're putting them right now is inconsistent with what our general plan policies are, which is steer development towards urban communities. And again, acknowledging that the model is different than when we did our general plan. When we did our general plan in 2016, it had started in 08. So we're looking 15 years ago, technically, when we're talking about kind of what we were thinking. No one, well, I shouldn't say no one, because maybe the experts did envision this model, but this is new for us as planning staff and community development and San Joaquin County. We have not historically had these 1,500, 2,000, 3,000 acre facilities, other than Mountain House, which was a master plan community that had a lot more, obviously, than just industrial. So does that make sense? Am I answering your question? It's not that you can't apply like that now. It's not typically how development's done.
I'm good.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Option number 2, 1-year report. Explain to me what you have in mind to do option number 2.
Sorry, I keep turning that off. So that would be to look at the market in a year from now to see if the demand is holding as steady as it might be anticipated. We're reading different reports from other jurisdictions. Sacramento, just one of the real estate companies up there, put one out saying that they're starting to see the industry slow down a bit, as Supervisor Ding kind of pointed out, and they're saying that they are seeing vacancy rates they're being vacant longer and longer. They're seeing people leaving old buildings to go to some of the new buildings, which that's a concern as well. That's something that we would be concerned about from an urban decay situation. It's not the best situation to totally vacate old development for new development, just because what do you do with the old development? These are very specific types of buildings that are not going to serve a need for everyone. So those are the things that I would consider reporting back on in a year. But again, I acknowledge that, a lot of the strike while the iron's hot kind of mentality probably is more preferred, but it is an option to come back to look at where we are from a market standpoint. Because what we did is I hired someone independent of any outside influence, which, Matt actually even looked at some of the reports that some of the developers had provided to us, because we're not looking to counter or argue with them. We're trying to do an independent analysis that is not biased in any sort of way so that we can provide you guys good information to make these decisions on. So we're acknowledging that the demand is there. I mean, that's not something that is even up for discussion. How much demand is there? That might be a little bit up for discussion, but we acknowledge the demand is there. How long it will last remains a little bit to be seen. So.
There are vacillating and dramatic shifts in the economy for certain, and I appreciate that. And I think exactly to that point, I think that's why we're here. I personally, I know this isn't actionable. There's no motion here. We're just having a conversation, which I appreciate the depth of this board and how we are engaged, facing and dealing with these issues. They are big decisions. I'm in favor of every 6 months giving us a report. Option number 2, and give us every 6 months, hey, this is what's going on, this is what I'm seeing. I haven't been overwhelmed by applications. This is actually running kind of smooth. We're processing, we're moving forward, status quo as we look at the general plan amendments, but we have to fluctuate. And to the point of Supervisor Canepa, it is a living, breathing. It's not in stone. This isn't the Bible. This is something, it's a structure, but we also have to be adaptive. And I wouldn't even want to start to go back in history of how the county may have had to been responsive and adaptive to whatever circumstance would happen at the time. So, I like the option number 2, doing an annual or biannual report, but I also would favor, as Supervisor Ding points out, process the applications on a case-by-case basis, let it go through the process, let the public engage. We have a planning commission that I trust our planning commissioners that we've aptly appointed. Their engagement, their listening, those meetings are attended, and something comes to the board, it's gone through the process. So that's where I'm at, and I think that's to Supervisor Ding's point. We're all kind of talking circles about the same thing. I don't believe anybody, as our chairman points out, we're not in favor of a moratorium. You're not getting pushback. We need to be adaptive, and let's do it carefully and structurally, and we need to listen to applicants as they surface, because it may be a golden opportunity that we don't want to shut the door on, but we certainly don't want to just callously say, absolutely, grand slam, home run, whatever you want. So I support the process. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Anyone else? Ms. Jolly, what do you need?
Well, I think I've heard a lot today, and I think it sounds like the consensus is, I don't know, Council, could we take sort of action?
Yeah, just to be clear, I mean, on page 8 of the board letter, she has the 4 potential options set forth, and you, of course, can modify those as you wish. You can take no action if you wish. You can simply accept the report, but the request was made in her board letter on page 8 to give direction to her department, and she's got the 4 options set forth there. So if the board so wishes, you can make a motion to give direction.
All right, thank you, Councilor. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Chairman. I'll make a motion then, as I said, to do at your discretion a bi-monthly or annual report, and that we adopt number 4, that we proceed as forward. I appreciate those careful considerations, and each of them weigh really many factors. And thank you for you and staff for the very careful and deliberate approach you've taken on this.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I just want to clarify. So Supervisor Patty's motion is option number 2 on page 8, as well as, I guess, while simultaneously option number 4, which is to review applications on a case-by-case basis. So simultaneously moving forward with reviewing options on a case-by-case basis, and then also reporting back periodically to the board on a yearly or even bi-yearly basis as to what the demand in the industry is. Is that correct?
Sounds about right.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
All right, we got a second?
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. I'm going to vote, please. All right, it's adopted 4-1. Yes.
Jennifer, Ms. Jolly, I'm sorry. I just want to wish you a happy birthday and thank you for coming to work today.
Thank
Happy
you.
birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday. And Jennifer, yeah, thank you very much for all the work you've been put in there. And I just want to let folks know too, hey, the general plan, the way it's written, still in effect. So, some of the things that we hear, well, we spent this amount of money. That's up to you. I mean, if you spend a lot of money and it goes through the process and it fails, because you're outside of the general plan, that's a risk you take. It's not the risk in this board. So just to let you guys know and make that very, very clear. All right. We're going to take a 15-minute break, if that's okay with the board. You know what? Let's go ahead and come back at 2:30.
Check test 1, 2, check test. Check test 1, 2.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. We are back from our break. It is, what time is it? 2:32? 2:32. So with that, we're going to move on to item number 5, approve the San Joaquin County Morgue / Medical Examiner Replacement Facility Project at an estimated total project cost of $25,200,000 and award of design build contract for construction to the Whiting Turner Contracting Company. Ms. Hart, Mr. Moore, welcome.
Connie Hart, Assistant Director of General Services. With me today, as you said, Daniel Moore, Capital Projects Administrator. Before I turn it over to Daniel for our presentation, I'd just like to take this opportunity to express how proud we are in General Services of our capital projects team. With this project specifically, they've worked diligently through a myriad of issues and roadblocks to arrive at this point today for this extremely important project. And with that, I'd like to go ahead and turn it over to Daniel.
Thank you, Connie. Good afternoon again, Chairman Rickman and members of the board. The General Services Capital Projects Division is very pleased to be bringing the design build contract for the new morgue before your board for consideration. Before we get to the General Services Department's recommendations, we would like to take a few minutes just to bring you up to speed with where we are with this very important project. As you may know, the current morgue was built in the 1930s as a crematorium and was later fashioned into a morgue. This 90-year-old facility is inadequate for the needs of the medical examiner's office. In June 2022, bridging documents, including the conceptual design, were completed, and in March 2023, the capital projects team initiated the marketplace solicitation for the design build contract. Final proposals were received and evaluated in July of 2023, resulting in the recommendation to award the design build contract to Whiting Turner Contracting Company, one of the premier contractors in the nation. The new morgue facility will be approximately 17,400 square feet, which is nearly 13,000 square feet larger than the current morgue, and will include adequate space with modern, efficient amenities and equipment. To that point, on the screen, this is the floor plan of the conceptual design for the new facility. It includes adequate office space for the medical examiner's office staff, sufficient cold storage space, efficient autopsy space, a secure vehicle sally port for transport of remains, and private space for grieving families to retreat to. The design is thoughtful, respectful, and efficient for the needs of the medical examiner's office and the public. Now we're going to get into some 3D renderings of the conceptual design for the facility, starting with the public-facing entrance of the facility as depicted in the graphic. This view shows the space immediately adjacent to the public entrance, separated by the wall that includes a patio space just outside of the employee break room. Here we have another side view that includes a small courtyard directly outside of the conference room for staff. Now we're going to feature a dynamic view of one of the interior spaces, or the autopsy space. Sorry, that was supposed to be a video that was playing. Now we're going to attempt to show a dynamic view of the exterior of the completed facility. All right. So here we see the exterior. That is the front of the facility as previously specified. As the aerial proceeds, you're seeing ample parking space for staff and visitors, thoughtful site finishing, infrastructure for solar implementation for the facility. Now as we proceed to the building envelope, additional parking. Now we're coming up to the aforementioned vehicle sally port for drop-offs and pickups, integration options for the existing storage trailers that the Office of Medical Examiner is utilizing. Now we come to the rear and side of the facility. Again, tasteful site finishes. We're going to see a peek inside this window right here of space for medical examiner staff in the conference room. And then if you can kind of peek through the windows, you'll see a peek at additional admin space for staff as we hover back to the front of the facility as conceptually envisioned. The total budget for this project is $25.2 million, with $24 million of that for remaining design and construction costs and $1.2 million in project soft costs. Following today's recommended approval of the design build contract, we have tentatively set the groundbreaking ceremony for late November of 2023. Following the finalization of design and permitting, Construction is anticipated to begin in May 2024, with completion in July 2025 and full occupancy in August 2025, less than 2 years from now. At this time, the General Services Department is making the following recommendations. Approval of the morgue project at an estimated cost of $25.2 million. Approve the award of a design-build contract to Whiting Turner Contracting Company in the amount of $24 million. Authorize the Director of General Services to execute and administer the contract, including any change orders and substitution, approval, subletting, and/or assignment of subcontractors, and approve the General Services Department to proceed with groundbreaking and dedication ceremonies. Chairman Rickman and the board, this concludes our presentation. Director Marcia Cunningham, Assistant Director Connie Hart, myself, and Greg Diedrich and Paul Graves from the Office of Medical Examiner are here to answer any questions your board may have on this exciting project.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the nice design. That's great. Don't see anybody in the queue, so I'm going to open up for public comment. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item? And no one, bring it back to the board. There's Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Real briefly, we are relocating. When I saw the office layout, it was so micro tiny on this, and I wasn't able to see the print. So are the death investigators positioned in this building? They are, so it's one team.
Yes, sir. And again, we have Greg and Paul Graves here who can speak more to the program if you have more detailed questions.
Okay, that's fine. They're in one location. Great. I couldn't see that. Wasn't talked about in the presentation. This is San Joaquin County dollars, correct? We're not using any state dollars or anything, so we control this. I'd like to see, and I don't know if it's too late, but we should have a 50% local hire kind of parameter for the contractors coming from out of state, which may or may not be happening, but we really should have some involved, I think, requirement that you're using local vendors for the subcontracting and the work that's going to be done. And secondly, there's something about this project. We only had one other contractor locally apply, and the process, they said, based on the scoring system and information, things that weren't allowed, it basically made them impossible to qualify. And we have other very capable contractors that would do this type of work.
Supervisor Patty, I'm going to do a point of order here real quick. And just this outside of the scope of what we're talking about?
I don't think so.
I think it's related. I would say it's within the scope of the.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Supervisor Patty, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If the questions I have for people with local hire.
No, it's good. That's why I was.
And for the approval process, I'll vote no, and I might be one of four. If this process that's gone through is objectionable to you, and it's going to be a long day, but my responsibility is to speak up on behalf of local businesses and contractors, people that employ people here in this community.
I understand that, Supervisor. As the chair, Supervisor, as you well know, since you were the chair at one time, my job of the chair is to make sure we stay on the agenda. So that is why I asked for a parliamentarian to make sure that we are still on the scope. So, and we are. So yes, you can continue on that topic, a line of discussion.
And I'm done in about 30 seconds here. But there's something about the scoring system and what we put through the RFP that wasn't as inclusive as perhaps it could have been. So it's something I'd like us to consider looking at in the future. But great job. I know it's been worked on a long time. Fantastic, Director Cunningham and staff. I'm glad we have this finally going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Ding.
I'm going to keep this short. It's been a long day, but I have some of the same concerns, and I guess I just don't understand why we don't use a design, bid, and build process. I mean, having someone, I saw this design, everything. I mean, it's all prefab equipment. It's not like you need someone that only builds a mortuary. I mean, a national company obviously is going to beat out. I'll be honest with you, a design of a restaurant is more complicated than design of a mortuary, and it's the same equipment. But when you rank people based on how many morgues have you built in the country, a local company's never going to win that, you know. And then when you've got humans making scores, you know, I like the idea of a, you know, qualified low bid. And then, you know, it saves us a lot of trouble talking about local hire, et cetera. That's all I've got to say.
And thank you, Supervisor Ding. And we have we can do that, right? Design, what is it? Design and build. So if they design it, they can build the project.
Yeah, there's design, the procurement process used here, as I understand it, was design build, which allows actually some consideration of, it allows more leeway.
Right.
Even some preference, some limited preference given to locals, whereas with respect to design, bid, build, we are strictly required to award it to the lowest qualified bidder. So, what that would result in.
No, there was a quantitative element in this bid process. Have you ever built a more? There was a human element in the qualification of the bid. This was not a straight design, bid, and build.
No, this was a design build, and
Right.
you're quite correct. The design build procurement process allows for some things beyond just looking at the price. Whereas design bid build, all you can look at is the lowest responsible bidder.
Right. So what you're thinking, design build, that we could do a design build, and more leeway on that.
That's correct.
So I'm sorry if I butted him.
When you get human element involved in scoring things you're going to lose out to a national company every time. How many stadiums have you built nationally? 400. Well, we only have so many of them here. So if you're scoring things based on experience, I mean, it should. How many 17,000 square foot buildings have you built that require gas, electricity, refrigeration, and heat? Could be a restaurant or a mortuary. You just design the same thing. You have a lot more bidders than how many mortuaries have you built? We've only got so many. So that was my only.
Through the chair, Supervisor Ding, that was just one of the criteria. There were several criterion used in the scoring process, but your comments are well received moving forward. Thank you. Okay.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Ding. We already went out to, did we go out to public comment already? We did. All right, that's right. I remember looking out and see that great flowing hair of Mr. Diedrich out there in the fourth row. All right, that's Supervisor Ding's last one. Yeah, and I think we all agree that, I mean, hey, we can get local hire, local business to do a job here in the county. I mean, that's a no-brainer. But with that being said, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
We'll second the motion.
A motion and a second. Get a vote, please. It is adopted 4-1. So item number 6. Approve commitment of $46,707,617 to fund energy-related capital project for fiscal years 2023, 2024 through 2025, 2026. Approve the allocation of a management analysis 1/2 in the facilities management budget number 1014-2000000 and related budget adjustments and transfers. This requires a 4/5 requirement. So, Ms. Cunningham, welcome. Ms. Hart, welcome back.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
I will turn it over to you guys.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors, Council, CAO. Marcia Cunningham, Director of General Services. With me today is Connie Hart, Assistant Director. And on October 10th, 2023, your board received the GSD presentation of a comprehensive 3-year energy-related capital improvement plan. GSD would like to thank the board for the engaged dialogue and thoughtful questions raised. As you know, your board did not take action on the recommendations submitted on October 10th. Therefore, GSD, in consultation with the CAO and Chair Rickman, placed this item on today's agenda. Our objective in bringing this back is to emphasize the cost savings opportunities, time sensitivity of these projects. We wanted to provide your board with another chance to consider the recommendations. And with that, I will turn it over, Connie, to do the presentation.
Thank you, Marcia. I just want to preface this by saying some of the information in the presentation is a review of what was shared on October 10th, but I'm not going to go through all of it. First, if your board approves the installation of solar at this time, the county will realize an estimated $121.8 million in cost avoidance over 25 years. Since the October 10th meeting, staff has done an even deeper dive into the projected cost savings and that we can anticipate over 25 years and feel very confident in this number. The solar panels are warranted for 30 years. So during the first 5 years, the cost avoidance is considered as recoupment of the county's upfront investment. Therefore, we've estimated 25 years of cost avoidance. Second, GSD has secured NEM 2.0 for 11 of the 12 projects, but the clock is ticking on those. We must complete those projects by April 2026 to retain NEM 2.0. If we were to miss that deadline, which it's 100% achievable, I just want to say that. But if we were to miss that deadline, any subsequent solar projects will fall under the NEM 3.0, which would cost the county an estimated $3.5 million for these 12 projects in additional costs for battery storage. And third, while Congress has not yet eliminated the Inflation Reduction Act, House Republicans have taken steps in that direction. By initiating projects soon, we will be considered in safe harbor and retain the ability to receive those rebates and incentives of up to 50%, even if the Inflation Reduction Act were to be eliminated. If that were to happen, the cost to the county would be about $16.8 million in lost revenues. As you can see, the cost of delaying or taking no action is in the neighborhood of $142.1 million. Just to make sure it's crystal clear, the anticipated cost savings by your board's approval of the recommendations is in the neighborhood of $142 million. To take another look at the project timeline, proposed project timeline, this is the same slide we had on October 10th, and we're recommending the 3-year timeline inclusive of this year. Because our goal is to reach substantial completion of the solar projects by November 2025 and receive final electrical clearance far in advance of the April 2026 deadline for NEM 2.0, GSD is recommending that all solar projects be appropriated and initiated in this fiscal year. The total appropriations needed for the 12 solar projects listed on this slide is $29.2 million and includes some administrative costs. The 24-25 and 25-26 proposed budgets, if approved by your board today, are planned to include sufficient appropriation to complete all HVAC upgrades, which are currently estimated at $6.8 million, LED lighting upgrades and other miscellaneous energy-related projects estimated at $10.6 million. GSD plans to go out to RFP for construction contracts. Each proposing company is welcome to submit a proposal either for the entire catalog of work or one or more of the individual projects. This approach will allow smaller local companies to compete. It is our desire to award several contracts so that multiple companies can be working simultaneously, which will assist us in meeting the goal of substantial completion by the November-December 2025 timeframe, although the award to one company, if that were to happen, doesn't keep us from meeting that timeframe. We feel confident. Following the RFP process, we anticipate bringing construction contracts back to your board for consideration in the January to February 2024 timeframe. I'm not going to go through all of the funding plans, but I will address the 23-24 funding plan. Some of these dollars were actually mentioned earlier in Adam Brucker's report on the CFF. The total requested increase in appropriation for 23-24 is $29.2 million. Of that, we plan to use 14.4 of capital outlays dollars, 5.6 million from the county facility fees based on the growth of the applicable departments. The third source of funds is the use of 9 million from the tax resource fund. I wanted to back up and indicate that the 14.4 from the capital outlay, we anticipate that amount coming back to the county in the form of rebates and incentives to replenish the capital outlay fund. We're basically almost using it as a checkbook. We'll use it to pay for it and then put that money back in the capital outlay. Finally, $83,892 is being requested from contingencies to cover the cost of a new management analyst position for the remainder of 23-24. As you can see from this slide, after adding in some administrative costs, the full increase in appropriation for this year is $29.2 million, but it will net out at $14.8 after rebates and incentive revenues are received. The 24-25 and 25-26 funding plans will be included in the respective proposed budgets for those fiscal years. Next steps. Once again, GSD is recommending approval in order to not leave over $140 million on the table. If approved, GSD will work with purchasing and support services to expeditiously issue the RFP for construction contracts. GSD will work with HR to recruit and hire the management analyst and bring on an outside consultant to provide construction management services. And finally, GSD will provide an annual report to your board outlining progress on the 3-year plan and laying out the actualized cost savings related to these projects. Once again, GSD is asking your board to approve the 7 recommendations included in this package. Those recommendations are: approve a commitment of $46.7 million with a net cost of $25.4 million to be used over 3 fiscal years for the installation of energy-related projects. Number 2, approval of an increase in appropriation in the 23-24 facilities management budget in the amount of $28.8 million for solar installation projects at 12 county facilities. Number 3, actually numbers 3, 4, and 5 are approval of transfers of $14.4 million from capital outlay, $5.6 million from county facility fees funds, and $9 million from the tax resource fund to the facilities management budget. Number 6, approve an increase in appropriation and transfer of funds from contingency provision budget in the amount of $383,892 to the facilities management budget for costs associated with the addition of a management analyst 2 for the remainder of the fiscal year, and costs associated with the outside consultant. And finally, approve the allocation of a management analyst in the facilities management budget. Chairman Rickman and members of the board, this concludes our presentation. Marcia Cunningham, Robbie Aluru, and myself are available to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. All right, bring it back to the board. The Supervisor Canepa.
Just so outside consultant, can you explain to that, and how do we get that person, and is it an open process? And then the second part of the question is that 383,000, was that same, was that other page, the 83,000 part of that 383?
Yes, it is.
So the consultant, the outside employer, or the consultant, and then the in-house.
That's exactly right. And the outside consultant, we already have a master services agreement with 2 construction management firms, and we're already in consultation with one of them, Vanner, and we don't need to bring, we already have a contract for them in essence. So we can bring them on quickly. This is just the appropriation to pay their bill.
And this is final, so you won't be coming back for...
We will be coming back after the RFP process to bring those construction contracts for your final approval in the January, February 2024 timeframe.
And they're going to be within these parameters, correct?
Yes, we don't anticipate asking for any additional appropriation. We would simply be asking, similar to the morgue that just happened, just asking your board to consider the contract based on the RFP, what we're bringing forward.
So what I had motioned for at the last meeting was for this to be accepted and we're running it by the county to save the money in-house.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Anyone else? And now we'll open up for the public. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item? Seeing no one, bring them back to the board for further discussion. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'm going to have some questions here, so I'll ask for patience. I know it's been a long day, but I want to take a dive into this. I'm really challenged and struck by the feasibility study we had and the numbers that we came in with. So question for you, the estimated cost that we're asking for today, is that based on a median of the proposals that we received that we offset the feasibility study? The feasibility study was somewhere around $80 million cost.
Correct.
And you guys are now looking in, we're in somewhere in the 50 million range.
Correct.
Okay. So again, I guess we're basing this estimation on the adjusted evaluation of proposals that were sent.
We're basing it on several facts. Initially, our in-house expert, Mr. Uluru, knowing the industry well, and you can apply some best practices and common cost factors to projects of this size. So we already had a ballpark that we were anticipating to see. And as we mentioned on October 10th, we were quite shocked that it was what the third party brought back was not closer to the ballpark. So in order to conduct our due diligence and bring to your board every bit of information that we could ascertain, we went out to the marketplace with an RFI, a request for information. And we received 3 responses, and one was quite low. The other 2 were more in the ballpark. But the middle one is the one that we are basing these numbers on. And we feel that that has been adequately vetted and that that's the appropriate number. Of course, when it goes out to RFI, if it comes back in significantly higher, then we'll bring that to your board and your board can make a decision. But we feel quite confident because we're dealing with rough orders of magnitude numbers, ROM, and those are generally in
So I'll add some numbers because I only have limited time. Our chairman will stop me, I'm sure, because we're going late. So here's my challenge, and I'd like you guys to educate me better because I know I can tell you a lot about boxing, I can tell you a lot about crane operating, I can tell you a lot about a lot of things, but certainly not solar. So I took a dive into this. I asked you guys for the RFIs.
Yes.
And the RFIs were simply just for interest, and numbers were shot out. Now, doing a little bit of research on the 3 companies, HCI Solar, Sunworks. So HCI Solar came in at $3.44 a watt, and I guess that's how the pricing goes, is per watt.
Yes.
We received a feasibility study at $6 a watt. So that's considerably less, $3.44. Sunworks came in at $2.23 a watt. Train came in at $4.14 a watt. Now, here's the interesting point. HC Solar did 0 projects in 2022. Train did 1 15-kilowatt project, which I think is the equivalent of rooftop solar at a residential. Sunworks did a lot of work. But for Sunworks to come in at $2.23 a watt, and the feasibility study estimating at $6 a watt, that's a little bit questionable. I see that there was a recent proposal sent to me for comparison created by Sage Energy Consulting. We've used them in the past. There's 2, I've come to find out, there's 2 expert companies, Sage and Arc Renewable, that does exactly this. They are specialized in solar energy projects for municipalities. So taking a dive into their project, They had 3 competitive bids at $7.45 a watt. Engie came in at $7.13 a watt, and Cicerco came in at $6.08 a watt. Now, I have to tell you, there's a tremendous disparity between $6.08 and $2.23, but we're basing our price that you're coming to us for at $3.44 HCI Solar that did 0 projects in 2022. Now, for us to proceed, and I appreciate the diligence, the work, the expertise, the roll up the sleeves and get this forward to this point, and I know the clock is ticking, I would suggest to this board to consider we bring in, if we're going to come in, the last thing we want to do is say, okay, yep, $50 million, we're great. Oh my gosh, supply chain's different, the quotes we got, the requests for information were not quotes. Nobody is held responsible for these quotes.
That's correct.
These are simply just like, yeah, this is where we think that we're going to come in at. So if you've got a recent county that was competitive, that was $7.45, $7.13, and $6 a watt, and we're getting $3.44, $2.23, and $4.14, I think we need to do a little more diligence. And my suggestion would be that we hire one of these two, Sage or Arc Renewables. Sage is now NV5, but have them do an analysis of what the proposals are. And I am 100% in favor of us going out for an RFP to leave it open to qualified companies. I'm a little bit concerned about the bringing in of multiple companies. What I've come to find out, knowing nothing about this world, when it comes to the bidding process, about 10% of the cost of the solar panels. Everything else is going to be the infrastructure put in. And if we have 15 or 5, 6, 8, 10, 15 companies coming in with different standards, different qualifications of work that's going to be put in, I'm not sure that we're going to be making a good, sound investment. I'm more inclined to think that we need to bring in a qualified project, I think a company that's capable as these other companies that have put in bids to do so. And I think it will only take about a couple of weeks to get an analysis that we're bringing back to this board, a very fair, wherever that analysis will go. But I'm told it could be done in 2 weeks. So I would think we should table this until the next board meeting, receive that report from a qualified consultant that specializes in this field, and then we have better information going forward.
So we've worked with Sage in the past, and Sage took us into the same position where it was just not cost effective to go with them. Part of these projects has to do with the structuring, and there's a primary vendor, and then they have to subcontract, and then some from there, some of them subcontract even lower, depending on how they scale the pricing to you. And do they want you to lease from them? Will affect those dollar amounts. Okay. So we've worked with Sage. We've never been able to move forward with Sage because of the pricing structure and how they were suggesting that we roll solar out in the past. So that I can't say. I would think we would get the same thing through an RFP. If someone like Sage has the ability, and if these are the prices, and again, that's by doing the RFP, we have to come back to the board. We have to give you the reality of what we get through those RFPs. All of these vendors will have the opportunity, and it's going to kind of crank it up a little bit for the vendors where they're going to have a bigger interest. Because if the board approves that we're moving forward on these, okay, and you approve and allow us to move forward today, and they know that this board supports it, I guarantee you there's going to be more responses to the RFPs when we put them out there. And it could be a Sage and the other company that you identified. I believe with the homework, and I believe we did some cost justification with PG&E, Ravi, when it came to the kilowatts and the equipment. We did some quotes from a budgetary perspective. I would say our numbers are pretty good. pretty solid.
Okay. Again, I know nothing about this world.
Right.
I see a big disparity from looking at recent proposals. What I'm not also seeing in the presentation today is, we have a capital outlay, and oftentimes these are funded through the companies that will front the cost and share on the savings on the back end, and that may be a factor that you're talking about in a cost differential. So I understand there could be several variables. I'd like to see that from an expert. So before we went to the RFP, I would like the energy expert to create the parameters of the RFP.
And I believe that that's what we got from the vendor on October 10th. Was that very scenario you just said, that they want to lease us, they want us to do OMs, and the overall cost gets impacted by that huge difference in it. The way they structure and the way they do, the way they want to implement solar is based on, that's their program. That's the structure that they'll use. And they'll even say that. I mean, there was a few of our projects that they wouldn't even look at because they said they weren't big enough.
Small.
They were too small. So I agree with what you're saying, but that's already what we got. But that's because of how they structurally present a project, and they want us to do, they want us to lease from them. They typically take a larger percentage of the rebates as it relates to the energy that's produced. And the approach is very different than the approach we're taking, where we're running these projects in-house. We're eliminating some of the middleman, which will also break down the cost.
Understood.
So that's why I think the numbers are good.
So one question, and Chairman, I'll conclude here in a moment. One question I would have is, I would have liked to see in a comparison, if we go through that lease option, our savings are only this amount, but we're out of pocket $0. What else could we do with that $50 million? And I would turn to our CAO and I'd say, can we pay down our unfunded liability with some of that? And then in the end, we might have, instead of a net savings of $120 million, maybe we have a net savings of 45 or 50 or 25, $30 million. I don't know. But perhaps there's a trade-off that we look at when you've got cash in the bank and you can use it for other projects, and you've got a way of using other people's money, that 30 years later, you may not have had as much savings, but up front, you were able to get more done, because your checklist, Director Cunningham, is extensive. You have a lot of work to do in the county, and I understand, I totally respect and appreciate. We're working on behalf of the county. You're doing the right thing, bringing this to us. I 100% respect that and appreciate the approach. I just don't think we have a fair evaluation.
So with all due respect, so we look at all of that, and we already are using those funds that are in the capital improvement program. The last 5-year plan that was brought to this board was a $425 million, of which we're utilizing a large percentage of our capital outlay funds, of CFF funds. Some of it's grant, like SB 1022, there is grant funding. So we've already have plans for utilizing these sources, plus we'll have to borrow money already. With this program, we can borrow our own cash and not have to pay the interest on it. That's where the $14 million with our incentive and grant rebates that we get from this program, that's how we will pay capital outlay back. So we're borrowing from ourselves that we can return through the grants and the rebates that we will get for these projects. So from a bigger picture, we're already going to have to borrow money, and this footprint is so little, it doesn't make sense to borrow this money when the majority of it we can do with cash and get the biggest return on investment from the energy credits, selling credits that we get, which is, it will be new for us, but there's a huge advantage in cash flow of doing that. And it increases this county general fund over the next 25 years substantially. So it gives us more leverage for our money, and we can probably do it at I'll just leave it at that.
One final question. Would you have any hesitancy then to, in 2 weeks' time, bring back to us one of these, whether it be NVS or ARC Renewable, just dotting I's? Director Cunningham, I'm talking to you, not
I understand.
Not the CAO, you and I. This is your department. So
I understand.
Yeah. So getting direction from the board and to the board, I'm asking you, and I'm only one of 5, but do you see any harm in just in 2 weeks' time getting an evaluation from ARC or NV5s? Like, this is our approach, this is our numbers, can you validate them? And I'm told it could be done within 2 weeks.
If I was Sage, there is no way I would come in and not want to do the same amount of work that the other vendor did that came in and gave us the $89 million proposal. I would not come in on a guesstimate. I would want to look at the sites. I would want to look at the...
I'm just saying, look at our metrics of what we're comparing, that was what you're presenting to us, so they can validate your proposal.
I can't tell you for sure that. I'm just telling you, if I was Sage, there's no way I would come in without spending the right amount of time and doing... I would question somebody saying I could do that work in 2 weeks. It took us 6 months to get back to you. It took the other vendor that did what we would be asking Sage to do in 2 weeks.
But you could present to them the feasibility study and the 3 proposals you have from the 3 companies and go, where are we at here if we go with this approach? That would save a lot of time. It's simple, 2 weeks to bring back to the board, then we get thumbs up and we're moving forward. I'm one of these guys, I'm just called a supervisor. I'm working on behalf of San Joaquin County, so we're trying to find ways to satisfy my concern. I'm seeing a big disparity in the numbers that were presented. That's a little concerning for me. So I would ask that you respect my concern, and I'm one of 5. You may have 4 other people go for it exactly as is. You haven't heard from them yet, and I appreciate and respect their opinions, but I'm just asking for 2 weeks. It could be Sage or ARC Renewables. Here's the RFP, or here's the feasibility study. Here's three different proposals that we measured all this on. Are we on track? And ask them to maybe craft an RFP going forward.
Could it be any other vendor that would look at it?
Well, there's only 2 that are experts in the field, I'm told.
Can I interject really quickly? I just got some information from, is that okay?
Sure, absolutely.
You mentioned that HCI, the one whose numbers we predominantly use, their ROM numbers, in actuality, they're working on a federal 2.2 megawatt project right now in Tracy. So that's something that if you were concerned, you could look into, we could assist in looking into that.
I'm just looking for validation on numbers, because I don't think you want to come back to us and go, our numbers were off, supply chain was off, we underestimated, because there's a big disparity, 89 million and 50 million. That's a big difference. So let's just dot I's, cross T's, and move forward. 2-week review.
I believe that we've already done the homework with the assessments that we've done by getting our dollars amount, our staff, our expertise, outside resources. We've brought you back the numbers. It's not going to be anywhere near $89 million, and I believe the 50 million mark is a good number.
One other entity, if this is of interest to you, one other entity, the construction manager that I mentioned, Banner, they've actually validated those numbers as well. They're assisting us with putting together the RFP document in hopes that we would receive your approval. We wanted to get ahead of the curve, and we started the conversation already.
And they have worked with one of the 3 that names we're all familiar with.
Well, I'm not trusting that we internally do the RFP ourselves. I don't think we have the intelligence to do energy projects. It's not a knock to anybody here. I don't know that we've done them. I would put in certain parameters that the energy experts would ask for that are safeguards. And I'm sorry, I'm not knocking staff or Director Cunningham. I don't believe that we are the energy experts as it relates to solar projects.
And that's why we've brought on board the consultant Banner, who is an energy expert. As Marcia mentioned, they're actively working with one of the three that you mentioned, and they are the energy experts. They're assisting us with putting together the RFP document. And Supervisor Patty, we would be more than open before it hits the streets to allowing you to take a look at the RFP document. We will provide it to your office and any other member of the board who would like to take a look at it. And we'd be more than open to your input before it actually hits the streets.
Thank you, Chairman, for now.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty, and thank you for being mindful of the time. I appreciate it. Supervisor Ding.
I thought we had an energy expert. We got the energy czar.
We do.
Thank you. We do.
I was going to say, to make it easy, you should be responsible. We'll accept you're the expert. We hired the expert, and if he's wrong, we'll fire him. It's just simple. I just did the whole solar project on the restaurant. I was told, because I've gotten bids everywhere from 46,000 to 280,000. I mean, just all over the place. And it does go, as Tom was saying, as the whole lease back. The question I was told to ask, and it was the same. It's kind of like when you lease a car. You know, it's your, what's that rate? 2.2. Anyway, what's the break-even point? How many years to break even?
5.
That's what I want to know.
Bingo.
Thank you.
Oops, sorry.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding.
Oh, I said bingo.
Supervisor Canepa.
I mean, I don't know if there's any other comment, but I'm going to go out on a limb and trust staff. I think that we've given this enough due diligence, and if it goes sideways, it's going to come back during the RFP process. So basically, you're just trying to figure out how to transfer these funds so that we can start the project. And if it goes sideways, then those funds go back to where they originated from, and whatever we need to do going forward, because this needs to be done sooner than later. And I think the more we push this out, the less likely that we are, and those parameters that we need to hit and benchmarks, I think, need to be met, because the longer we delay this, and I get it, but I mean, if it comes back, you know, I'm not going to be happy. I mean, obviously, there needs to be a little bit of trust in staff, and so this is the trust that we're giving you and the leash that we're allowing you to either survive and thrive or hang yourselves with. So those are just the things that I personally have seen, and so I'm giving you the trust, my trust. So with that, I don't know if Chair wants to. Or
I just have
wait a minute. If you want.
I'll let you, if you want. You can do the motion. I just have one quick question.
Okay.
When do we have to put all this in order to make sure we're within that time frame to get our money?
The time frame, yeah, we're already. That's why one of the reasons we've already engaged with the energy expert, the construction management firm, because we are a little bit behind the 8 ball. We need to make sure that we can reach substantial completion in the November, December at the latest time frame of 2025 in order to meet that April 2026 cutoff. When we look at the, I wish I'd brought, I just received a Gantt chart. I'd be happy to send it to members of the board. Look at that. Mention it and it appears. Some of the smaller projects were not in a lot of trouble. We're looking at finishing those late 2024 into the middle of 2025-ish. But the larger projects, the hospital, the sheriffs, we're really kind of behind the 8 ball already. And like I said, that's why we've already engaged and tried to move this process, hoping for your approval today so that we could get the RFP on the street as quickly as possible.
All right. Thank you. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. This will take about 30 seconds. So moving down the line then, and I appreciate that you've heard me out, but negating my concern to wait. And I agree with Supervisor Canepa, as this will be in the RFP. We'll see what we get and where the numbers are. And if this board's been misled, there's going to be some accountability. So I did take some notes. I spoke with, when I went to LAFCO, spoke with the supervisor there, and he said, this is exactly what you need in your RFP. I would talk about this. This is one of these great things we get together. I'm going to throw these out there, and this is not part of a motion, but I want this, since you said we could look at it, this is what was recommended. Must have experience doing solar for over 10 years, so it's not just opened up and put a shingle up. Must have completed a minimum of 1 megawatt of solar each for at least 5 different cities or counties in the state. Must have executed contracts which include battery storage for at least 5 cities or counties. Must have a fully staffed office within 100 miles of the county administrative center. And then lastly, and they said most important, says do not forget this. You must be a NAESCO, NAESCO accredited energy service provider. It's very common in RFPs to make sure that they're certified, and that's a standard that they're going to be operating at. So, Chairman, thank you again. I know it's been a long day, but I would like to see at least those safety and parameters put into RFP.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Canepa?
So I motion to approve the commitment of $46,707,617 to fund energy-related capital projects for fiscal year 2023 through 2024 through 2025-26, and approve the allocation of a fund management analyst 1 and 2 in the facilities management budget related budget adjustments and transfers.
I would approve that if we could include the RFPs that parameters I just shared.
Through the chair. I wanted to clarify. There are recommended
7
motions, and they're 1 through 7. So just for shorthand, is your motion 1 through 7 of the recommended motions?
Yes, sir. Do you want me to read them?
No need. Just clarify.
Please no.
I'd ask for the motion that was made, would you include the RFPs that we just laid out? The motion?
Is that doable, staff?
The parameters that, to include that in the
Yes.
RFP? Yes.
I'll do a friendly amendment to include Supervisor Patty's passionate plea for accountability.
Okay, so you have a, thank you. So you adopted a friendly amendment, so that'll be a second. So let's go ahead and do a vote.
And I appreciate the steadfast job you all do. I really do. Thank you.
We appreciate the
All
engagement.
right, it is adopted 5-0. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
And our energy czar back there, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, that brings us to Board of Supervisors comments and committee reports. Who would like to go? Supervisor Canepa.
Once again, it's been a busy couple weeks. Visit Stockton at an open house. We also were able to go see Commissioner David French get sworn in at the courthouse. Obviously, Alzheimer's Walk, White Cane Walk. Saw cricket pitch. The 90th anniversary of the Port of Stockton event was amazing because they keep growing and doing great work. And not only are they doing that, but they're trying to be, do it sustainably, which is commendable. The Yosemite Street, the Puerto Rican Street Festival, Delta College did a Filipino festival. The other part, I always want the 6th floor at the Mickey's Grove and the Parks and Rec, the trunk or treat. And I ran into Supervisor Ding there, was a great event. And it brings community together. And I was glad to go and see that and see the cat lady down here at the end representing the 6th floor and all the staff from your office, the crazy cat lady. So thank you for you and your staff's involvement. And Katie was also there, so thank you guys for representing the 6th floor. Also attended the Orange and Black Ball at UOP, a very successful event. Attended the Stockton Police Department, had promotions, and since that's the majority of my district is the city of Stockton, congratulations on the men and women of the Stockton Police Department who were promoted. And that pretty much covers it, so thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Anyone else?
I'll go briefly, real quick.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Did attend our district attorney's meeting in community developments program here on there's a presentation, by our DA, Ron Freitas, in the New Birth Community Development Program. I believe that was brought forward by Supervisor Villapudua, Vice Chair. Nice attendance, and it just shows that integration into the community, helping out. Chairman Rickman, Canepa, and I attended the Stockton Police Department promotion and pinning ceremonies. That was good celebration of officers that have earned their way up the rank, and we always enjoy when our deputies and sheriffs and our own department is doing those same promotions. Stockton Port had a 90th anniversary celebration at the Hagen Museum, absolutely fantastic. As current chairman of LAFCO, I did spend several days with a few supervisors here in attending meetings, learning, listening, always informative, finding out more, and the integration from our board and the county and the cities with LAFCO. And lastly, we do 3 different meetings to my knowledge here. We do LAFCO meetings, we do Board of Supervisors, and we do Planning Commission. Can we please, for the love of God, get a microphone that's going to work if there's 3 on that table? This has been mentioned for months now. I'd like to see whatever it takes for us to get a microphone that's actually going to work. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Don't see anybody else in the queue. So I'll go ahead and go over here real quick. Fire Department Pancake Breakfast, Ripon Fire, Mountain House, and Tracy Fire. You know, it's nice to see the community get together, you know, enjoy some pancakes and support our firefighters. Also had the Main Street Day in Ripon. Thanks to the Ripon Chamber of Commerce, another great event bringing the community together. And also, I attended the 37th Annual San Joaquin County Agriculture Hall of Fame. So I want to say congratulations to the honorees, Mark Marchini, Dr. Marit Arana, Edward Alfred Zuckerman, Chester Bud Roland Murphy, Eugene Wallum, and Martin Wilbur. Congratulations to you and your family. You know, we already spoke about Mr. French. Congratulations to him. You know, I've worked with him since he was been a DA, and I was still am, I guess, for 2 more weeks, a cop. And working with DA French, just an outstanding individual, a great DA with a great sense of extensive legal background and a wealth of experience. So as our next commissioner for the Superior Court, he's going to do an excellent, excellent job. Also joined our Assembly member, Carlos Villalpudua, and Assembly member Heath Flora and Ron Freitas to celebrate the signing of AB 701, which our very own Assembly member Villalpudua authored. And what that does is provide penalty enhancements to those who attempt to traffic fentanyl throughout California. So it's a great event. So thank you, Assembly member. Also attended, first of all, I guess I should say thank you to the San Joaquin California Women of Agriculture for the invitation to attend the 2023 Walnut Industry Tour over in Escalon. And also thank you to Susan and Robert Longstreth for the great information and the tour. It was nice. It was, you know, more elected officials should go to these things so they see how agriculture works and some of the issues that agriculture has and what agriculture does for this community. The 90th port was mentioned. Yeah, God, there's just been tons of stuff. They had the Egypt, or the St. Mark Coptic Orthodox Church Egyptian Festival in Ripon. Coming to the end here, Boys and Girls Club Limitless Gala in Tracy, annual event, benefits the Boys and Girls Club. And, you know, Boys and Girls Club, I think we all know, is a great organization, provides for a safe, structured, and positive environment for our young folks. And also I could go on. South County is very busy, as you can tell. Thank you, Port Mountain House, for the honor to attend the celebration of Shakti. And I just want to say and end it with, first of all, I guess last weekend we had the Lobster Fest to benefit the Tracy Chamber. So you can see a lot of festivals and events, and it's just, I'm just naming something, but it goes to show you our job isn't a Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 job. Most of us are working, 7 days a week. I think that night, the Lobster Fest and Boys and Girls Club, I didn't get home till, I think it was out like 8 in the morning, didn't get home till like midnight. So, and it's not just me, it's this whole board. So we're out there in the community and letting folks see their supervisors. And just ending with, just let everybody know, and that this month we had or be thoughtful of, I should say, of Cancer Awareness Month, and you wonder why I keep on wearing pink. Still Cancer Awareness Month, and also, purple Domestic Violence Month also. So be mindful of that, and thank you everybody for tuning in. And before we go, I'm about to say before we go 10-10, but before we won't talk in code. Counselor, are we going to come back here at all, do you think? Or are we good?
I'm anticipating we may have an announcement at a closed session, and I would also note for the record that the labor negotiation that we have on for closed session actually will not be going forward.
All right, we will not adjourn then. We will take a break and we will go to our closed session meeting, and we will be back here in this room to adjourn. So thank you, everybody. I'm sure you won't be here. God bless. Baby Ruth. All right, welcome back. What time is it here? It's 4:25. We're just returned from closed session. Counselor, do we have any in the report?
We do, yes. We went into closed session at 3:40. We came out at 4:23. And with respect to item 1 on closed session, which is People versus Jewel Labs, the board voted 5-0 to settle that suit. Supervisor Patty made the motion. Chair Rickman seconded it. A copy of that settlement is available upon request once all parties have signed it. That's it.
All right, thank you, Counselor. And then when are we adjourning till? What's our next meeting? All right, we will adjourn until Tuesday, November 7th. Thank you, everybody. God bless. Thank you, guys. Have a good one.